broadcast circuit of Parliament. Track 1. English.
Order. Questions for oral answer, Ms. Polisan.
Question 1, sir.
Mr. Speaker, sir, under the City in Nature pillar of the Singapore Green Plan 2030, we aim to add 1,000 hectares of green spaces by 2035. Now, these 1,000 hectares of green spaces have been safeguarded in URA's master plan since 2019, and we will be progressively implementing them. We are also on track to plant 1 million trees by 2030 to foster greater stewardship of our greenery and nature in Singaporeans. As of January 2026, over 832,000 trees have been planted, involving over 150,000 community participations.
Ms. Poh.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, MOS Alvin. I have 3 SQs. First one, given the latest update by DPM Gan yesterday on declining population growth this few years and possible population decline in 2030s if there's no reversal of the trend, will MND then review the green spaces allocation in the long-term land planning considerations as a proportion of the total land usage? Second SQ, green spaces are essential for the mental well-being of Singaporeans. As mental wellness issues come to the forefront, can more cleared land be set aside for open spaces like parks and recreational spaces for people to unwind, to decompress and do sports? And the third SQ, vegetation is an effective means to counter urban heat. In view of rising urban heat concerns, will MND consider increasing the pace of the million trees movement and in fact even go beyond the 1 million trees target to perhaps 1.5 or even 2 million trees? Thank you. By 2030. Thank you.
MOS Tan.
So I thank Ms. Polisan for her thoughtful 3 SQs. I will say first of all that we are committed to build Singapore as a city in nature. That's our vision for the long term. And indeed, green spaces and the preservation of green spaces are critical, but we also need to balance between green spaces as well as our building needs, as I mentioned in this House prior. In that regard, NParks have been working very closely within MND to safeguard our green spaces, including over 7,800 hectares of green spaces, and that includes nature reserves, nature parks, parks, connectors, and it includes our 4 nature reserves, which contain some of the most sensitive and biodiverse habitats. We will be also, we are also on track to safeguard an additional 1,000 hectares of green spaces, and we've also already developed 130 hectares of parks in the last 5 years. On her second SQ about the link between green spaces and mental health, that's something that we look into very carefully, and we do think that there is a strong link between green spaces and the ability and opportunities for us to enjoy these green spaces have benefits to mental health. In that regard, last year I announced the Parks for Health framework under NParks, where we've identified 15 contemplative land sites, including Farquhar Gardens in Fort Canning Park and the Learning Forest in the Singapore Botanic Gardens. In that regard, we are building these contemplative landscape sites and more rest points along park connectors in areas with more seniors. We are also bringing these areas and these parks closer to the community, including our therapeutic gardens in neighborhoods and within healthcare institutions. In fact, by 2030, I announced that we aim to have 30 therapeutic gardens, and we are working with HDB and SingHealth to make this happen. On the member's third point on heat resilience, we do have heat resilience mitigation measures. In fact, in our planning considerations, we incorporate wind flow considerations into urban planning, and we also have adaptation measures, including heat stress advisory, which can help the community to plan their activities. But our city in nature vision moves beyond, and it's really beyond the 1 million trees movement. We have a broad project in place to ensure that Singapore remains a city in nature, of which the 1 million trees movement is one particular goal as well as one particular initiative. Thank you.
Dr. Charlene Chen.
Question 2, please. So artificial intelligence chatbots have become so ubiquitous now that it is no longer practical to track its use for counseling or mental health support. In general, it is not appropriate to use generative AI chatbots as a replacement for a qualified mental health care provider. AI chatbots are not designed to address mental health issues or provide treatment for mental health conditions and risk providing misinformation or inappropriate responses when dealing with serious mental health crises and may cause harm instead. But fundamentally, young people and many patients with mental health issues sometimes seek out these online chatbots because of the anonymity it offers, and also because it's easily available and accessible 24/7. So our approach is to encourage individuals seeking qualified mental health services to approach our first stop for mental health services, such as National Mindline 1771, mindline.sg, community outreach teams, and CHAT chat. We put forth these resources so that they become the legitimate alternatives that those seeking the same advantages of anonymity and easy accessibility can now go to a legitimate source to get the same kind of services for which we know is legitimate, and they can get proper referrals onwards as well to the care that they need beyond the chat. Also, these resources we put online are also more contextualized to our local needs. So I believe there is a distinct advantage, but what we need to do is to actually do a lot more education and make these resources be more available and aware. To make these resources awareness be elevated amongst the public, so they actually go to these legitimate resources rather than rely on the online chatbots that they can find. Now, while enforcement is not practical, there are safeguards in place to protect younger users online. Under the Code of Practice for Online Safety, App Distribution Services, users' exposure to harmful content on these services must be minimized. Designated app stores are also required to implement age assurance measures by 31st of March this year. Digital content developers are also expected to comply with the Model AI Governance Framework for Generative AI to ensure responsible development and application of AI for youth and children. Additionally, the Infocom Media Development Authority, IMDA's Digital Skills for Life framework includes content on how to use generative AI and manage its potential risks. Individuals can learn at their own pace through the available resources. Thank you, sir.
Dr. Chen.
I think, excuse me, I thank the SMS for his responses. I just have 3 SQs. Given that LLMs, large language models, may be used to train the data, train and help people understand the data better, how does the ministry assess potential data privacy risk? And are there going to be safeguards or informed consent standards being considered to protect vulnerable users? The second one is, given that AI systems may overly affirm users' views, which may actually reinforce harmful thinking, and also over-reliance may reduce actual help-seeking behaviors, has the ministry assessed this risk? And lastly, I'm glad that the SMS has mentioned cross-cultural differences. Is the ministry willing to support studies to understand how AI counseling tools can be used better and how their impact will be on mental health outcomes in Singapore? Thank you.
SMS Co.
So I thank the member for her pertinent questions and thoughtful questions on this very important issue that increasingly many people in public, especially also young people, are concerned about. On the first question on how can we assess data privacy and whether informed consent is needed? Well, I think in the first instance, many of these resources we put online, such as mindline.sg, works on the basis of anonymity. So you can't really do an informed consent when you want it to be anonymous so that the person seeking help doesn't have to feel that there's worries of his or her data being exposed, right? So the assurance we want to give to them is that, first of all, the anonymity already ensures that none of these things that you actually divulge to the counselor online or to the chatbot can be actually traced back to the individual. So that's the first thing. And we want to make sure that the barrier to access this care is actually something that is as low as possible. On the second question on whether these chatbots overly affirm users' views, especially those who may have suicidal ideation, and whether they will reinforce the person to end up taking action. Well, let me just maybe give a little bit more insight on what we use in mindline.sg, one of the first stops for mental health services, which is a digital platform that uses actually a chatbot. It's based on what this chatbot is called. It's a WYSA, W-Y-S-A. It's a specialized mental health AI-enabled chatbot. Now, this chatbot then guides users through digital therapeutic exercises such as mindfulness, deep breathing techniques, sleep hygiene practices that are inspired by cognitive behavioral therapy principles. So it aims to actually supplement our existing professional counseling and therapy services by serving as a 24/7 available pocket therapist that removes any barriers towards help seeking and signposts help seekers to local human-based resources. But just to reassure the member, unlike generative AI chatbots, WYSA is designed to deliver such digital therapeutic exercises via a rule-based model. So it is not something that the chatbot itself can be extremely creative and come up with new suggestions. There is a rule-based model in it so the conversation actually follows a structured decision tree, which is developed and continuously validated by clinicians. The WYSA chatbot has been clinically evaluated for its efficacy, safety, and impact. So I hope this gives the member assurance that the resources that we make available is legitimate, it has got its risks actually managed, and we will continue to see how we can improve such resources. The third question on whether we will support any studies to measure the outcomes, like I said, these resources were just started just about a year or so. We will see over time how we can actually collect data and then analyze the impact of some of these interventions we put in the public domain to make sure that we have a better insight on how to actually enhance them. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Fadli Fauzi.
Question 3.
Mr. Speaker, the Global Investor Programme, or GIP, accords permanent residence status to eligible global investors who make significant investments to drive business growth in Singapore. Currently, qualified investors may apply through one of the following 3 options. A, invest at least $10 million in a new or existing Singapore-based business entity. B, invest at least $25 million in a GIP select fund that invests in Singapore-based companies. Or C, establish a Singapore-based single-family office with at least $200 million in assets under management, where at least $50 million must be deployed in EDB-specified investments. From 2015 to 2025, around 450 individuals were accorded permanent residency through the GIP. The distribution across options A, B, and C is approximately 50%, 40%, and 10%, respectively. Over the same period, about $500 million was invested directly in new or existing Singapore-based business entities. More than half of these investments were in the professional services, info communications, and financial services subsectors. Another $430 million was placed in GIP funds that invest in Singapore-based companies.
Mr. Fadli Fauzi.
Thank you for the answer. I have 3 SQs. Firstly, what is the proportion of GIP permanent residents that have subsequently applied for and obtained Singapore citizenship? And what is the retention rate for GIP PRs for over the same period? The second question is, what is the percentage of GIP permanent residents whose re-entry permit has lapsed or were not renewed after 5 years due to business milestones not being met? And the third question is, after the changes introduced to the GIP in 2023, for example, increase in the minimum investment quantum, has MTI observed any change in the volume or profile of the GIP applicants? And how has this affected the business environment for local SMEs? Thank you.
MOS Khan.
Mr. Speaker, I thank Mr. Fauzi for the SQs. I do not have on hand the figures on the number of PRs or the proportion of PRs under the GIP scheme who subsequently applied for Singapore citizenship, nor do I have the data on the retention of these investors as PRs. Subsequently, I invite Mr. Fauzi to file further PQs for that. But I would like to share that EDB works with the GIP recipients to ensure that they continue to fulfill the government's specified economic and residency commitments during their stay. And GIP PRs are required to submit evidence of the Singapore-based companies that they have invested in, and the EDB will also conduct visits to these companies to assess the company's business activities. Now, only GIP PRs who meet both economic and residency commitments under GIP will subsequently have their so-called re-entry permit renewed for a further 5-year period.
Mr. Hong Wing.
Also, a further question from Mr. Fauzi is on the changes that were made to the scheme in 2023, whether we have since then seen a change in the profile and the volume of applicants for this scheme. The scheme, since it's been reviewed quite recently, that we are not seeing a major change in the profile yet. In fact, I would say that prior to 2023, the GIP funds comprised mainly of local funds, and also the select funds were subsequently introduced. In fact, the applicants who have selected to invest under the GIP select funds are still going through the application process and have yet to confirm on their investments.
Apologies to you, MOS Gan. Mr. Hong Wing.
Mr. Speaker, currently about 80% of employees in social service agencies, or SSAs, 80%, are paid according to the National Council of Social Service, NCSS, sector skills and salary guidelines, which we shall call salary guidelines from now on. Over the years, MSF has reviewed and raised the salary guidelines so that wages in the social service sector remain competitive against comparable roles in competing markets. Correspondingly, MSF adjusts program funding to enable funded SSAs to pay employees according to the latest guidelines. SSAs should also review and adjust their operational budgets so they can sustainably meet operational needs. Our data suggests that SSAs have generally been keeping pace with these updates to the salary guidelines. Over the past 3 years, MSF and NCSS have worked with SSAs to progressively improve adherence to the salary guidelines. Beyond current efforts, such as supporting SSAs and enhancing their human resource practices, we engage SSA leaders on their organizational salary adherence and benchmark them to their peers. In the next few years, we will further step up measures to increase adherence.
Mr. Yip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for his response. I have 2 SQs. Has MSF studied the relationship between wage non-compliance and staff turnover, vacancy rates, or caseload pressures? Because these issues as a whole may cause workforce instability, which may in turn pose a risk to service delivery to beneficiaries. And secondly, how is MSF ensuring that smaller community-based SSAs are not disproportionately affected, given that they may have a weaker fundraising capability compared to the larger agencies? Thank you.
Minister Masagos.
We thank the member for the supplementary question. We have not done any correlation or impact study on wage adherence with turnover. But certainly, caseload has a strong impact on possible turnover. And it is something that we always are mindful of, and we make sure that the caseload and the funding and the number of social workers that each program needs will be commensurate. Of course, we will listen to the ground when there are specific, for example, areas which need more resources or more intense by nature of the locality. We will then support perhaps even a bespoke way. For smaller communities, certainly, I mean, they have overheads like every other SSAs, but they may have a smaller program funding possibility. And therefore, we are engaging them regularly to make sure that they are keeping up, and also can tap on a number of resources that are available to upgrade, improve HR practices, for example, and even tap on expertise, which may be available for free from corporates who provide them as part of their pro bono services or part of their CSR services to them.
Mr. Dennis Tan.
Question 5, sir.
Sir, the landscaping for urban spaces and high-rises or LUSH program integrates green spaces into our urban environment through a mix of planning requirements and incentives. Now, under LUSH, developers must provide replacement greenery within new developments, which can be up to 40% of the development site area in some cases. Since its inception in 2009, LUSH has supported the implementation of over 440 hectares of greenery, which is more than the size of 600 football fields. Now, this supports biodiversity, enhances livability, and mitigates urban heat. And despite our land constraints, we are committed to enhancing biodiversity even as we undertake developments to meet different land use needs for our people, such as housing, education, healthcare, transport, and jobs. For example, we are safeguarding more green spaces, establishing additional nature parks, restoring core habitats, and conducting species recovery for rare, threatened, and endemic species. Now, these efforts work in tandem with LUSH to improve biodiversity in Singapore. But we are mindful not to adopt practices in other countries without first understanding their suitability for our local context. We assess that our balanced and coordinated approach to enhancing biodiversity can achieve better outcomes for Singapore compared to the UK's biodiversity net gain framework approach of imposing biodiversity targets on individual development projects.
Mr. Tan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 3 SQs. First, I thank the MOS for his reply. My first SQ, will the MND consider complementing the green plot ratio with an indicator that reflects ecological value, such as the use of native species or support for urban wildlife, by mandating a native biodiversity score so that our green spaces contribute to quality greenery and biodiversity beyond visual amenity, and to discourage, in the case of LUSH, to discourage ornamental plants with lower ecological value. My second SQ, the UK's framework requires a mandatory 10% biodiversity net gain for new developments. Has MND considered adopting a similar quantitative baseline in the interest of transparency and accountability? I believe that with a measurable net gain target, it can better assist MND to ensure that our city in nature vision is maintaining or improving functional habitats over time. My third SQ, the ecological profiling exercise, the EPE, identifies critical stepping stones for wildlife, but many LUSH-compliant developments remain isolated green islands rather than contiguous green linkages. So has MND considered more explicitly aligning existing programs like LUSH more directly to EPE-identified priority corridors so that developments in these locations contribute to strengthening ecological connectivity beyond isolated green plots? Thank you.
MOS Tan.
So I thank Mr. Dennis Tan for his commitment to working together with MND and NParks in pursuing our city nature vision. And we've discussed this multiple times, so thank you for working together with us. First, let me touch on the UK's BNG framework and also look into how, in fact, it has its own fair share of limitations. In fact, I did some study last night, and in fact, the UK developers have cited the BNG as costly and also imposing delays to building homes for UK citizens. The UK government in itself has also proposed rollbacks to the BNG because it's impacting their ability to build homes. So even in the UK, with their larger land sizes, have difficulty building their homes and are reviewing this, so I think we need to exercise caution when thinking about applying that to our context. And in that regard, I also wanted to take a larger holistic view on how we are safeguarding biodiversity. Now, the Lush project, now in its third iteration, is just one part of our overall strategy to enhance and to preserve biodiversity in Singapore. I mentioned earlier in my PQ reply that we've also safeguarded 7,800 hectares of green spaces and will establish additional nature parks, restore core habitats, conduct species recovery for rare, threatened, and endemic species. This is a holistic approach towards enhancing biodiversity, in addition to what we're doing with Lush, which is a downstream measure, and it's aimed to build and incorporate livability into our urban spaces. In that regard, I thought it's also been very, very helpful for us to give a concrete example about this. In Chencharu, in Yishun, for example, we are balancing development together with biodiversity, and this illustrates the point that I'm trying to make. In that project, HDB has worked with biodiversity experts and the nature groups on the EIA for the Yishun Chencharu BTO to enhance nature planting and also to build and advance and then implement an environmental monitoring management plan to design green spaces and linear parks. And in that regard also, we have worked very closely with our nature groups and environmental efforts. So I also wanted to take this opportunity to also respond to Member Herting Ru's point on Wednesday about our engagements with nature groups being one-sided. That is not true, because we work with our nature groups very extensively. I met with them even on Valentine's Day last month, and I worked with Dr. Sean Lam, for example, on the Nature Society Singapore. And in this particular Yishun Chencharu project, Dr. Sean Lam has offered his expertise to co-create planting palette with HDB. So in this regard, I appreciate the members' suggestion in looking at external examples, but I think that's not quite appropriate to Singapore's context. We have a larger, more holistic, more coordinated approach to enhancing biodiversity, and I thank him for his continued work with us in pursuing this very important mission. Thank you.
Let's squeeze in one more last PQ. Ms. Alyssa Chen.
So the Health Promotion Board, HPB, offers peer support training for institutes of higher learning, the IHLs, workplaces, and community groups. Participants are trained to recognize peers in distress, provide active listening, and guide them to seek help early. Peer supporters also learn to practice self-care and may seek help through their own organization's employee assistance programs or counseling services. From this year onwards, HPB's peer supporter training will be available in a hybrid format and offer additional modules to enhance training. Additionally, the National Council of Social Service, NCSS's Peer Support Specialist Program, trains persons with lived experiences to support others on their recovery journeys. The Ministry of Manpower, MOM, and the Workplace Safety and Health, WSH Council, have established the Wellbeing Champions Network to provide workplace-appointed champions with the necessary resources and training to better support their organizations in promoting workplace mental health well-being. AIC also offers online mental health awareness modules to better equip frontliners to help persons with mental health needs navigate the service landscape. But I must say that these resources we put forth for peer support and peer support itself is only one prong of the kind of scaffolding we are wrapping around persons with mental health needs. Because in addition to some of these peer support measures we're doing, members will also realize from what I shared earlier in my earlier PQ that we have platforms such as MindSG or mindsg.gov.sg and mindline.sg that provide the public with useful mental health information and resources. Ultimately, peer support is meant as a scaffold to support the greater needs of the community. They are not meant to carry the burden of mental health care that the professionals should be doing. So I think if a peer supporter feels that there is something beyond which his or her competency can handle, then I think these resources we put forth, like mindline.sg, can be useful referral points for the peer supporter to guide the person in need to access these resources where they can receive more in-depth counseling and subsequent referral to relevant care needs at higher acuity of care. Thank you, sir.
Ms. Chen, actually we are out of time, but I'll allow you a very short SQ.
Thank you so much. Okay, thank you, SMS, for the answers as well. I wanted to ask whether the ministry will consider more deliberately integrating peer support structures into the tiered care model for mental health so that peer supporters in the community and workplaces are clearly recognized as part of the national mental health ecosystem with defined roles, referral pathways, and outcome indicators. I ask this because many times they are the first line of defense, and HR or a trusted adult or a peer can be someone who can make a difference. Secondly, I'd like to ask if the ministry intends to ensure that strengthened peer support structures are accessible to groups who may be less likely to seek help through formal services, such as older adults, caregivers, and persons in lower wage or more precarious forms of employment, and whether targeted outreach or tailored peer support initiatives will be developed for these groups. Thank you.
SMS Co, I hope you're obliged with a short answer, sir.
Thank you, sir. So on her first question, whether peer supporters should be actually part of the formal network care, as I said in my reply, peer support is meant to be an informal scaffold around formal levels of support, and I think we should not put that burden on them to be part of the formalized care structure. But they form a wider community of support around those with needs to help to guide them to the relevant resources that they can seek formal help for. And second question on what to do with the harder to reach population, that indeed is a big challenge because even, mental health is pretty much a silent disease. There is no external manifestation that you can actually see from far away. And so the focus for us would be to increase education and also to put forth our community care teams so that those with needs in the community, especially the harder to reach ones, if we know who they are, we can then find a way to outreach to them and encourage them to step forward and seek care. Thank you, sir.
Order, end of question time. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Supplementary estimates of expenditure for the financial year 1st April 2025 to 31st March 2026, Committee of Supply, allotted date.
Supplementary estimates of expenditure for the financial year 1st April 2025 to 31st March 2026 contained in Paper Command 5 of 2026. As there are no amendments, I propose to take the heads of expenditure en bloc. I will first take heads E, L, P, S, V, W, and Z of the supplementary main estimates. The question is that the sum stated for the heads of expenditure as shown on page 5 of Paper Command 5 of 2026 stand part of the supplementary main estimates. Those who agree say aye. Aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I will now take the supplementary development estimates. In respect of the supplementary development estimates, they are heads B, I, L, Q, S, T, and W. The question is that the sum stated for the heads of expenditure as shown on page 9 of Paper Command 5 of 2026 stand part of the supplementary development estimates. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question now is that the sum of $1,087,355,800 shall be supplied to the government under the heads of expenditure for the public services shown in the supplementary main estimates of expenditure for the financial year 1st April 2025 to 31st March 2026, contained in Paper Command 5 of 2026. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question now is that the sum of $2,161,019,900 shall be supplied to the government under the head of expenditure for the public services shown in the supplementary development estimates of expenditure for the financial year 1st April 2025 to 31st March 2026, contained in Paper Command 5 of 2026. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Resolutions to be reported. Second Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I report that the Committee of Supply has come to certain resolutions.
The first resolution of the Committee of Supply is that the sum of $1,087,355,800 shall be supplied to the government under the heads of expenditure for the public services shown in the supplementary main estimates of expenditure for the financial year 1st April 2025 to 31st March 2026, contained in Paper Command 5 of 2026. The second resolution of the Committee of Supply is that the sum of $2,161,019,900 shall be supplied to the government under the heads of expenditure for the public services shown in the supplementary development estimates of expenditure for the financial year 1st April 2025 to 31st March 2026, contained in Paper Command 5 of 2026.
Second Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I move that Parliament doth agree with the committee on the said resolutions.
The question is that Parliament does agree with the committee on the said resolution. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Item 2, estimates for the financial year 1st April 2026 to 31st March 2027, Committee of Supply, second allotted day.
Head F, Parliament, Ms. He Ting-ru.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that the total sum to be allocated for Head F of the estimates be reduced by $100. Singapore has come a long way since independence, and much of our progress was built on the bedrock of political stability. Yet, we must not mistake political dominance for political stability. Single-party dominance brought us here, but we cannot assume it will guarantee stability ahead. even the PAP acknowledges a growing appetite for more voices in Parliament, more diversity in policy making. This is why the Workers' Party continues to push for the further strengthening of our parliamentary institutions, whether through electoral reforms or select committee work, as previously called for by our junior MP Gerald Giam. Parliament is sovereign, and the bedrock on which our government derives is legitimacy. We should not view increases in legislative work, including select committee work, as a drain on time and resources. Parliament's duty and responsibility to the public is to continuously strive for rigorous oversight and active legislative work. To strengthen our parliamentary democracy, we must ensure that we have safeguards and institutions to define our politics, particularly the delineation and interaction between partisan and non-partisan roles. And as we move forward towards a more diverse and representative political and parliamentary landscape, it is reasonable to properly delineate what is and what is not partisan. A step is to introduce cooling-off periods between partisan and non-partisan roles, allowing individuals to meaningfully detach from previous associations. This is especially important when we turn our attention to who sits in this House. Otherwise, how do we stop ourselves from wondering whether a member is auditioning for another role or a different office each time they rise to speak? I would not be breaking any rules if I retired from electoral politics, quit the Workers' Party, left my seat, declared myself non-partisan, and applied to be an NMP the next day. If I did this, Singaporeans would and should ask whether this passes the smell test, wonder about our parliamentary institutions, and whether it is enough to just keep to the letter of the law. Distinctions between partisan and non-partisan roles should apply to those leaving political appointments, the presidency, and senior public sector roles too. Public servants seeking political office should observe a cooling-off period. Political appointees and senior public servants leaving office should not immediately be employed in areas they last oversaw or regulated to avoid actual or apparent conflicts of interest. Cooling-off periods are not novel. Jurisdictions from the UK to Canada impose various cooling-off periods prohibiting ministers, backbenchers, and senior civil servants from joining private entities or undertaking lobbying activities to better manage potential revolving door conflicts of interest, along with the risk of undermining public trust or even the perception of regulatory capture. In Singapore, under our Code of Corporate Governance, independent directors must generally have a 3-year gap from any prior executive role before being regarded as independent. It appears that our civil service has similar restrictions in principle. In 2012, the Indian Election Commission mooted a cooling-off period clause to prevent civil servants from joining electoral politics straight after they resign, to give these persons time to dissociate from their previous roles and deter civil servants from acting or auditioning to gain favor for candidacy. This idea was previously raised by Leon Pereira, and I want to repeat this call. These restrictions are not about individual trustworthiness. They exist because systems must provide clear, defensible boundaries against conflicts of interest, perceived or real. This is about enhancing and concretizing protections for the integrity of political institutions, especially at a time when lines may be easily blurred in the public eye. Next, grassroots advisors. The PAP's position is that GRAs under the People's Association advances the policies of a sitting administration, or the PA does important work and may bring policies into our communities. This is also where the complexity begins. Is the role of the GRA a non-partisan public function, or is it a partisan extension of the governing party's ground operations? How do we tell? If the role is a non-partisan extension of the state, then individuals occupying those roles must be non-partisan, like the civil service. Civil servants serve a sitting administration. They do not carry partisan loyalties into their roles, nor do their appointments hinge on electoral fortunes. Their credibility depends on discharging their duties without fear or favor, regardless of administration. The present design of the GRA system attempts both, non-partisan in theory while requiring political alignment in practice. It would be helpful to provide clarity on which side GRAs fall on. This also has implications on how grassroots activists see their role. If grassroots activists are involved in electioneering, what are the lines between partisanship and non-partisanship? The rules are apparent for civil servants, but less so for grassroots activists and PA staff. If the GRA structure is genuinely non-partisan and functions like part of the civil service ecosystem, would partisanship be appropriate? If GRAs are an extension of a ruling party's political machinery, then we should be candid. And relatedly, we should scrutinize the PA budget, which is provided by taxpayers, with these considerations, particularly when it shapes whether members of this House are able to access the state resources that they come with. Ultimately, this will ensure that our institutions uphold the principles of a parliamentary democracy where the will of the people is respected. It would be a shame if the lack of clarity of whether something is partisan or not takes us back to the days when voters were threatened to have public funds withdrawn, upgrading pushback, should they not make the right choice. Thank you.
The question is that the total sum to be allocated for Head F of the estimates be reduced by $100. Minister Indrani.
Mr. Chairman, the gist of this cut was strengthening parliamentary democracy and safeguarding democracy in a changing world. Watching recent events unfold on the global stage, it sometimes feels like democracy is under siege. In some other countries, which have long been regarded as leading democracies, there is a sense that systems are breaking down, trust has been eroded, and once revered institutions have been rendered ineffective, compromised, or even under direct attack. This malaise is marked by the following symptoms: polarization, deep divisions with no space for a middle ground, sometimes resulting in legislative paralysis; political contestation, increasingly framed around race, religion, or other divisive issues, which exploit and deepen divisions; populism, where electorates are sold only the upsides and not told the downsides, and where difficult but necessary decisions are avoided; short-term thinking, driven by selfish political calculation without regard to societal cost; performative politics in and out of Parliament, in lieu of substantive and rational discourse; misleading statements, or even, not so rarely, outright falsehoods; disregard of the rule of law and processes. We can be thankful that our parliamentary democracy is not in such a parlous state. This is not because we're immune to such dangers. We are as vulnerable to these political pitfalls as any other society. We have, in large part, avoided going down this path only because we, and in particular, successive PAP governments, have continued to maintain high standards and important fundamentals. But this is not to say it cannot happen to us in the future, and it takes very little to get onto the slippery slope. How then can we safeguard our parliamentary democracy? First, there must be proper laws coupled with respect for the rule of law. One must observe the letter and the spirit of the rules and to follow through, even though the consequences may be politically inconvenient. Second, integrity. Laws alone are not enough. Around the world, we see democracies with many laws, but that are still dysfunctional. Democracies can only be safe when the parliamentarians in whose hands democracy is entrusted act honorably and with integrity, and who, when things go wrong, have the courage and the sense of shame to accept accountability for matters within their responsibility and their personal conduct. Third, the right people. We need parliamentarians with competence, commitment, and conscience on both sides of the House. In government, we need competent people who understand the fundamentals of governance and can master the difficult task of running a country. In opposition, we need competent people who understand the issues, ask the right questions, and hold not only the government, but also themselves to the same high standards of integrity and accountability. We need parliamentarians who are committed, will stay the course, and are able to put country before party. Ms. Hertingru raised 2 points. One was on cooling off periods, and the other on grassroots advisors. On the question of cooling off periods, actually, it's very straightforward or simple. I think she put forward the suggestion or the scenario. Could she resign from the WP and become an NMP the following day? The answer is, if she resigned from the Workers' Party and declared that, there is no obstacle to her becoming a nominated member of Parliament the following day, provided that when she is, assuming is selected, carries out those duties as a nominated member of Parliament properly. You've declared to the world that you are no longer partisan. You have taken on a responsibility to be non-partisan. And so long as you carry out that duty properly, there is nothing wrong with that. And should the reverse be the same, take place, meaning that you are in a non-partisan position, and let's say tomorrow you wish to become partisan, then the right thing to do would be to step down from your non-partisan position and say to the world that you intend to have a partisan role or are exploring a partisan role. That way it's transparent, it's fair, and this is what we have done in our system, and it has served us well. She mentioned conflicts of interest, perceived or real. Well, that's a good point, because conflict of interest can also arise where you may have taken a certain position in Parliament and then later be sitting on a tribunal which has to decide on an issue where you've already taken a position in Parliament. Now that would be a conflict of interest too. So we must see how we conduct ourselves appropriately, and much depends on the individual. On the role of grassroots advisors, firstly, that is not a parliamentary matter and is wrongly discussed under Head F. That's one of the reasons why MPs should, in the gist, when they file their cut, actually set out a bit more what they're going to say. So first, it's wrongly filed under this cut, so I do not propose to address it in detail, other than to say that this has been answered quite fully by Minister Ong Ye Kung in a separate earlier session of Parliament, where he explained the difference between the role of a grassroots advisor, which is essentially flowing from government, and that of an MP. And the MP's role is to come to Parliament to represent their voters and to do certain things, and the roles are separate. So let me just wrap up by pointing to a speech made by DPM Goh Chok Tong in 1988 about the infamous Hendrickson affair. He cited 3 political models. One, the American system of checks and balances, where the underlying premises is fundamentally one of distrust, where each branch must constantly keep the other in check. The other, the British system, where the executive, the Prime Minister, and Cabinet are given wider discretionary powers. The Singapore system is more like the British system, except, as Mr. Goh noted, Singaporeans have gone further and superimposed on our constitutional framework the ideal of a political leader who is upright, morally beyond reproach, someone people can trust, and we believe that leaders must be men and women of ability and integrity committed to the public good. Mr. Goh quoted from the Analects of Confucius, "To govern is to set things right. If you begin by setting yourself right, who will dare deviate from the right?" Thank you.
We have very little time for clarification, so Ms. He, it has to be a very short clarification. In total, we only have 1.5 minutes, so that's for you and the Minister to respond.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Much obliged. I think I have 2 quick clarifications. The first is that would the Minister not agree? I heard the Minister's explanation earlier about, as long as you tell people that you've stepped down from your partisan role or your non-partisan role and you're switching over to the other side. But I think I quoted earlier that there's the Code of Corporate Governance, which has a 3-year cooling off. So is the Minister saying that if directors or formerly executive officers in a company actually step down and declare that they are henceforth independent, that would suffice? And then the second point, I believe, was the Minister saying about conflicts of interest. I just wanted to set the record straight that, even though some of the WP MPs were actually tasked by the WPCC to look into the matter of our Secretary General, Mr. Pritam Singh, this was actually an internal party disciplinary disciplinary matter. Proceedings are ongoing. I don't want to preempt nor speak for the panel at this stage, but also just to clarify that the motion that was tabled before the Parliament was on many limbs. None of them were about contravening the party's constitution, which is what we were tasked to look into, and therefore I felt that this is, and when it came to actually voting about the motion, I felt that because of the many limbs in there, I felt there was something that I could not support. Thank you.
Minister Indrani.
Mr. Speaker, I don't have to look at the Code of Governance for Directors, that is a regime for directors. What is of importance is what is the right and appropriate conduct for members of Parliament, and I have outlined that earlier. On the second point about conflicts of interest, the resolution that was discussed did touch on matters which will be something that the CEC or the Disciplinary Tribunal of the Workers' Party has to look at. I say no more than that because it's self-evident and self-explanatory.
Ms. He, I would like to invite you to withdraw your amendment.
Sir, I would like to once again thank our parliamentary staff for their work in ensuring the smooth running of the various functions of our Parliament, and with that, I beg leave to withdraw my amendment.
Is the honourable member given leave to withdraw the amendment? I think the leave of the majority is given and the amendment is withdrawn. The question is that the sum of $50,739,900 for Head F stand part of the main estimates. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that the sum of $12,792,700 for Head F stand part of the development estimates. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Head N. Mr. Ip Hong Wing.
Mr. Chairman, I seek to move that the total sum to be allocated for Head N of the estimates be reduced by $100. In Greek mythology, in Homer's Odyssey, after years of war and wandering, Odysseus faced one of his most perilous trials. To return home, he had to steer his ship through a narrow strait from which there is no turning back. On one side loomed Celia, a six-headed monster perched upon the cliffs, each head striking with deadly precision to seize a sailor from the deck. On the other roared Charybdis, a vast whirlpool that swallowed the sea itself and dragged entire ships into the depths. Sail too close to one, and men would be taken one by one. Drift to the other, the whole vessel would be lost. One danger was immediate and targeted. The other was systemic and consuming. Odysseus could defeat neither. To attempt the impossible meant ruin, so he steadied his crew and held his course. He preserved his vessel, surviving by judgment, discipline, and resolve. For small states like Singapore, this remains the eternal test, not to overpower giants, but to navigate safely between them. Today, the waters are narrowing again. The post-Cold War order is giving way to sharper rivalry and deeper fragmentation. Norms are contested, institutions are strained, the power of the law risks being replaced by the law of power. Mr. Chairman, I have several questions. First, Mr. Chairman, on the evolving global order and the defense of rules. As major powers compete across security, technology, and trade, how will we preserve Singapore's strategic space? When pressure mounts and blocks harden, how do we remain sovereign in decision, secure in defense, and stable in prosperity? On sovereignty, Russia's invasion of Ukraine remains a grave breach of the UN Charter. Elsewhere, internal crises and external pressures test the principles of non-intervention and territorial integrity. For a small state, sovereignty is our lifeblood, our legitimacy, our survival. If might makes right, small states pay the highest price. The question for the Minister is this: how will Singapore uphold a rule-based order consistently and credibly? How will we defend principle not only in word, but indeed ensuring the same standards apply regardless of who breaches them? We are also witnessing the erosion of multilateralism, rising tariffs, expanding industrial policies, and strains within the WTO weakening global commerce. For a trade-dependent nation, fragmentation hits our ports, our factories, and our households. In this environment, what more must we do? What more can we do to strengthen high-quality trade agreements? How do we advance digital and green economy partnerships and push meaningful reforms so that rules, not raw power, govern global commerce? Second, Mr. Chairman, on regional stability and conflict management. Geopolitical tensions in the Asia-Pacific remain acute. From the China-Japan row to flashpoints in the South China Sea, maritime incidents carry risks of miscalculation and escalation. How then is Singapore reducing this risk? How do we uphold freedom of navigation while avoiding binary alignments? And how do we reinforce ASEAN centrality so that ASEAN remains the anchor for dialogue and peaceful dispute resolution? On Gaza, amidst immense humanitarian suffering, how will Singapore combine moral clarity with diplomatic effectiveness? We have stated our support for a negotiated two-state solution, yet the pathway appears fragile. What role can Singapore play? How do we contribute meaningfully to humanitarian relief and a credible path forward towards peace without being drawn into the politics of others? Third, Mr. Chairman, on domestic resilience and shaping global norms. Foreign policy no longer operates only beyond our shores. In an age of polarized narratives, it reaches into our information space and our social cohesion. How do we strengthen the home front? How can we deepen public understanding that foreign policy shapes our food security, our energy resilience, our jobs, and our safety abroad? How can we strengthen trust, unity, and resilience at home? If we are to be steady abroad, we must be united at home. Meanwhile, how can Singapore strengthen its role in protecting frontier domains? In cyber governance and AI, how can we help shape norms that are inclusive and safe? How are we strengthening cooperation on climate action and biodiversity to safeguard our seas, skies, and digital space? And looking ahead, how will Singapore help write the rules for the new frontiers? How will we ensure that small states retain voice and agency in global rulemaking? Fourth, Mr. Chairman, on bilateral relationships and strategic diversification. With the US and China, the challenge is enduring. How will we engage both constructively while remaining independent? We must cooperate where we can and stand firm where we must. The balance is delicate. How do we maintain trust with both without being bound to either? How do we keep principled positions without being predictable instruments? How do we preserve strategic autonomy without drifting into isolation? With Malaysia, Indonesia, and Brunei, our destinies are intertwined. How can we deepen connectivity and strengthen the ASEAN core so that ASEAN remains central in our region's stability? Beyond our immediate neighborhood, diversification is a strategic necessity. How are we advancing partnerships with middle powers like India, Japan, Korea, Australia, and New Zealand? Are we exploring the Gulf, Latin America, and Africa so that our economy has multiple engines of growth and our diplomacy has multiple pillars of support? In conclusion, Mr. Chairman, Odysseus did not calm the sea or slay the monsters. He survived because he understood the dangers, disciplined the crews, and held the course. Singapore must take heed. We cannot control the currents of history. We cannot stop the rivalry of giants, but we can control our response. We must be firm in principle, pragmatic in execution. We must be steady in diplomacy, agile in adaptation. We must be united as a people to defend our sovereignty. And we must ensure that the power of the law prevails over the law of power. Like Odysseus steering between Scylla and Charybdis, we cannot eliminate every danger, but with judgment in strategy, discipline in execution, and unity in purpose, we can hold our course and we will emerge stronger on the other side. Thank you.
The question is that the total sum to be allocated for head end of the estimates be reduced by $100. Mr. Vikram Nair.
Chairman, I thank the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for navigating in this complex external environment. I have talked about the breakdown in the international world order in my speech for the budget debate. Today, I want to focus on how Singapore conducts foreign policy and the relationships it maintains, particularly in relation to free trade and security. The central challenge before us is this. The assumptions that underpin the post-Cold War order, such as open markets and compliance with international law, can no longer be taken for granted. Therefore, the question is how Singapore should adapt to the evolving global environment in its conduct of foreign policy. I wish to make a few points. First, we must be clear about what should not change. Singapore's foreign policy is anchored in the principles of sovereignty and the rule of law. For a small state like Singapore, international law ensures that our rights are protected. Even when major powers disregard rules, it is not in our interest to do the same. We must remain consistent and ensure that when Singapore speaks on international issues, other countries recognize that Singapore is credible and its positions are consistent with its own conduct. When Singapore speaks on international issues, other countries recognize that its positions are not based in expediency or convenience. Second, in relation to free trade, we must recognize that globalization is entering a more fragmented phase. Economic relationships are increasingly shaped by strategic considerations. For example, as I've mentioned during the budget debate, the United States' position on the imposition of tariffs has been troubling. In this environment, Singapore's approach must be to remain open and connected. This means that we must actively diversify our economic partnerships. We must deepen ties not only with major powers, but also across regions such as Asia, the Middle East, Europe, and other markets. It also means supporting high-quality trade agreements and looking into emerging areas beyond traditional commerce. By participating actively in shaping new economic rules, we can ensure that emerging standards and frameworks align with our interests and values. At the same time, of course, we must continue to strengthen our economic resilience at home so that external shocks do not disproportionately affect Singapore's economic position. Third, on security, it is also important that we maintain balanced and good relationships. Our ties with the United States and China and other key partners each serve distinct and important interests. We should continue to engage all sides constructively without being drawn into taking zero-sum positions. This requires careful calibration as well as clear articulation of our national interests so that engagement with our one partner does not come at the expense of another. Finally, ASEAN remains important to our strategy. A cohesive and credible ASEAN provides Southeast Asia with collective weight and agency. Singapore should continue to strengthen ASEAN-led platforms which promote dialogue and cooperation. Now, unfortunately, ASEAN is facing its own challenges, with Myanmar's participation limited by its political problems, and the war between Thailand and Cambodia marking the first military confrontation between two ASEAN countries. Now, in order to achieve these objectives, we must invest in diplomatic capability. To conduct foreign policy effectively, it is important that our diplomats have deep expertise. Foreign policy today extends beyond traditional policy making into domains such as economics, climate, and technology. Our diplomats' capacity to operate across these intersections is crucial. MFA's work is especially important in these uncertain times. I support the Ministry's work and its continued efforts and look forward to hearing about the Ministry's plans in response to the challenges we face. Thank you.
Mr. Victor Lai.
Mr. Chairman, as the global environment becomes more fragmented, supply chains are reorganizing. As a city-state, our resilience increasingly depends on trusted proximity and connectivity. I believe that trust is the intangible infrastructure for us to continue punching above our diplomatic weight class in a fragmented global economy. In line with my view of Singapore as a network economy, Singapore's strength lies in becoming a key trusted node in connected regional systems, linking cities, industries, and people. Accordingly, I frame our foreign policy through 3 rings of strategic connectivity. 1, immediate neighborhood for execution. Recent engagements between PM Wong and PM Anwar reaffirm our commitment to managing complex issues constructively. The Singapore-Johor corridor is the fastest pathway to practical results, addressing our constraints in manpower, costs, and energy resilience. Beyond Johor, there are opportunities to deepen ties with cities in the rest of Peninsular Malaysia, as well as East Malaysian cities such as Kuching and Kota Kinabalu, where complementarities in energy, food systems, and digital sectors offer mutual economic benefits. Likewise, the Singapore-Johor-Riau corridor remains a natural growth platform. Sumatra and the Riau Islands are in close proximity. Few Singaporeans realize that the city of Medan is nearer to Singapore than to Jakarta. We must therefore get Singaporeans to see opportunities beyond our shores. 2, regional networks for resilience. Beyond our immediate borders, we must scale our trusted node status across ASEAN, ANZ, Northeast Asia, China, and India. And 3, emerging markets for longer-term growth. We must pave pathways into Africa, Latin America, and the Middle East. The evolution of our overseas missions from mere representation to market paving and ecosystem building is critical. In this regard, I would be interested to know how MFA prioritizes these neighboring city and regional partnerships as platforms to help Singapore companies enter new markets and support Singaporeans seeking opportunities abroad. Thank you.
Mr. Jarogia.
Sir, the global order has shifted. Relying on traditional partners continues to be necessary, but is no longer sufficient for Singapore to survive and thrive. We may become vulnerable if we over-depend on frameworks that no longer hold in this vulnerable era. While we often speak of ASEAN centrality, we must not let regional cooperation remain primarily a matter of diplomatic process, while global giants rewrite the rules. Singapore must become a catalyst within ASEAN to coordinate our positions, to exert collective bargaining power with middle and major powers. To do this, we must invest more in ASEAN's architecture. This could include seconding MFA officers and having Singaporeans serve in leadership positions in the ASEAN Secretariat. How is MFA planning to deepen regional integration and encourage ASEAN to move together as a cohesive economic and political grouping during our chairmanship next year? This new era also requires small states to step up diplomacy. We cannot assume nations will respect us simply because of our economic success. Our political leaders, diplomats, and senior officials in all ministries must cultivate deeper relationships with their counterparts in other countries. The US-Singapore Free Trade Agreement was reportedly struck over a golf game in 2000 between then Prime Minister Goh Chok Tong and President Bill Clinton. Today, world leaders often communicate directly to strike deals. Alexander Stubb, the president of Finland, which has a smaller population than Singapore, has shared how he is able to text message both President Donald Trump and Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov. Do our leaders maintain that same level of direct access to global decision makers? Founding Prime Minister Lee Kuan Yew's early travels across Africa and Asia built friendships that established support for Singapore in the global south for decades. He also built very strong personal relationships with leaders of global powers. We must build on this and not take this for granted. In response to my question if Singapore will be accepting the US invitation on the Board of Peace, the minister said Singapore is still assessing it. In the meantime, the board has held its first meeting, and it turns out the European nations that initially appeared to be staying out were there as observers. Our neighbor Indonesia, the world's largest Muslim majority nation, has also joined it. Has Singapore made any decisions in this regard, including being at least an observer? To be clear, I'm not calling for any commitment of funds or troops to the board. Overseas missions serve as important front lines in promoting Singapore's interests and safeguarding the well-being of Singaporeans abroad, as well as listening posts to understand what is really happening. We currently lack resident ambassadors in Italy, Sweden, Canada, Brazil, and Nigeria. Establishing more resident missions in middle powers must take higher priority as we diversify our partnerships. Finally, we must develop greater people-to-people relationships with our neighbors, particularly among our youth.
Mr. Leong Eng Hua.
Sir, the post-Cold War order that many of us grew up with is fading before our eyes. For more than 3 decades after the Cold War, the world operated under a relatively stable framework underwritten by the leadership of the US. Global trade expanded. Multilateral institutions such as the UN and the WTO provided rules and processes. Small states like Singapore could rely on a system where law mattered more than the raw power. Today, that order is fracturing. We see the rise of multipolarity, sharper strategic rivalry, fragmentation of supply chains, and weakening confidence in the multilateral institutions. Trade, technology, finance are increasingly instruments of geopolitical competition. So for Singapore, this is not an academic debate. It concerns our survivability. First, on security. As a small state in a strategic region, we must expect greater pressure as major powers compete. Our approach must remain clear and consistent. We do not choose side, but we choose principle. We uphold international law, freedom of navigation, and ASEAN centrality. At the same time, we must continue to invest in strong and credible SAF and home team to deter aggression and safeguard our sovereignty. Second, on the economy, our trade is multiple times our GDP, and any fragmentation of global trade and decoupling of technology standards or disruptions of supply chain will directly impact our growth and jobs. And thirdly, on multilateralism, a rule-based orders protect small states. And if power politics prevail, small states suffer first. So Singapore must continue to champion open markets, plurilateral agreements, and cooperation among like-minded countries. So in that regard, I would like to hear the MFA's latest take on the evolving post-war order and what are the implications for Singapore.
Mr. Ong Wei Nung.
Chairman, over the past year, the global geopolitical landscape has become increasingly tense, from conflicts in Europe and South America to rising frictions even within our region. International institutions such as the United Nations and the World Trade Organization are facing growing limitations in resolving dispute. Increasingly, we see a world where power shapes outcome and the principle of might is right is gaining ground. For the small and open country like Singapore, this is a sobering reality. We cannot take peace, stability, or prosperity for granted. Our survival has always depended on foresight, resilience, and above all, unity. Against this backdrop, how will the Ministry of Foreign Affairs position Singapore to navigate a more uncertain and fragmented world? How will MFA work together with MINDEF and other security agencies to strengthen our diplomatic, economic, and defense resilience in the years ahead? Equally important, how will the government rally Singaporeans to stay united, vigilant, and prepared? In a more dangerous world, our greatest strength is not just our military or our economy. It is the cohesion, trust, and collective resolve of our people. Thank you.
Dr. Neo Kok Pik.
Well, Mr. Chairman, technology has become a political tool or geopolitical tool and to impact certain political economy that we have. Right now, you can see the IC war. Well, not literally a war, but the barriers are being set up for technology transfer and also technology utilization, trying to impede countries from moving from a higher level of technology capabilities. Now, I think Professor Joseph Nye famously mentioned two things, right? Power, hard power and soft power. Now, technology then can be a soft power. But the question is how we utilize it for the benefits of Singapore and also the countries surrounding us or even for the world. So my observation is that technology, as we are practicing right now, is on a lower level for foreign affairs. We set up a technical assistance center, we help our neighboring countries, and we offer scholarships. At a higher level, where we are in pioneering technologies such as quantum, such as AI, typically we leave it to either the industry or the research centers or the universities to actually implement according to maybe their relationships, maybe the complementary strength. Would the Ministry of Foreign Affairs consider technology as a strategic tool in our foreign policy that we upgrade it and push it as a soft power? So my proposal is whether we will upgrade our current technology directorate into ambassador level or have a coherent way of putting all our technologies in Singapore from the pioneering and to not just on the pioneering capabilities, but also the absorptive capacity of certain countries, because different countries have different level of technology absorption capacity. So training center will there be upgraded on a national scale rather than ad hoc basis. So I'm looking forward to a more strategic direction for our technology policy. Thank you.
Ms. Jessica Tan.
Mr. Chairman, US-China strategic competition is deepening and global supply chains are being reshaped by security concerns, export controls, and geopolitical alignment. A small, open economy, these shifts are not distant events for Singapore. They have direct implications for our sovereignty, our economic resilience, and the livelihood of our people. To protect Singapore's independence, as well as for Singapore to remain a trusted global hub for trade, we must understand the risk and respond decisively. I'd like to seek clarity from MFA on several fronts. On our strategic posture, how does MFA see the US-China relationship evolving, and what does it mean for Singapore's ability to make our own choices? Where are the pressure points, and where their rivalry could squeeze our room to maneuver, and how are we protecting that precious independence of action that underpins our sovereignty? And importantly, how are we making sure Singapore is never pushed into taking sides, whether in technology standards, security cooperation, or trade, so that we can continue to act in the best interests of our people? Second, on economic security. Given that the world is shifting from efficiency to resilience, how is MFA working with MTI to make sure Singapore isn't overly exposed to any single geopolitical choke point? Because when supply chains are disrupted, it ultimately affects our jobs, cost of living, and the confidence businesses have to invest in Singapore. How vulnerable are we to the US-China technology split, especially to semiconductors, AI, and digital infrastructure that our companies rely on to stay competitive and families depend on for daily life? And as global supply chains reorganize, how are we positioning Singapore as a trusted, stable hub so that businesses continue to choose Singapore, create jobs, and keep our economy strong? Finally, on resilience and public trust, How is MFA working across government to protect Singaporeans from foreign interference, whether it comes through politics, digital platforms, or even economic pressure? And just as importantly, how is MFA helping Singaporeans understand that these risks in a clear, calm way so that people feel informed and prepared rather than anxious? In a world where misinformation spreads quickly and external actors may try to influence our views or decisions, Singaporeans need to know what to look out for and trust that government is safeguarding our interests. Mr. Chairman, these questions reflect our shared responsibilities to safeguard Singapore's sovereignty and secure the future of our people in a more contested world. Thank you.
Ms. Haslina Abdul Halim.
Chairman, Singaporeans have much to be grateful for and proud of. One would be our Singapore passport, the world's most powerful for the last 4 consecutive years and counting. Singaporeans are privileged with visa-free access to 192 countries, signifying strong diplomatic ties, exceptional stability, and good reputation internationally. The passport is but one outcome of what our foreign policy achieves. For us to remain and continue to shine as a red dot, our foreign policy has to be appreciated beyond our diplomatic corps or in this house. It must also do so in our homes. Fellow Singaporeans must understand, support, and feel connected to it. There is a Malay saying, "Tak kenal maka tak cinta." If we do not know something, we cannot love it. Likewise, if Singaporeans tak kenal or do not know how and why our foreign policy matters in the complex world, then where is the love? A famous chorus by Black Eyed Peas. Chairman, we are in an era where power is volatile, institutions are under strain, and geopolitical competition is intensifying, less constrained by shared rules. How do we safeguard our interests amid the weakening of the rules-based international order together? Singapore thrives on stability and a rules-based international system. Our economy, our security, and our future all closely tied to what happens beyond our shores. That is why strengthening domestic support and awareness of our foreign policy is so important. Everything begins at home. How will MFA enhance efforts to strengthen public understanding of Singapore's foreign policy principles so that there is sustained domestic support for the stand we take in complex and polarizing situations? Singaporeans today are more globally aware than ever before. Many follow international developments closely and care deeply about humanitarian issues. Of late, we've seen how strongly Singaporeans here feel about Gaza, Ukraine, and Sudan. Across communities, Singaporeans have shared the hurt and held the pain, each motivated to do their part, especially for women and children affected by the wars. Last year, I was part of the Singapore delegation to Cairo, Jerusalem, and Ramallah. Many Singaporeans reached out to share their concern. Some tried to unpack the complexities, and many offered their support. Plus, many community organizations I met at a dialogue after the working visits also shared their interest in playing a part to rebuild Gaza. I urge the MFA to be intentional in engaging and collaborating with our homegrown and international NGOs so more Singaporeans can participate in the ministry's efforts to do its part in helping the ones in need. Singapore has been unwavering in our humanitarian assistance, two-state solution, maintaining good relations and supporting the Palestinian Authority. Earlier this week, the Palestinian Authority's Minister for Finance and Planning, Dr. Estefan Salame, sat in this very house. I first met Dr. Estefan in his office in Ramallah, and he remains hopeful of Singapore's support and assistance. He is not alone. Singaporeans are too, and I'm glad to learn that the Singapore government has committed to that. Chairman, for decades, multilateral institutions such as the United Nations and ASEAN have provided platforms where law, norms, and collective voice help offset disparities in economic weight, military strength, and political influence. Singapore has consistently invested in these frameworks. We founded the Forum of Small States at the UN in 1992 to amplify collective voices of countries that do not possess the size or leverage of major powers. We continue as its chair today. Small states must work together to avoid being marginalized in a system shaped by larger actors. Yet, Multilateral processes today are increasingly constrained by declining consensus and major contributors reassessing engagement. So in such an environment, how does MFA balance continued commitment to establish on new institutions, such as the Board of Peace, with the need to assess and possibly pivot when these institutions no longer function as intended? Closer to home, ASEAN remains a cornerstone of Singapore's foreign policy. Our region's relative peace and stability did not happen by chance. It was built over decades of cooperation and trust. As geopolitical tensions increase globally, ASEAN's unity and central role will become even more important for the future of Southeast Asia. The Prime Minister also spoke about diversifying connections and leveling up engagement with fast-growing regions such as Latin America, Africa, and the Middle East. This is a prudent move. Building stronger ties with these middle powers will help Singapore remain relevant and connected in a changing world. As influence becomes more dispersed, how is MFA determining which partnerships to prioritize? And as we expand into new regions, how is MFA working across governments to ensure Singaporeans are equipped to engage them? Chairman, our long-term strength begins at home. One important step we can take is to prepare young people. Minister Chan Chun Sing earlier mentioned the importance of a public service building up global exposure and connections to understand the world well. I very much welcome this move. Singapore should also take this move upstream and ramp up efforts to expose students to different cultures, languages, and religions. Chairman, another Malay saying goes, jauh perjalanan, luas pemandangan. The further you travel, the wider your view is. When our students pick up new languages, travel and interact with people from different societies, they learn. They build confidence and understanding. And when they understand the world better, they will also understand why Singapore must remain open, outward-looking, and engaged at the global stage. Foreign policy can sometimes feel abstract about strategy, geopolitics, and international negotiations, but its impact can also be deeply personal. We must ensure that our diplomacy and our people are ready for that reality. We must continue investing and strengthening appreciation at home, building partnerships abroad, and staying principled in uncertain times. We must continue so Singapore will be lit and shine bright as a mighty red dot. Thank you.
Ms. Joan Pereira.
Chairman, Singaporeans are more interested and engaged in international affairs thanks to social media. Greater awareness and interest in regional and global news is a strength we should support and nurture, but it also makes us more vulnerable to fake news, misinterpretations of events and developments. False narratives about Singapore or other countries can inflame sentiments and erode trust in our multiracial and religious community. Foreign policy today has real domestic salience. What happens abroad can quickly reach our homes and our hearts, affecting our security, jobs, and social cohesion. As a small, open, and highly connected city-state, we cannot afford for our foreign policy to be misunderstood or for our society to be divided by events far from our shores. MFA has already been stepping up engagements with students, youths, businesses, and community groups through dialogues and workshops to explain our operating concept and foreign policy in accessible terms. We should build on this by working more closely with the PA to train grassroots leaders as the front line of resilience. Such training can equip grassroots leaders with three things. First, a clear grasp of our foreign policy fundamentals, that we are guided by Singapore's long-term national interests, international law, and the need to maintain our autonomy and cohesion. Second, practical skills to spot and counter disinformation, how to verify sources, recognize manipulation, and respond calmly when residents share misleading or inflammatory content. Third, scenario-based exercises on sensitive issues, such as foreign conflicts involving race or religion, so that leaders can facilitate difficult conversations without letting emotions tear our social fabric. MFA should also develop simple, shareable explainer materials and rapid response lines to clarify our positions quickly when major international crises break, so that grassroots leaders, schools, unions, Businesses, religious and community organizations can anchor discussions on facts rather than rumors. Regular closed-door briefings for key local opinion shapers can help ensure that public comments reflect an understanding of Singapore's interests and are not exploited by foreign actors.
Ms. Lin Chong.
Mr. Chairman, navigating a world that has become more contested, more fragmented, and ultimately more dangerous demands not just a capable foreign service, but a geopolitically literate citizenry behind it. I say this having served nearly 7 years as a Singapore diplomat. I know firsthand that our foreign policy is only as strong as our domestic understanding behind it. Our diplomats are skilled, but our foreign policy choices often involve navigating between imperfect options, not choosing between right and wrong. And when difficult decisions must be made, whether to take positions that may temporarily strain relationships or navigate between competing interests, those choices are much harder to sustain without a public that understands why we make them. Domestic geopolitical literacy is not a soft complement to foreign policy. It is a foundation that makes hard choices possible. I appreciate MFA's efforts on this front. Since January 2024, it has conducted some 150 dialogue sessions and workshops with students, youths, and businesses. That is a good start. But engagement and literacy are not the same thing, especially as several members of this House have acknowledged that in an era where geopolitical actors actively shape public narratives through digital channels, a dialogue session raises awareness. Building literacy requires the same cumulative approach that we apply to other 21st century core competencies, layered across years, integrated into multiple disciplines, and reinforced over time. I urge MFA to work more deeply with MOE to embed geopolitical literacy throughout the curriculum from secondary school onward. Our students should graduate and enter the workforce with an understanding of how Singapore's prosperity depends on regional peace and open trade routes, why our stance on international law serves concrete national interests, and how global shifts in technology, climate, and demography, and more will reshape the world that they will inherit. A Singapore that understands the world that it lives in is a Singapore that can make hard choices and sustain them. This is the kind of resilience that no budget line can buy directly, but which only good education can build over time. Thank you.
Mr. Fu Zhexiang.
Mr. Chair, recently a resident approached me to ask if the government will do a citizen consultation exercise on whether Singapore should accept the invitation to join the US-initiated Board of Peace. She shared with me a poll on Yahoo where 87% of respondents voted no, and I believe that was her view as well. I shared with her my view that while I am a big advocate for greater citizenship consultation in many areas, there are broader considerations for this. She replied that carrying out a public consultation was not about letting public opinion dictate our decisions, but to help ensure that the decision considers societal and cultural views and not just the ministry involved doing work on its own. Sir, I was touched that my resident was candid with me on this issue that meant much to her, but I was troubled because if her perspective and assumptions are similarly held by many other Singaporeans, then we have lots to do to build greater domestic support for our foreign policy. In a world that's more divided, more volatile, and more vocal than ever before, and where attempts at foreign interference are rife, foreign policy can easily become a lightning rod for emotions. Every citizen will have our own view on foreign policy, undoubtedly shaped by our cultural backgrounds and influences we are exposed to daily. These views are relevant, and it is important that the government has its pulse on the ground. However, it will be unwise to turn strategic decisions of such a nature into public referendums or for the government to be pressured into taking certain decisions based on public sentiment. This will compromise the deftness and maneuverability and confine the space of our foreign policies, which are critical in this complex geopolitical environment. In this context, it is all the important that we build up domestic support, but how do we do so? I would like to suggest 4 quick strategies. First, anchor foreign policy in shared national principles. Singaporeans will differ in views, but we must be united in valuing our shared principles. And if decisions are consistently framed around these principles, while there may be disagreement on individual decisions, public will understand the logic behind them. Second, be more transparent in how we explain our key decisions. Not all negotiations can be conducted in the public square, but if the government can explain the context, constraints, and trade-offs more clearly after decisions are made, even if our citizens are not involved in the why and the how, they will better understand the why, and their confidence will deepen. Third, invest in education and strategic literacy and dedicate resources to schools, just like Member Eileen Chong has just raised. A population that understands global economics, security realities, and regional dynamics will be much less susceptible to simplistic narratives. Fourth and finally, leadership matters. We need calm, consistent voices that avoid inflaming sentiment overtly or insidiously on both sides of this House to set the tone for national discourse. Mr. Chair, building support for our foreign policy does not mean crowdsourcing strategy. It means building trust, strengthening understanding, and reinforcing the values that have safeguarded Singapore's independence and sovereignty for decades. Thank you.
SBS Sean Hong.
Singapore will have to navigate a more contested geopolitical environment for the foreseeable future, including intensifying US-China rivalry. Some may ask whether it's time for us to take a side, but doing so may not be in our best national interests. The reality is that all countries need to work with both, which will remain consequential players regardless of how the international order changes. Singapore's relevance to both major powers should not be taken for granted. I have two questions for the Minister. Why are both accounts important to us? And how should Singapore work with both? Are there specific areas of cooperation that we are looking at?
Mr. Henry Kwek.
Mr. Chairman, Singapore's foreign policy has always been anchored in maintaining strong relations with all major powers while safeguarding our sovereignty and national interests. Can MFA update us on how relationships with the United States and China have developed, and how can we continue to strengthen ties with both countries? Even as we maintain positive relations with Beijing and Washington, the world is becoming increasingly bifurcated. Supply chains are fragmented, technology ecosystems are splitting, and countries are being pressured to choose sides. For a small open economy like Singapore, this is an existential challenge. This is why engaging with middle powers and sizable regional blocs matter more than ever. Partners like the EU, Japan, and South Korea strengthen share our commitments to open trade, multilateral rules, and a stable international order. Deeper collaborations with these partners can help us expand economic opportunities, diversify our dependency, and uphold the global commons. Can MFA share the initiatives Singapore is pursuing with such middle power partners along the global geopolitical, trade, and technology fronts? How are we working with like-minded countries to partially insulate Singapore from an increasingly fragmented world while continuing to advance our national interests? Small nations thrive when the rule-based order holds. I hope MFA can outline how Singapore intends to play an active role in strengthening that order along partners who share this conviction. Thank you.
Mr. Edward Chia.
Mr. Chairman, I will speak on Singapore's relations with the United States and China and our engagement with international organizations amid an evolving global order. Singapore's foreign policy has long been grounded in a rules-based approach anchored in international law and multilateral cooperation. For a small, trade-dependent nation, respect for international law is not optional. It safeguards our security, stability, and prosperity. However, the global environment is changing. We are seeing signs of major powers recalibrating their roles within the traditional rules-based system. The United States has at times reduced engagements in certain international institutions and pursue new strategic grouping. China, meanwhile, has expanded its regional influence through initiatives such as the Belt and Road Initiative and the BRICS platform. As new networks emerge, middle powers are reassessing their positions. Singapore must be clear-eyed about this shift and consider how best to deploy our limited diplomatic resources across established institutions and emerging platforms. Our approach should remain steady, engage the United States and China constructively uphold international law, and safeguard our national interests. As an open economy relying on trade and connectivity, a stable and predictable international order remains vital to our long-term resilience. In a more fragmented environment, it is not about choosing side. It is about navigating competing frameworks with consistency, credibility, and strategic discipline. May I therefore ask the Minister how Singapore intends to manage our relations with both the United States and China while engaging existing institutions and emerging alliances so as to preserve stability, uphold international law, and secure long-term prosperity for Singapore. Thank you.
Ms. Rachel Ong.
Chairman, in 2027, ASEAN will mark its 60th anniversary. Over 6 decades, the region has moved from uncertainty to one that is more stable, connected, and economically viable. For Singapore, ASEAN remains central to our security and continued relevance in the world. This milestone comes at a particularly consequential moment as Singapore assumes the ASEAN chairmanship amid growing global tensions. Major powers are competing sharply and supply chains are reconfiguring. In such an environment, ASEAN's unity becomes even more critical. When Southeast Asia is drawn into major power rivalry, smaller states will have less strategic space to act independently. Our shared interest must therefore be to keep ASEAN open, inclusive, and cohesive, able to engage all partners while preserving its collective autonomy. At the same time, ASEAN must move with greater urgency on economic integration. Initiatives such as the ASEAN Digital Economy Framework Agreement and ASEAN Power Grid are not abstract long-term ambitions, but practical pathways to strengthen regional resilience, connectivity, and competitiveness. Greater alignment of digital rules and payment can enable us to operate more seamlessly across borders, while regional energy cooperation can support our shared climate transition. Singapore as chair is well placed to advance meaningful progress in these areas. In this regard, I seek 2 clarifications from the Minister. First, as ASEAN navigates a more contested geopolitical environment, how does Singapore intend to use its chairmanship to strengthen ASEAN cohesion and strategic autonomy so that the region remains united and not pulled apart by major power competition? Beyond consensus statements, what practical mechanisms can ASEAN act collectively when its unity is tested? Second, as economic integration becomes increasingly digital, what concrete outcomes or milestones can we expect under the Singapore's chairmanship for the ASEAN Digital Economy Framework Agreement? In particular, how is Singapore supporting efforts to narrow digital capability gaps among member states so that integration benefits the region as a whole?
Mr. Lee Hong Chuan.
Chairman, in Mandarin,
many entrepreneurs hope to expand their businesses overseas, but they're worried about being unfamiliar with a foreign country and don't know where to start. Currently, international situation is complex. Competition between countries is intense. Supply chains are adjusting. Rules and standards are also changing everywhere. Therefore, Singapore's diplomacy not only relates to national security and our international standing, but also directly affects the overseas development space for Singapore enterprises. Although Singapore cannot influence power rivalry among the big countries, it must maintain an open, stable, rules-based and predictable environment. It is only then that SMEs will have the confidence to go out, reach out, stand firm and go far. As an ASEAN member, Singapore has consistently promoted regional economic integration and an open market. Agreements like the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership RCEP have created a larger, more dynamic market in Southeast Asia. But I would like to ask, do our enterprises really feel these macro achievements? How are Singapore's relations with other ASEAN member states currently? How is it like, and how can we work hand in hand with them through bilateral cooperation as well as the ASEAN platform to achieve mutually beneficial and win-win outcomes? In Europe, Singapore has deep relations with the EU, with the free trade agreement having been in effect for years, and green and digital cooperation have been advancing. Singapore's stability and law-abiding nature should be advantageous for enterprises entering the European market. However, EU rules are complex and standards are strict, creating barriers for SMEs. Therefore, I have two suggestions. Can MFA help more proactively the SMEs to understand and interpret these rules? For example, overseas embassies, government agencies, and chambers of commerce could collaborate to provide regulatory information, market outlets, alerts, and policy guidance, even creating an overseas investment guide or booklet. Second, when expanding overseas network, can we more strategically utilize Singapore's hub position in ASEAN? Let enterprises use Singapore as headquarters to expand into the ASEAN region. While maintaining Singapore-EU friendly relations, make Singapore a gateway for European enterprises entering Southeast Asia. Transform Singapore-ASEAN-EU into a clear business platform with mutual reinforcement. Enterprises going out is an act of diplomacy and becomes Singapore's diplomacy's calling card. When Singapore enterprises build sustainable projects in ASEAN and provide digital solutions, engage in green finance cooperation in Europe, they are not just doing businesses, but also showcasing Singapore's standards, integrity, and professionalism. Corporate credibility strengthens national credibility while national diplomacy expands corporate space. Finally, I'd like to ask the Minister to clarify, in maintaining an open environment, how does Singapore firmly support free trade and rules-based order? Facing protectionism, will we more actively participate in regional rulemaking rather than passively adapting? Mr. Chairman, diplomacy creates space for enterprises. Enterprises create value overseas. Both support each other. Singapore may not be able to pursue advantages out of scale, but it can pursue value network advantages as long as we deepen integration with ASEAN, consolidate our position with the EU, and let SMEs truly benefit. Singapore can expand its cooperation network in a complex environment and preserve flexible space for future development. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, ASEAN is important to Singapore because as neighbour states, we share many common interests, and when we advocate and present ourselves as a regional bloc, can navigate as a stronger collective force. Amid the cloud of geopolitical uncertainty, ASEAN member states recognize the need for greater unity and integration. In this regard, ASEAN has taken considerable steps forward in the recent year. First, there's been more regional integration, especially in emerging areas such as the digital economy and sustainable energy. The signing of the upgrade to the ASEAN Trade in Goods Agreement will improve market access, transparency, and connectivity for Singapore companies doing business in the region. The substantive conclusion of the Digital Economy Framework Agreement is yet another milestone. DEFA is the first regional digital economy agreement, and when implemented, will improve rules in key areas such as digital trade facilitation, payments, standards, and cross-border business flows benefiting Singaporeans and Singapore businesses. Second, ASEAN is a platform that can be leveraged to engage widely with countries around the world. The ASEAN Plus mechanisms and dialogue partnerships provide Singapore and ASEAN with regular touchpoints with major and middle powers. These include the East Asia Summit, which Singapore played a key role in establishing in 2005. ASEAN has also institutionalized cooperation with other regional organizations, such as the Gulf Cooperation Council through the biennial ASEAN-GCC Summit. As we see ASEAN taking proactive steps to establish itself as a noteworthy regional platform, can the Minister share more on the continued relevance and importance of ASEAN to Singapore and the region as a whole, and Singapore's role in the efforts to strengthen ASEAN integration, particularly as Singapore takes on the ASEAN chairmanship in 2027. Thank you.
Ms. Valerie Lee.
Chairman, in my work, I've witnessed how Singapore companies were able to operate confidently in ASEAN markets and collaborate on mutually beneficial platforms like the ASEAN Power Grid. This has been underpinned by diplomatic trust and strong government-to-government ties, carefully nurtured over time through MFA's steady work. In today's fragmented world, ASEAN is more important than ever to Singapore. And as a small state, our resilience and strategic relevance are strengthened when ASEAN remains cohesive and central. May I ask the Minister to share more about the latest on Singapore's ASEAN diplomatic strategy? And are there other regions besides ASEAN that we can replicate this cohesive diplomatic framework with? Personally, I believe we should institutionalize leadership networks so trust endures beyond personalities, strengthen ASEAN's crisis coordination for faster collective responses, and reinforce ASEAN's credibility in wider regional and global platforms. Diplomacy may not always be visible, but its dividends are real. In uncertain times, we must double down on steady, principled engagement. And for Singapore, that begins and remains anchored in ASEAN. Mr. Chairman, Honourable Member Ms. Haslina spoke about the mighty red dot, and at this point, I'd like to make a book recommendation called The Not So Little Red Dot to everyone. I received these as a Christmas gift, not quite done with it yet, but so far it has been a fascinating read of Singapore's 60 years of diplomacy journey. Thank you.
Mr. Leong Eng Hwa.
Sir, the global contestation among major powers has intensified. We are witnessing tit-for-tat trade tariffs, export controls, and increasingly troubling strategic posturing. The geopolitical temperature is rising. Countries in our regions are understandably concerned, carefully evaluating the options in a more unsettled and uncertain landscape. In this new multipolar world, ASEAN must navigate carefully and manage major power competition without becoming an arena for proxy rivalry. Sir, ASEAN's continued relevance cannot be taken for granted. It must be earned. First, ASEAN must preserve unity and centrality. The Association of Southeast Asian Nations have always been most effective when nation-states act collectively. If we allow divisions to widen, ASEAN's voice will weaken and external powers will shape the regional agenda instead. Second, ASEAN must remain economically integrated and outward-looking. In a world of fragmentation and protectionism, ASEAN can position itself as a stable and attractive production base, strengthening intra-ASEAN trade, supply chain, connectivity, and digital integration will reinforce our relevance. Third, ASEAN must continue to anchor an inclusive regional architecture. Platforms such as the ASEAN Regional Forum, East Asia Summit remain important channels for dialogue, confidence building, and crisis management. Even when major powers disagree, ASEAN can provide neutral convening space. As a founding member of ASEAN, our strategic space is closely tied to ASEAN's cohesion and credibility. A strong and united ASEAN enlarges Singapore's diplomatic and economic space. A divided ASEAN narrows it. So under this testing, can I ask the MFA, how can ASEAN ensure continued relevance and what are the implications for Singapore?
Mr. Patrick Tay, you may take your two cards together.
ASEAN has long been described as a core strategic asset for Singapore. Could MFA elaborate on how it is strengthening ASEAN's role as a stable regional framework, one that amplifies the collective voice of its members and anchors Southeast Asia in an open, inclusive and rule-based order? And as we prepare for Singapore's ASEAN's chairmanship in 2027, how is MFA prioritizing efforts to strengthen ASEAN's unity and effectiveness so that ASEAN countries can continue to matter to both its members and to external partners? In particular, how is the ministry advancing economic integration, supply chain resilience, and ASEAN centrality in a more fragmented global system? On regional peace and stability, how is MFA working with our neighbours to reinforce ASEAN-led mechanisms, manage differences through dialogue, and uphold international law, especially in the areas of growing strategic tension? Finally, how is MFA positioning ASEAN for the future? What concrete steps are being taken to advance cooperation in the digital economy, green transition, and human capital development so that ASEAN remains competitive and resilient? I would be grateful if the Ministry could advise how these efforts together safeguard Singapore's long-term interests and regional stability. On relations with Malaysia, Indonesia, and ASEAN neighbours, Chairman, I would like to ask the MFA how Singapore is stepping up engagement with our immediate neighbours, particularly Malaysia and Indonesia, in a more uncertain and competitive global environment. First, beyond our well-established bilateral frameworks, how is MFA refreshing and prioritising engagement to ensure these relationships remain strategically relevant and responsive to new challenges? And second, could MFA elaborate on what new or emerging domains it is actively developing with our neighbours? In particular, how is MFA advancing cooperation in areas such as the digital economy, renewable energy, sustainability, and supply chain resilience, and how are these being translated into concrete practical projects? Third, how is MFA strengthening engagement at the subnational level? What role do partnerships with Malaysian states and Indonesian provinces play in Singapore's broader regional strategy, and how does MFA ensure these ground-up collaborations deliver tangible outcomes? And I would be grateful if the Ministry could address how these efforts collectively strengthen Singapore's security, economic resilience, and strategic space. Thank you.
SPS, Dr. Syed Harun.
Chairman, as members have already shared, the world is indeed more tumultuous and uncertain. Several flashpoints around the world, Ukraine, Russia, Israel, Palestine, US, China, continue to remind us that even in a world with largely ample global resource to solve crises, matters that transcend boundaries have not been so easy to find a resolution to, and clear long-term solutions continue to elude us. Because when the rubber hits the road, sovereign nations look out for their interests first. Such a message is not lost on us as a small country that has to maneuver through headwinds where big players muscle in and make every attempt to influence. In fact, of late, any effort to converge towards multilateralism appears to swim against a very tough tide. On Gaza, for example, member countries of the Board of Peace have pledged billions, yet the plan is met with much cynicism. Save for the US, no other permanent member of the UN Security Council has come on board this plan. While the ceasefire in Gaza has helped to some extent, the situation remains dire and fragile. The risk of renewed conflict remains high. Israel has recently made moves to tighten control over the West Bank, and Hamas continues to be tentative in disarmament. In the meantime, while outwardly armed conflict appears to have been dialed down, ordinary Palestinians continue to suffer in the middle of this impasse. Singaporeans continue to be deeply concerned about the humanitarian crisis, for which a longer-term resolution still remains unclear. In recent days, MFA hosted Palestinian Authority Minister of Finance and Planning, Estefan Salame, to reaffirm our commitment that Singapore stands in support and solidarity of the Palestinians in capacity building and towards statehood. In fact, we've already contributed more than $25 million in humanitarian aid of this crisis. To the Ministry, I ask, what is Singapore's forward plan and contribution to alleviating this crisis and tragedy? And what more can Singaporeans do in support of these efforts? Indeed, how we manage this crisis has parallel lessons for us in how we navigate our foreign diplomacy and relations moving forward, how we balance our existing relationships with countries we have traditionally regarded as friends, how we push against flagrant breaches of international law by countries, how we maintain our position as a principled, trusted partner in the global stage, and ultimately how we look out for our national interests for Singapore and Singaporeans.
Dr. Hamid Raza.
Mr. Chairman, sir, Singapore has long excelled in government-to-government diplomacy. Our bilateral partnerships and multilateral engagement remain a strong foundation of our foreign policy. But today's geopolitical environment requires us to go one level deeper. Resilience is no longer built only through state relationships, it's built through networks of people, institutions, and shared capabilities. Middle powers such as South Korea, Australia, the Nordic states, the UAE, and our ASEAN neighbors
we face similar challenges, navigating major power competition, sustaining open economies, managing aging populations, strengthening social cohesion, and fighting low total fertility rates. These shared realities create natural grounds for deeper partnership. After all, there's something special about bonds forged through shared challenges. Yet structured platforms for sustained collaboration between Singaporeans and our counterparts in these countries remain limited. I would therefore seek the Minister's view on 3 areas. First, whether Singapore can develop structured mid-career exchange or fellowship programs between fellow middle powers. Second, how we might facilitate longer-term institutional partnerships connecting SMEs, research institutions, healthcare systems, and civic organizations. And third, whether MFA could expand Track 1.5 dialogues and people-to-people platforms to include younger professionals and community leaders from diverse sectors. Mr. Chairman, sir, in an increasingly multipolar world, influence is not defined by size, but by the strength of our networks. Thank you.
Ms. Joan Pereira.
Chairman, with shifting supply chains and new growth poles, emerging regions such as Africa, Latin America, and the Middle East will be critical to Singapore's long-term resilience. Our government can and must play a bigger role in helping Singaporeans venture confidently into these frontiers, gaining a deep understanding of these countries and establishing friendship with their people. MFA has already started to move in this direction. We are opening new embassies in Mexico City and Addis Ababa to serve as gateways to Latin America and East Africa, and to deepen our understanding of these fast-growing regions. Our new and existing missions in emerging regions should be resourced not just for diplomatic presence or administrative protocol, but as active economic enablers working in tandem with MTI in mapping sectoral opportunities, curating projects, and matching them with Singapore companies, workers, and researchers. We must give Singaporeans the assurance then that when they go farther, they are not going alone. MFA has been strengthening crisis response, including deploying crisis response teams, contacting e-registered Singaporeans in affected areas, and working with local authorities to bring our people home where needed. We should build on this by investing further in consular readiness in emerging regions, widening public awareness of e-registration and the 24-hour MFA duty office hotline and travel advisories. We should nurture a new generation of frontier-ready Singaporeans. In many countries, strong relationships are the most important ingredients for successful outcomes. Singaporeans must be empowered to form these relationships between people at the business and at the political level. This is the reality of how the world works, and it is something that AI is not able to replace easily. We can expand scholarships, internships, and mid-career attachments in emerging regions, especially in sectors where our capabilities align with their needs, including sustainability and digital services. When young Singaporeans live, study, and work in these places, they build language skills, networks, and a feel for the ground that no brochure or academic course can replicate. I hope to see more plans and initiatives that help to position Singapore as the indispensable hub for Latin American countries looking to enter ASEAN, and with greater participation opportunities available to Singaporeans. Finally, I would like to propose for MFA to work with business chambers, unions, universities, and media to highlight success stories of Singaporeans in these emerging regions.
Associate Professor Kenneth Goh.
Thank you, Chairman. In a more contested and volatile world, small states cannot afford to stand alone. We must build coalitions not only through trade and security, but through development partnerships. Singapore's credibility comes from experience, building trusted institutions, strengthening governance, managing public finance with discipline, and developing talent and urban systems under constraint. In this changed world, success cannot mean Singapore simply running far ahead. We have both an obligation and a strategic interest in mutual knowledge sharing with fellow small states, middle powers, and our regional neighbors. How are we strengthening
sustained capacity building platforms, talent exchanges, not just in education and work, but in the sports and arts as well, institutional partnerships and governance collaboration so that we build enduring networks of trust, not one-off engagements. In a fragmented world, influence is built not by size, but through sharing our capabilities together. Thank you, Chair.
Ms. Rachel Ong.
Chairman, as more Singaporeans study, work, and travel abroad, many may not realize that wherever our citizens go, Singapore quietly maintains a constant watch over their safety. At the heart of this effort is MFA's 24-hour Consular Response Centre, staffed around the clock to assist Singaporeans facing emergencies anywhere in the world, whether arising from accidents, natural disasters, civil unrest, or unforeseen crises. Even in the middle of the night, when a Singaporean encounters distress thousands of kilometers away, there's always a duty officer in Singapore ready to respond, coordinating assistance with MFA's overseas missions, liaising with local authorities, and supporting both the individual abroad and their families back home. This commitment was demonstrated during the recent floods in Hat Yai, where hundreds of Singaporeans were affected and more than 800 were safely assisted to return home through coordinated evacuation efforts. I'd like to commend the strong and often unseen work of the MFA officers and our overseas missions, whose dedication provides reassurance to Singaporeans far beyond our shores. While the 24-hour hotline provides vital coordination and guidance, situations on the ground may sometimes require physical, in-person assistance, particularly in countries where Singapore does not maintain a resident embassy or consulate. Some countries address this through consular sharing arrangements. For example, Australia and Canada provide reciprocal assistance to each other's citizens in locations where one country may not have a diplomatic presence, allowing travelers to access basic emergency to help locally. May I ask the Minister whether MFA is exploring similar consular sharing partnerships with like-minded countries so that Singaporeans continue to receive timely, on-the-ground assistance, even in places where we do not have a resident diplomatic presence?
Minister Balakrishnan.
Mr. Chairman, on behalf of my colleagues, I first thank all of you for your ideas, your suggestions, and I must say again this year, I think I can claim bipartisan support for MFA. The post-World War II international order actually is historically an unprecedented phase in global history. And generally, the last 80 years have been a period of unprecedented peace and prosperity for most countries in the world. But the point is that it was unique. And the deeper point today is that that international order has ended. This order used to be characterized by principles of multilateralism, international law, sovereign equality, free markets, global supply chains organized on the basis of efficiency, and global institutions, the UN, the IMF, the World Bank, the WTO. In the last 60+ years of Singapore's independence, actually, we evolved exquisitely to take full advantage of this global system. And we benefited from Pax Americana, from China's reform and opening, from the rise of middle powers, and the progressive integration of ASEAN. In fact, Singapore thrived as a global metropolis in an age of globalization. Now, the first brutal hard truth is that if that period has ended, we cannot simply presume that if we just carry on as per normal, somehow, magically, things will fall into place. This is a moment of rupture. It's also worth asking ourselves why and how that benign era of globalization has ended. Actually, foreign policy begins at home, and this applies in understanding what is happening now on the global stage. In many countries, there has been a populist backlash. Globalization has created wealth, but it is also blamed for accentuating fault lines, for increasing inequality, for middle-class stagnation, for the loss of jobs, for growing despair and depolarization in many societies. This domestic dysfunction has now projected itself onto the global stage, and you'll see that this has undermined the support for the international order. So I completely agree with Mr. Yip Hong Wing, Mr. Vikram Nair, Mr. Liang Eng Hua, and Gerald Giam, that this is not a passing shower. This is not just a small tremor. This is geostrategic tectonic plate rupture. The Greek historian Thucydides wrote, "The strong do what they can, and the weak suffer what they must." His words are now acutely apt today. The great powers flex their military and economic power more readily than ever before in pursuit of their interests more narrowly defined. And to be frank, with less pretense of legal or moral justification for their actions. Where there was once economic integration, there is now fragmentation and weaponization of interdependence and dependence. We are now in a world where international relations are no longer driven primarily by rules or by attempts to achieve consensus. Actually, the great powers have always been selective when applying the rule of law to themselves. But now they feel even less need to engage in hypocrisy. It's all about raw power and how that raw power asymmetry can be exploited. And so, this is a far more dangerous world for small countries, because small countries do not have the strategic heft to buffer ourselves from turbulence. For Singapore, a tiny city-state, the shoals are even more treacherous. Let's pause for a moment to consider what our options are. Option number one, despair, give up, surrender to our fates. I think the answer must be no, because that's not who we are. This is not who we were in 1965, when in fact a newly independent Singapore faced even longer odds with less resources. Second option, choose one dominant power and seek protection under its wing. No. This would undermine our sovereignty, our independence, and in effect make us a vassal state. Singapore should not and does not need to do this. And after all, Singapore has never expected anyone else to come to our defense. We will defend ourselves. The third, and in my view, the only viable option for us, is to continue to determine our long-term national interests and then exercise our agency to chart our own path, choose our own destiny. Yes, we may be small, but we are a sovereign and independent country. We are a trusted global hub and an assiduous bridge builder. We want to make common cause with all states that are willing to engage us. We build regional and global networks that support dialogue, openness, and inclusion. We want to be useful, but not made use of. We are successful because of our domestic unity, our economic relevance and vitality, and our defense capability. So therefore, we may be small, but we have agency, we have resilience, and we have the resources and the will to back this up. Mr. Ip Hong Wing asked how Singapore will defend our principles, not just in words, but also in deed. Singapore's foreign policy has always rested on two pillars. Mr. Rajaratnam described the first pillar as the theology of foreign policy. Theology. That means the world that we hope to have, a world that hopefully was based on principles of fairness, sovereign equality, and international rules. But we have never been naive. There is a deep vein of realism in the way we view the world and the way we operate. And this is what Mr. Rajaratnam termed, quote, the practice of foreign policy. Now, we have always understood that size and power matter in foreign relations. Disagreement, coercion, even conflict are part and parcel of the cut and thrust of international relations. And this is precisely why we have spent between 3 to 6% of our GDP for 6 decades for defense. An effective foreign policy needs both pillars, idealism and realism. We never want to become so cynical that no one will trust us. But we also do not want to be so naive that we will get taken advantage of by everyone. So we need to assess objectively our national interests based on our unique circumstances as a tiny multiracial city-state in the heart of Southeast Asia. So, the next set of questions, what are our national interests? First, to safeguard our sovereignty, our independence, and our national unity. Second, to secure access to essential supplies and the freedom of navigation necessary for us to continue to have access to these essential supplies. What are these essential supplies? Energy, food, water, and you can add to that list. The third national interest is to continue to strengthen our role as a trusted global hub for trade, for finance, for wealth management, advanced manufacturing, and other global services. And fourth aspect of our national interest is to support a rules-based multilateral approach wherever possible, recognizing that the challenges to the global commons, like climate change, like pandemics, in fact, have to be tackled collectively because they go beyond the ability of any single country, even a superpower, to resolve. So in such a tumultuous world, the point I'm making today is that we are going to face more strategic dilemmas and difficult choices. Because, for instance, our interests are not always going to be aligned with the great powers, or the middle powers, or our immediate neighbors. On some issues, and this is the key point I'm making today, on some issues we will have to say no. To say no courteously, respectfully, and constructively, but nevertheless to stand firm and say no. And this is not about choosing sides, but about upholding principles and a careful assessment of Singapore's long-term national interests. Now, I've been in this post long enough to tell you that pressure has been and will be brought to bear on us. And there will always be attempts to weaken our will and to divide us domestically. And I would also state that sometimes we will pay a price for staking out our position. But I'm hoping that this House and the citizens beyond will agree that we must retain this ability to say no when we have to, and that if we ever lose that ability to say no, then that is the day that Singapore loses its relevance, indeed our independence. Let's provide some examples, so it's not just words. We have consistently called out violations of international law. We did so when Russia invaded Ukraine. To us, that was a clear violation of international law and the principles of the UN Charter. More recently, we also did so in relation to the US actions in Venezuela. And we took these positions because a world based on might is right is a world that's more dangerous for Singapore. We spoke out about the need to preserve a rules-based trading system, including the principle of most favored nation in the WTO. We expressed categorically our disappointment with the US tariffs that violate this principle, because trade is our lifeblood. Trade is more than 3 times Singapore's GDP. Jobs, investments, and living standards depend on our predictable access to external markets. We also took clear positions on the Israel-Gaza conflict. We condemned the attacks that occurred on the 7th of October 2023 on Israel. These were acts of terror. We affirmed that every state has a right of self-defense. However, in exercising this right, countries must abide by international law, including international humanitarian law. And we have clearly stated that Israel's military response has breached international humanitarian law. I agree with Mr. Yip Hong Wing on the need for both moral clarity and diplomatic effectiveness. Although I would add that we mustn't try to reduce foreign relations into a morality play. I think you will be hard-pressed to find occasions when the Prime Minister or me ever refer to anyone, any other leader or any other country as evil or saint. That's not the way things work in real life. Coming back to Gaza, we have and we will do more to alleviate the suffering in Gaza. And in fact, we have been able to do more precisely because we've got extensive diplomatic ties across the entire Middle East. And we're one of the few countries, and those of you who traveled with me will know, with remarkable access to all sides. We have sent 11 tranches of humanitarian aid amounting to more than 25 million Singapore dollars to help the civilians in Gaza so far. And you know that these fundraising efforts are continuing. And more than just money, that there are Singaporeans lining up to volunteer their services, their professional services, to help on the ground. To answer Mr. Gerald Giam, we are still assessing the invitation from the US to formally join the Board of Peace. But in the meantime, we will explore initiatives, including those that were recently announced at the inaugural meeting of the Board of Peace on the 19th of February 2026. Singapore will continue to play a constructive role in the pursuit of peace and reconstruction in Gaza. And on Palestine, the larger question, our long-standing position remains that the only path to a just and durable peace is a negotiated two-state solution consistent with the relevant UN Security Council resolutions. We oppose attempts to create new facts on the ground that undermine the prospects for a two-state solution. And it is our consistent position that the Israeli settlements in the West Bank are illegal under international law. These positions that we have taken and explicitly stated over the last few years have not been universally welcomed, and even domestically have elicited active debate. But the point I'm trying to make to you is that people may disagree with certain decisions and positions that we take, but I hope you understand why we take these positions, as Mr. Foo Cheuk Siang has emphasized. taking a position rather than lying low and seeking cover, in fact, aligns with furthering our national interests. Articulating these positions is part of exercising agency, because we must try to shape the environment and to carve out conditions which are most conducive for the survival and success of small states. I agree with Mr. Giam that in this fraught geopolitical environment, the personal touch is still of paramount. Building relationships at a personal level between leaders, political leaders, is still the paramount currency of diplomacy. Last year, MFA facilitated over 180 visits, incoming and outgoing, at the political level. If you include officials and civil servants, the number balloons exponentially. But the purpose of meeting, of traveling, is not just to show up, just to fly the flag, but to deepen the personal rapport and trust between leaders and officials and their foreign counterparts, particularly when the views are divergent. It won't resolve the conflict, but building reservoirs of trust and understanding reduces the probability of miscommunications and unnecessary conflicts. Having said all that, if we go one more layer of resolution down, MFA has 5 priority work streams. First, we want to engage all the great powers constructively, and we want to give them a stake in the stability and prosperity of our region, because that balance of power between great powers is what gives small states like Singapore room for maneuver and options. The second work stream is to buttress an even wider network of middle power partnerships for greater stability. I think in the last couple of years, the need for middle powers, particularly middle powers who share an affinity for international law, multilateralism, free trade, the imperative for middle powers to get together and for us to engage the middle powers has become all the more obvious. Our third work stream is to strengthen a stable and integrated ASEAN, because not just because it's our immediate neighborhood, but because this happens to be a part of the world with great potential over the next couple of decades, in terms of economic growth, in terms of a rising middle class, in terms of technological leapfrogging, in terms of infrastructure and integration. Fourth, obviously, we do need to pay attention to our immediate neighbors. And by our immediate neighbors, it's Malaysia, Indonesia, Brunei, the core of our core. And fifth, to take an overarching view, we need to do where we can to reinforce a rules-based international architecture despite the current headwinds. So again, it's an example of not surrendering to our fates. Let me delve in a little bit more detail about the major powers, starting with the US and China. Mr. Edward Chia, Henry Kwek, Yip Hong Wing, Ms. Sean Huang, Ms. Jessica Tan asked, how do we maintain trust with both the US and China whilst preserving Singapore's strategic options, and even while the two powers, superpowers, are competing against each other in the realms of security, supply chains, technology, and trade? It's a tough question. Well, let me start with the US. We have a substantial, deep, and multifaceted relationship with the US. The US has long been and continues to be the largest foreign investor in Singapore by a long way. If you check the figures, you will see that it is multiple times more stock of FDI from the US than the second, third, fourth, and fifth investor, even if you add it up. We purchase US defense equipment, and we cooperate closely on countering terrorism and proliferation. And we are deepening our cooperation in critical and emerging technologies. This year, we celebrate 60 years of diplomatic ties with the US. Having said that, China is also a vital partner with whom we enjoy a robust and close relationship. Over most of the last 10 years, China has been our largest trading partner in goods. At the last Joint Council for Bilateral Cooperation, we concluded 27 agreements ranging from finance and innovation to food security and green energy. We marked 35 years of diplomatic relations last year. Actually, if you stop to think about it, beyond the numbers, we have a unique relationship with China. China and Singapore are the only two sovereign states in the world with a majority Chinese population, with deep linguistic, cultural, and historical links. This presents both opportunities and is also a burden for us, because Singapore is an independent, multiracial city-state in the heart of Southeast Asia. We have our own identity, our own political system, and our own values. Actually, our value proposition, even to China, is to be same, but different, to quote Mr. Lim Swee Say. Same, yes, of course we enjoy the affinity, the linguistic, the shared cultural heritage. But different because Singapore's destiny and our value proposition is to be distinct and not yet another small Chinese city. Do you see my point? So therefore, we have to work with both the US and China where our interests coincide. And where our interests diverge, we will have to courteously stand up and say no. And when we say no, both sides must understand it's not personal, but it's based on a principled assessment of Singapore's national interests, and that we are not acting as a proxy for one or the other against them. So long as we can maintain this, and I speak now from experience, in fact, so long as we maintain this principled approach, actually I feel that we come under less pressure, because they know this tiny little city-state is one where the more you push them, the more spine and the more firmly they will hold their ground. And conducting foreign policy on this basis with superpowers, I'm telling you from experience, I think this is the only way to do it. The reality is that all countries, including Singapore, will have to find creative ways to work with both the US and China, because they are the major powers and they are relevant to our future. Turning to the middle powers, we are growing our network of partnerships with middle powers and with regional blocs. So for instance, in 2025, we upgraded our partnerships with Australia, France, India, New Zealand, Vietnam. We achieved a new partnership with South Korea. We signed the EU-Singapore Digital Trade Agreement, and we are deepening relations with more like-minded partners. We are expanding our global footprint in Africa and Latin America. And to support this, we are establishing new missions in Mexico and Ethiopia. And actually, there will be more to come. And I want to reassure Mr. Lee Hong Chuan that all these moves will, beyond the diplomatic field, are also aimed to increase access for our local enterprises to overseas markets. On ASEAN, I agree with Mr. Liang Eng-hua and Ms. Valerie Lee that ASEAN has to remain the cornerstone of our foreign policy. It is a salient platform from which we engage the wider world. For ASEAN to remain relevant, you have reminded us that we must deepen our regional integration in order to become more cohesive, more united, and credible. An integrated ASEAN builds a stable regional platform for Singapore and gives us a voice, more so than a unilateral voice, and also the convening power of ASEAN. And that's why we're also pushing very hard on key initiatives that bind our ASEAN economies closer together, as emphasized by Mr. Yip Hong Weng and Ms. Rachel Ong. We are making progress on the ASEAN Power Grid. This is about creating a sustainable, interconnected infrastructure that supports the entire region's growth. The ASEAN Digital Economy Framework Agreement was substantially concluded last year. We hope to finalize the agreement this year. I believe it will unlock the immense potential of the digital economy in ASEAN in the years to come. But we must also continue to look outwards. We should give all major powers a stake in the stability and prosperity of our region and to ensure that ASEAN remains a partner of choice. This is the logic behind our open, inclusive, ASEAN-centered regional architecture. The more countries invest in ASEAN's collective progress, the more stable we will be. This balance of power and interest provides small countries like Singapore with more room for maneuver than an alternative scenario where there was only a single power dominating our region. Mr. Gerald Giam and Mr. Patrick Tay, Ms. Rachel Ong asked how we plan to leverage our upcoming ASEAN chairmanship to deepen integration and unity. We will assume the chair of ASEAN in 2027 during ASEAN's 60th anniversary. This is a heavy responsibility, but also an opportunity at a time of tumult. We will deepen integration, we will promote external partnerships, we will continue to keep the ASEAN region open for business, open to the world, committed to peace, stability, and cooperation. I would like to assure Mr. Gerald Giam that we do in fact second officers to the ASEAN Secretariat, particularly at the leadership positions. We've done so over the years, including the current Deputy Secretary General for the ASEAN Economic Community, Mr. Satvinder Singh. MFA will continue to curate and facilitate secondments for MFA and other public officers from other ministries to the ASEAN Secretariat and to other international organizations. This extends our experience and knowledge base of international diplomacy and tradecraft more widely across our civil service. Let me turn now to our neighbors, closer to home. Strong relations with Malaysia, with Indonesia, and Brunei is critical. Mr. Patrick Tay asked how we will step up our engagement with them. Mr. Victor Lai asked how we will strengthen economic coordination with our neighbors through city-based and regional partnerships, given the increasing cross-border activities of Singaporean companies and Singaporeans. With Indonesia, we have resolved long-standing issues and are now in a position to explore mutually beneficial projects in energy, in food security, education, and healthcare. We are discussing cross-border electricity trade, carbon capture and storage, and establishing a sustainable industrial zone across the Batam-Bintan-Karimun corridor. These strategic projects will accelerate decarbonization, it will catalyze green investments in both countries, and we look forward to commemorating 60 years of diplomatic ties in 2027. With Malaysia, our leaders meet regularly, both formally and informally, for candid discussions. This has allowed us to pursue beneficial regional partnerships, including the Johor-Singapore Special Economic Zone, the Johor-Bahru-Singapore Rapid Transit System link. We are deepening economic and people-to-people ties with East Malaysia. In fact, we will be establishing new consulates, one in Sabah and one in Sarawak, shortly. But at the same time, I will also be candid and tell you that we are trying to manage outstanding bilateral issues that are complex, that by definition have been around for a long time, and will take time to resolve. But the fact of the matter is Malaysia, Indonesia, and Brunei will always be close neighbors, permanent neighbors. And we cannot afford to allow spiky issues to undermine our overall positive cooperation. On international organizations, norms, and standards, I agree with Ms. Sip Hong Wing, Mr. Lee Hong Tran, on the need to protect the global commons and to support multilateralism. Despite the challenges, the rules-based multilateral system ultimately provides the architecture of norms, standards, and institutions that protects the global commons and gives all small states a say. So this means in spite of the headwinds today, we must continue to do our best to build overlapping, flexible circles of plurilateral partnerships with like-minded countries. Wherever we can make common cause, we do so and we proceed. We remain fully committed to the World Trade Organization, but achieving consensus amongst 166 members is very difficult. Our strategy is to push the envelope with like-minded partners where we can, who share our commitment to free trade, and we aim for high ambition agreements that are inclusive and WTO consistent so that others can join when ready. In other words, make common cause, move forward, invite other people to come on board, always stay open and inclusive. The joint statement initiative on e-commerce agreement began with Singapore, Australia, and Japan. It now has 72 co-sponsors. The future of investment and trade partnership brings together 16 small and medium-sized economies on supply chain, resilience, and trade facilitation. Do you see my point? These are examples where you start small, but you can build and expand these platforms. Beyond trade, we have also built constituencies of support amongst fellow small states in the UN. The Forum of Small States, which Singapore co-founded, brings together 108 countries to address issues like sustainable development, climate change, protecting the global commons, and digitalization. Building consensus in a fractured world is difficult, but not impossible. Ambassador Rina Lee presided over the conclusion of the BBNJ agreement in 2023. We will continue to contribute where we can. And our nomination of Ambassador Rina Lee as a candidate for judge in the International Court of Justice reflects our commitment to advancing the international rule of law. Mr. Neo Kok Beng has suggested leveraging technology as a soft power. Completely agree with you. We have, in fact, been stepping up technology cooperation in partnership with other countries. We work together with others, including at the G20 and APEC, to shape the norms and standards, and more importantly, open access to technology that can benefit all countries. We will continue to strengthen such engagements and ensure that Singapore remains an open and trusted hub for technological innovation and scientific collaboration. I tell my foreign counterparts, send your people to us. We will run an open book exercise with you. We will show you how we do it, because anyway, the challenge is not in the idea. The challenge is in execution. And to the extent that we can show people what we have done, including our mistakes, and they can modify it and make it relevant to them, that's how we exercise thought leadership and cooperation in this field. Let me come to the challenges ahead. We're in a very turbulent world. We will face more inflection points, and we will have to take more difficult positions. Singaporeans will have different views on these foreign policy issues. Being interested, or as Eileen has said, literate in global issues, and understanding Singapore's national interests will help us engage the world with knowledge, understanding, and confidence. We do not necessarily have to agree on all our foreign policy stances, but we must agree that these are matters to be discussed and decided by Singaporeans alone. And that means keeping a wary eye on foreign interference and influence. With increased global contestation, foreign actors will want us to align with their views. They will try to seed their narratives. And there will be attempts, as have occurred more recent times, to create fake news and to play on potential internal divisions. We have already seen information campaigns targeting Singapore online, including, I must add, during our own general elections last year, where Singaporeans were urged to vote along religious lines. Government statements on regional developments have prompted criticisms from foreign netizens who want us to adopt their interpretations of history. And such attempts will continue Geopolitical contestation has become a tussle for the hearts and minds in cyberspace as well. We must be aware and we must exercise caution because we have a diverse population. And never presume that we are immune to the polarization and fractures in societies elsewhere. So where does this leave us? The world today, more dangerous, more unpredictable than I've ever seen in my decade plus as foreign minister. The global order that used to underpin our success has ended, and we do not expect a stable new equilibrium to take shape in 2026 or even, frankly, even the next couple of years. And we must expect more issues on which we will have to take a difficult stand. And external and domestic pressures on us will grow. But I also believe we should take heart. The challenges we face today are serious, but they are less severe than what Singapore faced in 1965. Singapore had unexpectedly become independent. We had no hinterland, no resources, no armed forces. Our security was precarious. Our economic viability was in doubt. Our social cohesion was yet to be forged, and we lived in a volatile and dangerous neighborhood that regarded us with suspicion. Despite all this, our pioneers pressed ahead, and they built this country. This is a narrative that connects Singapore over the decades. We may be small and improbable, but we have never been afraid to stand up to fight for what we believe in. Today, we are in a far, far better position in terms of tools and resources. We have three prerequisites for success. The first is our domestic unity, although this is work always, constantly in progress. As long as we understand that we are all in this together, as long as we can inoculate ourselves from foreign influence, as long as we can disagree maturely and ultimately still forge a domestic consensus, we will continue to thrive, and we cannot be bought or bullied by anyone. The second ingredient is our economic vitality and relevance. Mr. Lee Kuan Yew said, quote, "Singapore cannot take its relevance for granted. Small countries perform no vital or irreplaceable function in the international system," unquote. Hence, we must preserve our relevance to the world. In 1965, our per capita GDP was US $500. Today, it is over US $90,000. Paradoxically, today's more fractious world accentuates Singapore's value as a trusted, stable hub. Our friends and partners know that we speak honestly and independently. They know that we are open and welcoming to all. They know that we honor our word, contracts are sacrosanct, investments and intellectual capital are protected. There is a premium in such a world for stability, consistency, and respect for the rule of law. The third ingredient is our ability to defend ourselves. We can do that today because we have national service and because of the steady investment in defense for decades. We must preserve this capability because it keeps us safe, and we are a country that can hope for the best, but also prepare for the worst. So on this note, I thank all members for your long-standing support for MFA's work as we continue to navigate the challenges, we continue to safeguard Singapore's national interests, and we seize the opportunities in these troubled times. I began with Thucydides and the cold logic of power. I'll end on a different note. The ancient Greek philosopher Heraclitus offered a different kind of wisdom. Quote, "Character is destiny," unquote. For all the turbulence in the world, I believe Singapore's destiny is bright, not because of our size or our luck, but because of who we are. That Singapore spirit, indomitable grit, courage, honesty, discipline, diligence, rectitude, and compassion. These are not mere abstractions. This is the Singapore spirit that got us here, and it is what will carry us forward. Thank you.
SMS Sim N.
Mr. Chairman, in Mandarin, please. 去年9
Last year, September, when the government was going through a debate on our policies, I spoke about our position on a multilateral rules-based order. Within a short span of 5 months, that narrative is now outdated. The world order that we have been familiar with has ended. What is the impact on Singapore? Singaporeans might not have felt it yet. First, there has been a constant change of ordinary headlines concerning international affairs over the last 2 years. People may no longer feel very shocked when reading about issues like Venezuela or Greenland. Second, the UN and other international organizations are still in existence. Thirdly, despite the pressures created by tariffs, our economy did better than expected last year. Nevertheless, there is real impact on Singapore with this end of an international order. A key reason why the rules-based international order was effective was that one of the reasons is that it was backed by US, a superpower. It had supported international organizations, provided global public goods, and rallied many countries in defense of one set of rules for international conduct. Violations will be punished, and economic sanctions or military action. If the international rules-based order therefore introduced a certain degree of restraint and predictably into world affairs, which otherwise would revert to big fish eat small fish eat shrimp, this means more space for shrimp to survive and flourish. And now the international order has lost its major underwriter. The world has become less predictable, and countries now feel fewer inhibitions in pursuing their self-interest at the expense of others. This is a more dangerous world for small countries like Singapore. Secondly, while the new order has yet to emerge, and it's not clear if it will, we can be sure that contestation between big powers will intensify, as will the pressure to choose a side, to take sides. That means greater direct and indirect risks for Singapore. While the global environment may have evolved, Singapore's circumstances and identity have not changed. We are a multiracial, multi-religious country in the heart of Southeast Asia. We have a unique demographic composition, and our location is complex within a part of the world. That means we have to be crystal clear about our core national interests. These are to safeguard Singapore's security, our prosperity, and social cohesion. In terms of security, we need to safeguard Singapore's sovereignty. This means speaking up when sovereignty is undermined in other parts of the world. In terms of prosperity, promoting free and open trade, preserving a rules-based trading system, and securing access to essential supplies. As to social cohesion, upholding the multi-ethnic, multi-religious nature of our country. All along, we have worked hard at building a broad and strong network of friends and partners around the world. But since we have our unique societal makeup, social fabric, identity, and history, being true to our national interests means we cannot possibly share identical positions with all of them all of the time. We sometimes have to say no, after careful considerations, to partners and friends who are important to us, to express views that they may not like to hear. This has happened before and can happen again, and we must expect this to happen again. When it does, we hope Singaporeans can be calm and move on. This is not easy to achieve and made more challenging with foreign infiltration of our information space. With a diverse, digitally connected population, Singapore is an attractive and vulnerable target. The development of advanced digital tools have supercharged the ability of foreign actors to send narratives and even mount hostile information campaigns, HICs, to advance their interests, and such activities have clearly stepped up. If you have not watched the about 7-minute video explaining how AI can be used to generate sensationalized fake news to manipulate viewers' emotions, I highly recommend you to do so. English media have also carried similar reports. We should be particularly careful when we come across content that highlights or appeals to one particular ethnicity over another. On the whole, we should be vigilant towards online commentaries targeted at Singapore. Some of these could be attempts to undermine our confidence or exploit our fault lines within the society. The first line of defense against foreign disinformation campaigns is a vigilant and discerning public. That's why it is critically important for MFA to engage domestic audiences and explain our positions as best as we can. The old world order may have ended, but that does not mean we should give up on a rules-based approach to international affairs. Doing what we can to strengthen multilateralism and international law is still relevant for a small state like Singapore. At the same time, there is a deep vein of pragmatism in the way we view the world. We have always understood that size and power matter in foreign relations. At a time of fragmentation around the world, where trust and consistency are in deficit, Singapore must continue to be clear-eyed about our national interests, assess our options with a calm and steady mind, and make hard-nosed decisions that are only in Singapore's interests. Most importantly, we must stand on our own 2 feet. We cannot rely on others to secure our interests and our destiny.
Singapore do not have to be passive bystanders. We have agency and can do much to create strategic space for ourselves. Mr. Ip Hong Weng and Mr. Henry Kwek asked how we are advancing partnerships with middle powers on the geopolitical, trade, and technology fronts. Indeed, one key strategy is to strengthen and expand our partnerships with like-minded countries, including major and middle powers. With this circle of trusted friends, we will forge ahead in critical sectors like defense cooperation, but also in new and exciting domains such as energy, technology, and sustainability. Beyond strengthening Singapore's economic resilience and security, such ties can also bring tangible benefits to Singaporeans and our companies. Last year, Singapore upgraded our relationships with Australia, France, India, New Zealand, and Vietnam to the level of Comprehensive Strategic Partnerships, or CSPs. We also established a new strategic partnership with the Republic of Korea and deepened our cooperation with the EU. Let me elaborate on some of these partnerships. With Australia, we have launched an upgraded CSP, or CSP 2.0, the first of its kind. Beyond our already strong bilateral cooperation in defense and trade, CSP 2.0 will anchor our cooperation with Australia in frontier areas like cyber, digital, space, and AI for the next decade, while strengthening economic resilience in sectors such as energy, sustainability, and supply chains. An example is our Go Green Co-Innovation Program, an initiative under the Singapore-Australia Green Economy Agreement. Under this program, both governments jointly fund green innovation projects, allowing our companies to work together to develop, test, and commercialize technological solutions that drive decarbonization. We're also working together in the region on FAST-P, the Financing Asia's Transition Partnership Initiative that will help finance Southeast Asia's green transition projects. Singapore and New Zealand have joined hands on many groundbreaking initiatives, particularly on trade. Bilaterally, our agreement on trade in essential supplies, the first of its kind, will ensure the continued flow of critical goods even during crises. Singapore, New Zealand, and Chile launched the negotiation for the Green Economy Partnership Agreement in October last year. It represents a new rules-based trade agreement that aims to support new opportunities for businesses and enhance trade and investment in green sectors. With India, the fourth largest economy in the world, we have elevated relations to a CSP. A forward-looking roadmap was jointly adopted during PM Lawrence Wong's official visit to India in September last year to guide the next phase of our cooperation under the CSP. The CSP roadmap outlines concrete commitments to strengthen our partnership in advanced manufacturing, skills development, digitalization, and connectivity across the air, sea, and digital domains. Dr. Hamid Razak asked about how cooperation with middle powers could be expanded to support broader people-to-people ties. We are doing so under the CSP roadmap through scholarships, study visits, and internship programs. With France, we upgraded bilateral ties to a CSP, Singapore's first such partnership with a European country. The CSP will strengthen cooperation in existing sectors like defense, trade, education, research, and culture, and expand our collaboration in new areas including decarbonization, energy, digitalization, and AI. With the EU, we signed the EU-Singapore Digital Trade Agreement, or the EU-SDTA, in May 2025. This is the EU's first standalone digital trade agreement with another country, and Singapore's largest bilateral digital economy agreement to date. We're also exploring greater cooperation between the EU and ASEAN, as well as between the EU and the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership, or CPTPP. These initiatives support a broader engagement of Europe and complement our new CSP with France, as well as existing strategic partnerships with Germany and the UK. We upgraded relations with the Republic of Korea to a strategic partnership in November last year. This will provide a platform for both sides to leverage our respective technological strengths and deepen cooperation on sustainability, AI, cybersecurity, and next-generation energy solutions. It will also promote exchanges between our youths and institutes of higher learning in the arts, culture, and other areas of mutual interest. Through the partnership, we also work closely to facilitate two-way agri-food trade. We also look to do more with Japan as we commemorate the 60th anniversary of diplomatic relations this year. Given Japan's strengths, we will deepen collaboration in areas like the digital economy, green transition, and emerging technologies. These partnerships give Singapore greater resilience and ensure that we remain relevant amongst major and middle powers. I mentioned earlier in my Mandarin speech that the first line of defense against foreign influence campaigns is a vigilant and discerning public. It is important for Singaporeans to be interested in global affairs so that they can engage the world wisely and confidently. At the same time, Singaporeans need to understand Singapore's core interests and look at global affairs through a Singapore lens. Decisions about Singapore's future must be made by Singaporeans and Singaporeans only, free from external manipulation. Mr. Ip Hong Wing, Ms. Joan Pereira, Mr. Ang Wei Neng, Mr. Fu Tse Xiang, Ms. Hazlina Abdul Halim, and Ms. Eileen Chong asked about how we can strengthen trust, unity, and resilience at home, and spoke about the need to build domestic support for foreign policy. The government has stepped up engagement efforts with Singaporeans, including students, youths, businesses, grassroots leaders, through closed-door dialogue sessions and workshops to help Singaporeans better understand our operating context and foreign policy considerations. For example, MFA regularly conducts foreign policy engagement sessions with all pre-tertiary institutions to explain the fundamentals of Singapore's foreign policy. Last month, I held a dialogue with business leaders from the Singapore International Chamber of Commerce, during which we discussed Singapore's approach to staying relevant and resilient by navigating global geopolitical challenges based on our long-term national interests. Ms. Jessica Tan and Mr. Ang Wei Neng also asked about how MFA is working across government to protect Singapore from foreign interference. MFA is working with MHA to strengthen our safeguards against foreign interference, which will be elaborated on by MHA during its COS. Mr. Chairman, foreign policy begins at home. Singapore's relevance to the world depends on both our ability to add value to others as well as our international credibility. Our ability to stand firm on the world stage depends on having our people's trust and support, and our ability to remain calm and collected in the face of challenging external circumstances. We can only act with confidence if Singaporeans are united behind us.
MOS Zulkarnain Abdul Rahim.
Mr. Chairman, in Malay, please. Tuan Pengerusi seperti ahli.
As members of the House has noted, the post-World War II global order, which brought progress and stability to Singapore, has ended. It is increasingly difficult for us to see major countries continue to adhere to the long-established principles of multilateral cooperation as well as respect for international laws and principles. Great powers are now more prepared to flex their military and economic power to pursue their interests. In fact, some feel even less inclined than before to be held legally or morally accountable for their actions. The cumulative effect is a more dangerous world, especially for small states like Singapore, like a sheep in a proverbial storm, and all seas experience storms. We will feel the effects of more frequent and instant geopolitical disruption. But despite the rough seas, Singapore has the ability and space to chart our own course. We cannot allow ourselves to drift with the wind or waves, because without guidance, it is easy to lose our way and drift into international waters. If we try to balance major powers or choose sides, it means surrendering our ability to determine our own destiny. Rather, we must find a compass to guide ourselves. In foreign policy, our national interest is this guiding compass. We must continue to identify and assert our national interests clearly, be it our sovereignty, security, or social cohesion, and use our capabilities to chart the right path. While the world has undergone profound shifts, one thing remains constant, that globalization will continue. A global division of labor is still essential for production at scale. However, flows are becoming more selective and partnerships more strategic. We will need to adjust to these changes by staying open but connecting in smarter, more diversified and resilient ways. Singapore cannot journey alone. We must continue to forge partnerships with like-minded countries. At the same time, we must deepen our engagement of fast-growing markets. This strategy gives Singapore space to seize emerging opportunities and build a resilient economy, an economy that continues to create good jobs and new opportunities for Singaporeans. But our success abroad can only be achieved with strength and unity at home. As a diverse, multiracial society, Singaporeans will have different views on international developments from time to time. While there is space for us to express different views, this does not divide us. Rather, Singaporeans have demonstrated their ability to stay united and close ranks on issues of national interest to secure what is best for Singapore. Ms. Hazlina Abdul Halim asked up to situation in Gaza, while SBS Dr. Said Harun and Mr. Yip Hon Wing asked about Singapore's support for humanitarian efforts. Indeed, this humanitarian crisis moved many members of our community. Singaporeans from different races and religion came together and with local charity organizations pool their resources to provide humanitarian assistance for the people in Gaza. It was heartwarming to witness this whole of society effort. To date, Singapore and Singaporeans have contributed 11 tranches of aid and monetary donation totaling over 25 million to Gaza. We have continued to work with regional partners in the Middle East, such as Jordan and Egypt, to support the Palestinians in Gaza. For example, through the RSAF's airlifts and airdrops of humanitarian supplies via Jordan, which I had the opportunity to witness firsthand, and the donation of prosthetics to Jordan's Restoring Hope initiative for Palestinians who have lost limbs or disabled. With Egypt and South medical team was deployed in Cairo in September 2020 to support specialized care for Palestinians receiving treatment there. At the same time, Singapore has continued to provide support for human capital development efforts through our $10 million enhanced technical assistance package to help the Palestinian Authority to prepare for their eventual statehood in the future. A few days ago, Minister Balakrishnan and I hosted Palestinian Authority Minister of Finance Planning, Dr. Estefan Salami, who was in Singapore for an official visit. Besides expressing his gratitude to the Singapore government and Singaporeans for their generous contribution and support towards humanitarian assistance in Gaza, Minister Salami expressed appreciation for Singapore's enhanced technical assistance package and the briefings that we arranged for him on Singapore's education and smart nation journey. We look forward to continue sharing Singapore's experience in areas of interest and may help the Palestinian Authority. The spirit of giving is not confined to Gaza alone. When Southeast Asia experienced natural disasters last year, Singaporeans stepped up to assist and support fundraising efforts by the Singapore Red Cross and other charity organizations. These contributions reflect our shared value as a fair society in how we unite to work together. Ms. Helena spoke about strengthening domestic support for foreign policy. Our sense of we will be more critical than ever. At times, we need to take foreign policy positions that may displease major powers and external countries. While some such decisions are difficult, we need to make them to support our national interests. Foreign actors may impose their narratives, exploit our differences, or pressure us to accept their views. But we must remain calm, be clear in our principles and direction, and confident in our values. We must not back down. Nor will we bow to foreign pressure. Most importantly, we must stay united and strengthen our social compact. In any close relationship, disagreement is in views and policies are bound to occur from time to time. When we do, we manage them on the basis of mutual respect, goodwill, and a long-term view of our shared interests. At the same time, there is much that we have done and will continue to do together. Mr. Patrick Tay asked about the emerging domain and practical projects that we can pursue, including at the state or provincial level. Mr. Victor Lai asked if the MFA could play a stronger role in fostering structured network so that our enterprise and our young professional can navigate this ecosystem with confidence. Mr. Gerald Giam asked for greater people's ties with our neighbors, particularly among you. We continue to work closely with Malaysia, Indonesia, and Brunei to expand bilateral cooperation and deepen regional integration, including at the state, provincial, and even at city levels. Such engagement aims to foster a conducive environment for our young professionals to harness new opportunities, strengthen businesses, people-to-people ties, and foster win-win outcomes in strategic sectors. We have much to look forward to with Malaysia this year. We are working with our economic agency to ensure that Johor Singapore Special Zone, JOSZ, in a new era of economic integration. Singapore-based companies have already committed over 5.5 billion in investment with potential for further growth. The Johor Paris-Singapore Rapid Transit System link, which is targeted to commence service in end 2026, will greatly reduce journey time and ease congestion on the causeway. We look forward to deepening our engagement with East Malaysia. The opening of our new consulates in Sarawak and Sabah will expand cooperation and unlock the greater connectivity, integration, and trade. It will also enable the ministry to provide better consulate services to Singaporeans living and travelling there. This is an example of how we engage state to state and city to city. With Indonesia, we will continue to forge win-win partnerships in new and emerging areas like in the green economy. This includes cross-border electric trade, carbon capture and storage, and the development of this sustainable industrial zone in the Riau Islands. Initiatives such as Youth Mobility Program, which facilitates annual cross-border internship opportunities for 300 students from Singapore and Indonesia, which helps maintain our close people-to-people ties with the next generation. We are stepping up engagement with Indonesian provinces. I visited Batam last year and I had constructive meetings with their leadership and key businesses figures there. We also have a special relationship with Brunei. This year, we mark the 50th anniversary of defense relations. Many of our NS women, men and women, will certainly remember training in Temburong Forest in Brunei. However, like all good friends, we do not take it for granted and assume that Brunei continues to allow our soldiers to train on their grounds. We must continue to take this special relationship to a higher level. We look forward to celebrate the 60th anniversary of the Currency Interchangeability Agreement next year, which remains a hallmark of our unique relationship and a symbol of our mutual trust and shared commitment to facilitate mutual investment, trade, and tourism between Singapore and Brunei. Mr. Alex Yam asked about the continued relevance and importance of ASEAN and Singapore's role in strengthening integration regionally. We remain deeply committed to ASEAN. ASEAN is a valuable platform for member states to meet and discuss differences constructively and peacefully, and for us to work together on mutually beneficial issues such as trade, connectivity, and people-to-people links. ASEAN member states have cooperated effectively, including during the emergencies such as COVID-19. Therefore, we will continue to this year's Asian Chair Philippines to work closely with them to deepen regional integration and promote external partnerships in the lead up to our chairmanship of ASEAN next year.
Beyond our neighborhood, we must expand our global footprint. This includes strengthening long-standing friendships and building new ones. We have diversified successfully into fast-growing markets, particularly during COVID-19, where we broaden our food sources, strengthen our supply chains, and build resilient economic connections. But we can do more. Mr. Yip Hon Wing, Ms. Hazlina Abdul Halim, Mr. Victor Lai, and Ms. Joan Pereira asked about the ministry's plans to engage emerging regions and encourage our citizens and businesses to explore opportunities there. We have been pursuing a whole-of-government approach in engaging emerging regions such as Latin America, the Middle East, Africa, Central Asia, South Asia, and the Pacific Islands. This includes establishing new embassies and touchpoints and unlocking economic opportunities for our companies. We are also working to expand people-to-people and cultural exchanges to build mindshare and familiarity of these countries among Singaporeans. For example, we are stepping up cooperation with Latin America, including growing our trade and business linkages. During President's visit to Mexico last year, we announced a new resident embassy in Mexico City. This will be our second resident mission in Latin America and our first in the Spanish-speaking world. We have negotiated FTAs with the Pacific Alliance and Mercosur, two of the region's most prominent trading blocs. Our companies benefit from the increased linkages and access. Crimson Logic is providing digital solutions in the Bahamas, Mexico, Panama, Suriname, and Trinidad and Tobago, while Olam International operates in Brazil, Mexico, and Peru to actively diversify our food sources. We also enjoy broad-based cooperation with countries in the Middle East. We established our first strategic partnership in the Middle East with Saudi Arabia, and we look forward to convening the inaugural Strategic Partnership Council meeting co-chaired by our two Prime Ministers soon. With the UAE, we share a comprehensive partnership which spans 7 clusters, from political and economic affairs to health, sustainable development, and education. We also engage our Middle East counterparts through regular exchanges and multiple ministerial platforms, such as those with Oman, Qatar, and the UAE. We have also bolstered our connectivity with countries in the Middle East, which will foster greater business and people-to-people links. Singapore Airlines is scheduled to launch direct flights to Riyadh in June, while Oman Air will do so between Muscat and Singapore in July. Last September, President made a state visit to Egypt, and our two countries agreed to study the feasibility of a bilateral FTA. In Africa, which is a key driver of future global growth, we are also doing more. In August, I met 14 African ministers and deputy ministers who were here in Singapore for the 5th Singapore-Africa Ministerial Exchange visit. This was the largest turnout for the exchange visit to date. PM also visited Ethiopia in November and announced that Singapore would establish an embassy in Addis Ababa. This will be our first diplomatic mission in East Africa and our third in the African continent. It will support deeper engagement of the African Union, which is based in Addis Ababa, and support our businesses seeking to access new markets. Finally, in Central Asia, South Asia, and the Pacific Islands, we are expanding exchanges and technical assistance to foster goodwill, deepen people-to-people ties, and support their development priorities. We engage the Pacific regionally through the Pacific Islands Forum in our capacity as a dialogue partner, as well as bilaterally with individual Pacific countries. Cultural exchanges have increased our familiarity with each other. For example, in 2025, a group of Kazakh artists performed for the very first time in the Chingay Parade. We have also deepened technical assistance cooperation with South Asian countries. For example, we supported the establishment of 2 technical training centers in Bhutan to provide skills training in automotive and facility technology. We signed an MOU with the Maldives government on capacity building during Maldives President's state visit to Singapore in June last year. Mr. Gerald Giam asked if the ministry will be establishing more resident missions in the region I mentioned. We are reviewing the need for more resident missions, taking into account our limited manpower and resource constraints. Meanwhile, we will continue to explore opportunities to do more in these fast-growing regions, including through our excellent non-resident ambassadors. Mr. Chairman, despite the transition to a more tumultuous world, Singapore has agency to shape the future that we want. But we must know our interests, stay united, and we must build on our strengths. Only then can we seize emerging opportunities, secure our place in an evolving world, and build a resilient economy that continues to create good jobs and new opportunities for Singaporeans. The seas may be rough, but with unity as our compass and our strengths as the keel, Singapore will not drift along with global tides. We will chart our own course and sail forward with purpose. Like in Greek mythology, Atlas, who bears the weight of the heavens, a small nation survives not by size, but by strength in unity and with resilience, and so will Singapore. Thank you.
MOS Gan Xiao Huang.
Mr. Chairman, much has been said about the changing international order. Against the backdrop of a world that is marked by geopolitical competition and great power rivalry, MFA's work has become more salient. To safeguard Singapore's national interests, we need to expand our international partnerships and support a rules-based multilateral approach towards solving global challenges like climate change. I will talk about how Singapore supports the development of other countries and how MFA provides consular assistance to Singaporeans who need help overseas. At the 2025 S. Rajaratnam lecture, Prime Minister Lawrence Wong set out how Singapore must meet the challenge of an increasingly uncertain world. Rather than retreat, he urged us to reach out, not to build barriers, but to build bridges. We believe in the transformative role of human capital in driving social progress and economic prosperity of a nation. This is Singapore's development story. It is a story that we are happy to share to help others in their development journey. This was why Singapore started the Singapore Cooperation Programme, SCP, in 1992 to enhance the capabilities of developing nations through capacity building and knowledge sharing. And through the SCP, we built bridges that support and connect countries. To a large extent, the SCP is our way of paying it forward after having received assistance from our foreign friends during our early years of independence. Our investment in development partnerships also forms a key part of our strategy to engage with the Global South and create future opportunities for collaboration. Dr. Kenneth Goh asked about strengthening our capacity building platforms. We have revamped MFA's Development Partnerships Directorate to better integrate Singapore's development assistance across government agencies, international organizations, and foundations to deliver the best possible outcomes. We are now better able to mobilize Singapore's full ecosystem, combining policy expertise, industry capabilities, and practical know-how, and expand our focus to new domains such as digital economy and climate resilience. Our development partnerships span across 180 countries and territories. Altogether, we have supported more than 163,000 foreign officials through training and capacity building programs. The ASEAN region is especially important as 60% of the SCP's participants hail from Southeast Asia. Programs such as the Initiative for ASEAN Integration aim to narrow the development gap within ASEAN and enhance regional integration, while we tailor customized bilateral programs for countries' specific development needs. Our capacity building initiatives in Southeast Asia extend to both major cities as well as cities in the provinces such as Batam and East Java in Indonesia, as well as Haiphong and Ho Chi Minh City in Vietnam. One of our key focus is supporting ASEAN's newest member, Timor-Leste, in its capacity building. It is Singapore's interest for Timor-Leste to become a successful and contributing member of ASEAN. In 2025, we launched an enhanced Singapore Timor-Leste ASEAN Readiness Support Package, ESAS. The ESAS package helps to familiarize Timorese officials with important aspects of ASEAN, including key ASEAN economic arrangements. For example, MFA organized a 2-day training program last year conducted in Delhi by the IC's ASEAN Study Center on key ASEAN issues and ASEAN's work. Timor-Leste Prime Minister Gusmao said during his visit to Singapore last year that Singapore's support has made a real difference and reflected a friendship that was measured in actions, not words. For the African region, our most recent development assistance program, the Singapore-Africa Partnership Leading to Growth and Sustainability Saplings Package, was launched by Prime Minister Lawrence Wong during his bilateral visit to Ethiopia in November 2025. Under Saplings, we welcome African officials to visit Singapore on customized study visits and education programs to learn about our development journey and also to exchange learning points. Dr. Hamid Razak asked about expanding Singapore's networks with middle powers and international organizations. We are working with like-minded partners to pool our strengths in delivering and developing assistance programs to third parties. Such partnerships allow us to amplify our contributions and ensure that our development assistance is relevant, sustainable, and impactful. We have nearly 30 third country training programs today. In Latin America, we are partnering Chile, Brazil, Mexico, Colombia, and Argentina to deliver courses to officials in ASEAN, Latin America, and Caribbean on digitalization, food safety, and disaster risk management. Our regional training centers in Oman, Jordan, and Qatar train officials from Middle East, Asia, and Africa on topics such as public governance and digitalization. Closer to home, we have also refreshed our partnerships with China, Australia, and Korea to conduct courses on topics such as sustainable development and green economy. In addition, we launched a new training program with New Zealand in 2025 for the Pacific Islands on leadership training for the public service. We've also forged development partnerships with international organizations, just to name a few: United Nations Children's Fund, United Nations Development Programme, World Health Organization, World Trade Organization, World Bank, International Civil Aviation Organization, and International Maritime Organization. With the International Monetary Fund, IMF, we worked with IMF Singapore Training Institute and IMF Pacific Financial Technical Assistance Center to provide training for senior finance officials from the Pacific Island countries. We also started a collaboration with Google to tap on private sector expertise for our program for AI policy leaders. Collectively, these efforts allow Singapore to play a part in the capacity building needs of developing countries. This is especially salient today when there are fewer global resources available to support development assistance. Our programs and partnerships profile Singapore as a responsible member of the global community and pave the way forward for future collaboration. Mr. Chairman, even as we expand our external partnerships, we remain deeply focused on our core mission, caring for Singaporeans overseas. Ms. Joan Pereira asked about how MFA is strengthening consular service to Singaporeans. Today, more Singaporeans live, work, study, and travel abroad than ever before. In 2025, Singapore residents made a total of 10.6 million overseas trips. Some encounter unfortunate situations while overseas and require consular assistance. The nature of the consular cases handled by our officers has increased in complexity, as geopolitical conflict and natural disasters can sometimes strike without warning. To better equip our teams to handle consular cases, MFA is strengthening our capabilities and systems. We are leveraging on digital tools to serve Singaporeans more efficiently. We have enhanced our e-register system so that Singaporeans traveling overseas can now easily e-register using their SingPass. In 2025, more than 600,000 Singaporeans e-registered with MFA, and this was twice as many of those who e-registered their travel in 2019. We have also enhanced our 24/7 Consular Response Center to provide effective and timely support. The center operates around the clock and keeps a watchful eye on developments worldwide, reaching out to Singaporean travelers during emergencies. Beyond digital tools, human connection is at the core of MFA's consular work. When Singaporeans abroad face distress, it helps to hear a Singaporean voice on the line. Our officers, supported by the 24/7 Consular Response Center, are that first line of support. In January 2025, a tour bus carrying 27 people, including 26 Singaporeans, veered off the road in Lofoten, Norway, due to poor driving conditions caused by inclement weather. 6 Singaporeans were injured, with 3 of them suffering traumatic injuries that required urgent medical treatment. With the help of our Honorary Consulate General in Oslo, our MFA staff, Ms. Estelle Ho, maintained close contact with affected Singaporeans and assisted them in reporting lost passports, obtaining temporary travel documents, and making police reports. Estelle stayed in contact with the Singaporeans in distress until their safe return home. In January 2025, our Beijing mission assisted a family whose non-verbal teenager with special needs went missing in Beijing. The family was also not Mandarin speaking. Our MFA officer, Mr. Lin Jiayi, accompanied the parents during their search, coordinated with the local police, assisted in translation, and offered practical assistance and emotional support to the family. The teenager was eventually found by local authorities after missing for 12 hours. During the Hat Yai floods in December 2025, MFA dispatched a crisis response team to assist Singaporeans affected by the floods. This includes providing basic necessities like food and water to the stranded Singaporeans, liaising with their next of kin, and facilitating their safe return home. One of our officers helping Singaporeans evacuate to the airport, Mr. Ashley Ashmadi, was also left stranded overnight in central Hat Yai when his hired driver refused to return to the airport due to the floods. He and a Singaporean whom he was assisting both ended up finding temporary shelter until they could both safely evacuate the following day. So when Ashley said that he understood what Singaporeans were experiencing, he truly meant it. Apart from our overseas missions, we have honorary consuls general or honorary consuls in 30 countries, which extend the reach of our consular assistance. However, in countries where we do not have resident embassies or HCGs, cooperation with our close partners is key. Ms. Rachel Ong asked about the importance of developing partnerships with other countries to provide consular assistance. Amongst ASEAN member states, there are standing guidelines on consular assistance where ASEAN missions render consular assistance to ASEAN nationals who do not have a resident mission in the country. Beyond this, we also partner other friendly countries on the consular front. For example, MFA facilitated the evacuation of 11 Singaporeans from Iran during the 12-day war between Iran and Israel in June last year. While Singapore does not have a resident mission in Iran, MFA worked closely with the governments of Oman and Malaysia to evacuate 4 of the 11 Singaporeans. Our officers based in missions around the world, including in countries with active conflict, sometimes face real danger. The team at the Singapore Embassy in Doha were in the vicinity of an airstrike last year and experienced loud explosions and tremors while at work. MFA officers in Moscow and Tel Aviv have had to seek shelter during drone attacks on their host cities. Despite these dangerous moments, our officers have never once asked to leave their post to come home. Consular work is not easy, but MFA officers like Estelle, Jiayi, and Ashley do this out of a deep sense of desire and responsibility to help Singaporeans in times of need. I thank them for their dedication. Mr. Chairman, in an increasingly turbulent world, MFA needs to be sharp in safeguarding Singapore's national interests. We may be a tiny red dot, but we have agency, we are united, and we leave no one behind. I've been with MFA for 8 months, and I'm tremendously proud to be part of the MFA team. The MFA team will continue to work with determination and agility to protect Singapore's interests and support Singaporeans no matter where they are in the world. Thank you.
We have time for clarifications. Mr. Ang Wei Neng.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 我想询问高级部长沈颖哲女士。
I would like to ask Ms. Sim Ann, within the Sino-US rivalry, and How is our relationship with China? We have seen many comments on the internet. And will this affect our relationship with China? And other than the 7-minute video, how would we warn Singaporeans on those AI-generated videos?
Whether the current unrest in Mexico will affect the timeline and resolve to open the resident embassy in Mexico. Thank you.
SMS Sim N first, followed by Minister Vivian.
Mr. Chairman, I'll reply in Mandarin. 谢谢洪维能先生的这个提问。新加坡和中国的关系非常好，我们
Relations has a very good and multifaceted relationship with China. We are cooperating in a range of areas. Last year, we celebrated establishing diplomatic relations for 35 years. As for the videos that he mentioned, these videos originate from various online sources. We are not sure where these sources come from, but most importantly, when Singaporeans assess these information, they must be mindful. They must be aware of the core interests of Singapore, that we are a multi-religion, multiracial country, and we need to protect Singapore's sovereignty and prosperity. And it's actually very easy to check on the authenticity of online information. So when people come across very sensationalized headlines of online information, they should be aware. Before they share this information, they should actually go online to our official websites and mainstream media to check on whether these information are legitimate. So when we try to identify whether these information are true or false, we must remain calm.
No.
Mr. Jerogam.
So I thank the Minister for reaffirming our commitment to ASEAN. Since the ASEAN Secretariat plays such a key role in ASEAN, can the Minister share how many Singaporeans are currently among the over 270 staff at the Secretariat, besides the current Deputy Secretary General? And how many more are going to be seconded there, especially in preparation for Singapore's chairmanship in 2027? Secondly, on people-to-people relations, does MFA work with MOE, Sport SG, National Sports Associations, and youth cultural organizations to use regional competitions and performances as platforms for deeper people-to-people exchanges with our ASEAN neighbors? I ask this because if this is not done deliberately, there may be a tendency for participants to mingle mainly with their own compatriots, especially when they are there in large groups.
Mr. Balakrishnan.
I don't have the specific number. Maybe you can file a PQ for that, and I'll provide it to you later. Your second point on people-to-people relations, this is absolutely critical. And I would say it goes beyond MOE, it goes beyond MCCY. But even when people make trips, and sometimes with their organizations or religious organizations, these are all avenues in which deeper understanding and stronger people-to-people relations are built. I'll give you some examples, because I used to be, in those days it was called MCYS, and I can assure you that our athletes in the sporting villages do not confine their interactions to only Singaporeans or indeed even people from our immediate neighborhood. So that is going on. The second example I will give you is that you'll be surprised how much goodwill is generated by trips made by volunteers to do projects which you may consider quite prosaic, whether it is digging a well, a ditch, improving sanitation, as well as more sophisticated volunteer projects where surgeons go repair cleft lips, cleft palates, or provide primary health care. So all these things add up, and it makes a difference to the sense, the consciousness of an ASEAN identity, and that Singaporeans do care for our neighborhood and our people in ASEAN, and that we do make a positive contribution.
Mr. Ip Hong Wing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Minister spoke about supporting the rule-based multilateral system and the architecture of norms and institutions that give small states like Singapore some measure of protection. In this context, can the Minister elaborate further why our nomination of Ambassador Rina Lee as a candidate for judge in the International Court of Justice matters for Singapore and the global community? If elected, how can Ambassador Lee contribute? Thank you.
Minister Balakrishnan.
Well, first of all, I would want to highlight Ambassador Rina Lee's invaluable contributions to landing the High Seas Treaty, which determines basically the protection of biodiversity beyond national jurisdictions, and to have arrived at a globally binding international treaty which has come into force in a time like this, by consensus, given the state of the world, actually was an incredible achievement. So the first point is that whatever happens to the election for the Court of Justice, there is no taking away from her enormous diplomatic achievement. The second point I would make is that it goes beyond the person, but the fact that she is a Singaporean and comes with, for those of you who've been on international stage, you will know that just being a Singaporean or a Singaporean leader, public official, or diplomat already opens doors for you. People expect competence, trustworthiness, reliability, transparency, all the attributes that go into defining a Singaporean. And that actually facilitates the constructive work which we try to do at an international stage. The third point I would make is that we have nominated her for the election which will be due later this year for a seat on the International Court of Justice, because it reflects first our commitment to international law, which Singapore as a small city-state relies on. Second, we believe she is a credible candidate whom other countries should consider on her own merits and on her own track record. And that's the spirit in which we have put her up. Members of the House may also be aware that recently Mr. Darrell Tang, who is leading WIPO, World Intellectual Property Organization, has been nominated again for a second term, and by an overwhelming margin. I think by a margin which the politicians in this House can only envy. Again, full credit to him, but it is also because he is Singaporean.
Associate Professor Kenneth Goh.
Oops. Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to build on former members Gerald Giam's question about the person-to-person exchanges through sport, to bring up the idea of sports and arts events and as a strategy for diplomacy. And I bring that up because I had the honor of and privilege of being a part of the World Aquatics Championships last year. And I saw all the opportunities for establishing diplomatic ties
in such events. Yes, the trade, the economy, the transport, defense, energy, all these priorities are important and they're critical. But I think the sports and the arts and cultural events, they play a part as well. And I'll give you another example. We're currently hosting the Smash table tennis competition. And just a few days ago, our table tennis duo, Isaac Kwek and Koen Pang, through a show of sportsmanship to their Argentinian competitors, right? I think it really displayed Singaporeans' reputation for trust, respect for fair play, and respect for the law. And I think they probably made a few good friends through that exchange, which helps with our outreach to Latin America, which Minister of State Zulkarnain mentioned as well. So I was wondering if we can be more deliberate about using arts and sports events and hosting these events here as part of our strategy for diplomacy. Thank you.
Minister Balakrishnan.
Well, in short, I completely agree with you, and that's why we have indeed been hosting these events. And in your own capacity as a national athlete and also as an official now, you've seen how it works in practice. And I cannot emphasize enough how much our national athletes and artists and other creative personnel are actually ambassadors for Singapore. And you fly the flag for us, and you fly it well. And I want to express my appreciation to every athlete and artist.
And if I could just add, likewise, inter-parliamentary ties also add to our diplomacy. Ms. Elin Chong.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think there's broad consensus in this House that foreign policy begins at home. I have one clarification about the various engagement sessions that MFA conducts. I would like to ask, what are MFA's benchmarks for whether such sessions are effective in building durable understanding, and whether MFA tests or tracks this, since they do durable understanding of the public does serve as a strong foundation for us to make hard choices and to sustain them. Thank you.
Minister Balakrishnan.
Well, I know where you're coming from as a former diplomat. I think first you will agree with me that we need to do these engagement sessions, because, and Mr. Foo Che Siang has also emphasized that, it's not a morality play, it's not a simple binary black and white, good and evil, and that there may be multiple answers, but what is more important is understanding, and understanding why. So the main purpose of these sessions is to provide safe and open, candid platforms for these interactions to occur. Now, we do obviously do, post-event analysis, but I wouldn't be too caught up with that. I mean, yes, it will help us understand which questions are more interesting, which speakers may be more effective. But more important point which I take away is that we need to do this, and we need to do more of it, and we need to engage across a wider spectrum of the public, including differing views. As long as people can agree on the national interests, can agree on why we have to do or adopt certain positions, I think we can courteously have some divergence on the specific recommendations. So it is the spirit in which these engagements occur. And you've been posted overseas, so you would know, again, it's how we carry ourselves as Singaporeans. I am always humbled by the fact that doors are open for us simply because of that red passport. But I also feel an extra burden. Don't let the team down. And don't, besmirch the reputation which countless generations have built for us to gain the unusual level of access and opportunity which all of us have as Singaporeans, as athletes, as artists, as businessmen, as enterprises, as parliamentarians. I think all of you who have traveled and represented Singapore in some capacity or the other will know what I'm referring to. So I thank all those who participated in these sessions, and we will continue to do more of them.
On that note, can I, okay, Mr. Dennis Tan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't file a cut for the MFA this year, but I do have a clarification I'd like to seek. I thank MOS Sukanan for, I think he mentioned that the significance of setting up an embassy in Mexico and being, I think, the first embassy in a Spanish-speaking world, if I heard him correctly. I just want to seek a clarification, given the ongoing unrest and violence created by the drug gangs at the moment. What is MFA's position on our plans to set up the embassy, and how will the ongoing issues affect our plans? Thank you.
I thought the answer was already earlier given by Minister.
And the answer, I said, no, it will not affect our timeline. But maybe let me give you a fuller explanation, since both of you have raised the question. It is also part of Singapore's DNA that when the going gets tough, we don't leave the scene. And we don't abandon the commitments which we have made. And in fact, a crisis is precisely the moment to demonstrate resolve, reliability, trustworthiness. So whilst specifically in the question of Mexico, you will know that we do have a travel notice right now, because we certainly do not want Singaporeans to get into trouble. But I would not change our timeline for establishing an embassy in Mexico, because all the strategic reasons for doing so remain salient. And they will notice if we were to back off. Now, the additional point I will make, and this is something which Minister of State Gan Xiaohuang made just now. I have never, in all the decade plus in MFA, ever had an officer come to me and say, you are posting me to a dangerous post. Can you please find someone else? Never. In fact, the converse is true. When we had to evacuate people from Wuhan during the early phase of COVID-19, we asked for volunteers, and we had volunteers who went, got on board a plane, went into ground zero, in a sense. And again, this speaks volume to the sense of mission and commitment and responsibility of our diplomats. So for all these reasons, I would be very, very reluctant to change plans, even in the midst of a crisis. And the larger point I made in my interview during COS was that precisely because the world is in such a difficult, prickly, volatile and dangerous state, actually, if we keep our wits about ourselves and we maintain unity, and we continue to have this clear-eyed, realistic, but principled approach, there are many opportunities for Singapore. And that's why don't lose hope. This is a time to stand up, stand on our own 2 feet, be confident and realistic, and keep the flag flying high.
On that proud note, I would like to invite Mr. Yip, if you'd like to withdraw your amendment.
Chairman, I express my sincere appreciation to the Minister, SMS, MOSs, and MFA officers, both in Singapore and across our overseas missions, for their dedicated service in advancing national interests amidst a more complex and uncertain global environment. I also want to thank my GPC colleagues as well as members in this House for their thoughtful contributions to the debate. The discussion highlights the significant shifts in the global landscape and the growing need for discipline and clarity in our approach. Singapore must remain principled, steady in diplomacy, and united as one people, upholding the rule of law over the law of power, and recognizing that foreign policy begins at home, where unity forms the bedrock of our credibility abroad. And with that, I beg leave to withdraw my amendment. Thank you.
Is the honourable member given leave to withdraw the amendment? Then leave of the majority is given and the amendment is withdrawn. The question is that the sum of $614,402,500 for head end stand part of the main estimates. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. Think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that the sum of $46,700,000 for head end stand part of the development estimates. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Head J, Ministry of Defence, Mr. Ip Hong Wei.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that the total sum allocated to Head J of the estimates be reduced by $100. There's a story about Dr. Goh Keng Swee in the early years of our independence. When Singapore began building up its armed forces, some thought we were overreacting. We were small. We had limited resources. Why spend scarce funds on defense? Dr. Goh's answer was simple. If we did not take our own security seriously, no one else would. If we did not prepare early, we would prepare too late. If we did not build strength ourselves, we would depend on the strength of others. That clarity shaped the SAF we know today. In 1967, he moved the National Service Bill with a stark question: why defend Singapore at all if this island was said to be indefensible? It was not rhetorical, it was a test of will. He warned that the real danger was not vulnerability, but neglect. Without defense, we would drift into becoming a colony or a satellite, exposed to pressure and ransom. That was the choice then. It remains the choice now. We do not choose our size. We do not choose our geography. We do not choose the ambitions of larger powers. But we choose whether we face reality squarely, prepare seriously, and shape our own future. Today, the global order is entering a more uncertain phase. The belief that economic integration would soften rivalry has frayed. The assumption that international rules protect small states is under strain. Major power competition is sharpening across technology, supply chains, energy, and data. Strategic mistrust is deepening. Influence is contested across domains. At the recent Munich Security Conference, the conclusion was sobering. Strategic stability can no longer be assumed. It must be sustained and defended. For Singapore, the implications are immediate. When sanctions expand, our trade-dependent economy feels it. When multilateral forums stall, small states lose room to maneuver. When norms weaken, might presses against right. When rules fragment, uncertainty multiplies. These are not distant headlines. They define our operating environment. Recent conflicts have revealed hard lessons. Emerging technologies have lowered the barriers of conflict. Drones and precision capabilities can offset traditional advantages. Cyber operations can disrupt systems without warning. Information campaigns can divide societies before a single shot is fired. Modern conflict tests more than armies. It tests energy grids, digital infrastructure, and food security. Above all, it tests national cohesion. For hyper-connected Singapore, the front line is no longer distant. It is the phone in the young person's hand, the data center powering our economy, and the port anchoring our supply lines. Security today demands resilience in systems, clarity in command, and confidence in society. Mr. Chairman, I seek the Minister's update on 3 fronts. First, how has MINDEF's assessment of security conflicts and risks evolved over the past 5 years? How has that translated into our force posture and operational readiness? Second, how are we strengthening total defense as a whole to prepare Singaporeans for crises and contingencies? Third, how is defense diplomacy widening our strategic space, while safeguarding our independence? Are we working with more partners? How do we remain trusted by all, yet subordinate to none? These questions lead directly to SAF 2040. A strong SAF is the bedrock of deterrence. Credible strength deters miscalculation, prevents aventurism, and preserves peace. Fighters must secure our skies. Ships must protect our sea lines. Army units must prevail in complex terrain. Without this conventional core, deterrence weakens and risk rises. SAF 2040 recognizes that technological change is compressing decision cycles and expanding the battle space. The contest spans physical, digital, and cognitive domains. Our response must be integrated and forward-looking. Counter-drone systems must be layered. Cyber defense must be hardened. AI-enabled decision support must be embedded from the outset. The SAF's digital and intelligent arms reflects this shift. Its value lies in integration, whether sensors and shooters operate as one network, whether commanders share a coherent real-time picture, whether decisions are made with speed, discipline, and unity of effort. I ask 4 further questions. Are we on track in integrating sensors, shooters, and digital systems into a unified operational network? Are we building layered defenses against unmanned threats around critical infrastructure? Are acquisition strategies flexible enough to cope with rapid technological cycles and supply chain disruptions? And what is the state of preparation of the SAF for asymmetrical warfare across drone and cyber domains? These operational details reflect a deeper necessity. Our strategic depth is not measured in kilometers. It's measured in foresight, adaptability, and resolve, in being early, not late, prepared, not surprised, steady, not reactive. And so we return to Dr. Goh. In the early years, some thought he was overly cautious, some thought he was overly prepared. But time has delivered the verdict. What looked like over-preparation was prudence. What looked like caution was clarity. What looked like pessimism was responsibility. Defense is not about fear, it is about agency. It's about ensuring that future generations inherit a country that decides for itself. Dr. Goh chose to build this before danger was obvious. He chose to prepare before crisis struck. Now it is our turn. Our turn to prepare before we are forced to. Our turn to build before we are tested. Our turn to choose strength over drift, responsibility over dependence, resolve over resignation. If we do that, we honor more than his legacy. We secure our agency, we defend our dignity, we ensure that Singapore's future remains decided by Singaporeans. That was the standard he set. Let us meet it with confidence. Thank you.
The question is that the total sum to be allocated for Head J of the estimates be reduced by $100. Mr. Vikram Nair.
Chairman, the global geopolitical environment is becoming increasingly complex and uncertain. Major power competition has sharpened, and long-standing institutions are under strain. Even alliances such as NATO, which have underpinned decades of stability, face questions about cohesion and potential fracture. While Singapore is not party to these alliances, any significant shift in the global security environment will inevitably have wider implications. Against this backdrop, I would like to ask about whether MINDEF intends to refine its approach to building defense relations with key partners, and if so, how it intends to do that. Singapore's long-standing strategy has been to anchor our security in a strong defense force, supported by a diversified network of defense partnerships. This has served us well. Our close relationships with countries such as the United States and Australia have enabled us to expand our training arrangements and to enhance our military's readiness. The five-power defense arrangements continues to provide a practical and flexible platform for interoperability through regular exercises. Within our region, ADMM, ASEAN Defense Ministers Meeting, and ADMM Plus bring together ASEAN and key external partners, including China, India, Japan, and others, to strengthen dialogue and cooperation in defense and security. Now, beyond traditional defense cooperation, we already work closely with partners to address transnational threats. In counterterrorism, Singapore has strengthened information sharing with regional partners to enhance collective early warning capabilities, including through the ASEAN Our Eyes initiative. We also contribute to Counterterrorism Information Facility, CTIF, working alongside like-minded countries to exchange information and provide early warning of potential terrorist threats. In maritime security, Singapore contributes to the Information Fusion Center, which facilitates timely information sharing on maritime threats. We also participate in coordinated patrols in the Malacca Straits with Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand, and support broader international anti-piracy efforts. Now, these are practical initiatives demonstrate how defense diplomacy and security cooperation can directly enhance our security and regional stability. As the strategic environment evolves, it may be timely to consider how we can further strengthen and adapt this web of partnerships. Will Singapore explore new partnerships with like-minded nations or find meaningful ways to deepen existing relationships with countries which share our commitment to international law and to dealing with multilateral security frameworks? Are there new areas in which Singapore is looking to collaborate with other countries as well? Thank you.
SBS Sean Huang.
Singapore's success as a small nation in a complex world is always dependent on one crucial factor: our ability to be trusted by all while belonging exclusively to no one. For decades, our strategic value as a neutral convener and reliable partner has served us well. We've consistently championed international law and multilateral frameworks, signaling to our partners that we can be counted on. Our strategic location and world-class infrastructure have made us an ideal host for sensitive international discussions. The result speaks for itself. We successfully hosted the historic Trump-Kim Summit in 2018, promoting dialogue in peace in place of conflict. We continue to host the annual Shangri-La Dialogue, where defense ministers from around the world gather for frank discussions on regional security. We have facilitated trilateral exchanges between major powers, proving our professional and discretion on the global stage. However, the rapidly changing security landscape presents new challenges to sustaining this position. Great power competition is intensifying at an unprecedented pace. Nations are increasingly pressured to choose sides, and the middle ground that Singapore is traditionally occupied is shrinking. We also face new threats that straddle the space between peace and conflict. Such hybrid warfare tactics make neutrality more difficult to define and maintain. On top of these, technological warfare and cyber threats transcend traditional diplomatic boundaries, while economic interdependence creates new vulnerabilities that adversaries can exploit. As a small nation, maintaining our value proposition is not merely advantageous, it is existential. Unlike larger powers that can rely on military might or economic leverage, Singapore's security depends on our ability to remain relevant and trusted by major stakeholders. Given this, I would like to ask MINDEF SAF plans to maintain its relevance and value proposition amidst the evolving security landscape. Apart from preserving our reputation as a key and trusted partner, are there new ways in which we can demonstrate our value add to others?
Ms. Joan Pereira.
Chairman, the world has entered a new era of conflict, one that is more complex, more contested, and more technologically driven than anything we have witnessed in generations. In 2024, there were 61 state-based armed conflicts worldwide, the highest number recorded since the Second World War. What makes this moment particularly consequential is not just the number of conflicts, but how they are being fought. Today, emerging technologies such as AI, quantum computing, advanced robotics, and cyber warfare capabilities are reshaping the character of conflict, how wars are fought, who fights them, and where the battlefield lies. These technologies blur the traditional boundaries between military and civilian domains. Civilian infrastructure, businesses, and everyday technology become legitimate targets. In our context, ordinary Singaporeans, especially the vulnerable, could be put directly in harm's way. We have already seen how these new capabilities have made their way into recent conflicts and changed the way they are fought and won. Commercial drones, the kind any of us might be able to buy online, can be fitted with AI and turned into precision weapons. They can be coordinated in swarms that may overwhelm even sophisticated air defense systems. Meanwhile, cyber attacks are achieving what once required bombs and missiles. They can shut down power grids, cripple communications, and spread false information to damage public morale. Modern sensors can now see through clouds, track movements in real time, and provide commanders with battlefield awareness that was unimaginable a decade ago. In the Russia-Ukraine war, both sides deployed drones. Ukraine has even used low-cost naval drones to break Russia's Black Sea blockade and force the withdrawal of the Russian fleet from Crimea, a remarkable feat achieved without conventional warships. The digital domain has become a full-fledged theater of conflict. Cyber threats are already at our doorstep. What is most worrying is that these technologies are no longer exclusive to states. Even non-state groups can now access capabilities that were once the preserve of major military powers. For Singapore, this presents unique challenges. As a highly connected, technology-dependent city-state, the very systems that drive our economic success also create vulnerabilities. Our concentrated urban environment means that attacks using these technologies could have devastating effects. However, we also have opportunities. Singapore can leverage these same technologies to enhance our capabilities. Our strong technology sector and culture of innovation position us well to develop and deploy emerging technologies for defense purposes, potentially strengthening our defense partnerships in the process. Indeed, the DSTA has already pivoted decisively toward robotics, drones, autonomy, and AI, recognizing that the proliferation of drones and autonomous systems is reshaping the physical domain, while cyber attacks and disinformation are transforming the digital space. The SAF has established a Counter-Unmanned Aerial Systems, or UAS, Development and Operations Group, and the Air Force has set up a new UAS Warfare and Tactics Center to drive the development and integration of unmanned platforms across all services. But staying ahead will require not only technological innovation, but also a willingness to continually adapt. We need to constantly monitor technological developments, assess their military potential, and anticipate how adversaries might use them against us. I would like to ask if MINDEF would consider providing greater support for the research into technologies in frontier capabilities that can be developed for defense purposes, even if these solutions come from the private sector, or to deepen the collaboration with our universities. Given these rapidly evolving threats and opportunities, I would like to ask Minister for an update on our strategies to guard against such emerging and disruptive technologies that can be used on the battlefield, and how will we ensure that Singapore remains secure in this era of warfare? Thank you.
Ms. Polisan.
Mr. Chairman, as a former military service personnel, war is more salient for me than most in the House. In a recent moving speech at the Kranji War Memorial, SMS Murali reminded us that peace is hard-won, that war is not a story of the past, but a reality of the present. And that today, the world is not at peace. A few countries are already at war, and others are preparing for it, and still others know they must. Singapore has been in a state of preparedness for all the years of our independence, but the nature of war is fast changing. Today, unmanned solutions are at the forefront of conflicts. The ongoing war in Ukraine has demonstrated their cost-effectiveness dramatically. A drone costing around $20,000 can potentially destroy infrastructure worth millions, while forcing defenders to use missiles, costing hundreds of thousands of dollars to intercept it. Looking ahead, can I ask the Minister 3 related points on manpower, security, and supply chains? First, in light of Singapore's falling birth rate, may I ask the Minister, how is SAF using unmanned technology in local and overseas training to improve effectiveness and reduce manpower reliance? What are some examples of unmanned technologies development strategies or trajectories in the next 10 to 20 years that can truly replace human operators? Can remote unmanned technologies truly fly aircraft, fly tanks, and launch bridges? What is MINDEF's projected percentage manpower savings from the use of unmanned systems to mitigate the declining birth rates? We ought, of course, to avoid a situation where we own many unmanned systems, but in the end, manpower needs are not very much reduced. Also, in terms of the split between manned and unmanned defense systems, in terms of CAPEX investment, what is the rough proportion now, and what will it be in the future? Second, unmanned technologies are a double-edged sword. The same benefits that help us project war can just as easily be used against us. This dual nature of unmanned technology means we must be both users and defenders against these systems. How does SAF ensure high availability and reliability of unmanned systems, especially on cybersecurity attacks? And third, as we expand our unmanned capabilities, we must also consider supply chain resilience. Over-reliance on any single source or region for these critical systems could create vulnerabilities.
Ms. Yeo Wan Ling.
Chairman, as a digital nation, Singapore's strength has also become our vulnerability. We rely heavily on online infrastructure for almost everything in our daily lives: communications, government services, banking, healthcare, and commerce. This digital interconnectedness brings tremendous convenience and productivity, but without robust safeguards, it also exposes us to significant systemic risks. What concerns me most is how cyber attacks can directly disrupt the lives of ordinary Singaporeans, especially our most vulnerable communities. We have seen globally how attacks on power grids and critical infrastructure can trigger widespread blackouts, affecting hospitals where patients depend on life support systems, transport networks that workers rely on, and schools where our children learn. Cyber threats are no longer abstract, they have very real-world consequences. On the military front, the stakes are even higher. Cyber attacks can disrupt command and control systems, compromise intelligence and surveillance operations, and undermine the functionality of critical defense platforms. In a crisis, digital paralysis can translate into operational disadvantages. The pace of technological change is rapid and relentless. Emerging technologies, including AI-enabled cyber tools, are reshaping the threat landscape. It is therefore imperative that the SAF continuously adapts to stay ahead of evolving digital threats. The establishment of the Digital and Intelligence Service, DIS, in 2022 marked a significant milestone in strengthening our defense posture in the digital domain. Can the Minister provide an update on how the DIS is building deep cyber capabilities, strengthening talent pipelines, and partnering industry and academia to stay ahead of emerging threats? How will these efforts further enhance Singapore's overall cyber defense resilience as part of a whole-of-nation approach?
Dr. Wan Rizal.
Chairman, as a small nation, we have always lived with one hard truth: we cannot count on others to defend Singapore. That's why, from our earliest years, we invested heavily in building a credible SAF, and why defense has always been treated as a long-term business, not an annual shopping list. Building deterrence takes time. It takes years to develop capabilities, train people, and build up infrastructure. And today's security environment is becoming more complex with cyber threats, disinformation, and hybrid tactics that target our system and our social cohesion, even without a single shot fired. So I agree, where necessary, we must invest in new capabilities to keep the SAF agile and resilient. But at the same time, we owe it to Singaporeans to be prudent. Every dollar for defense is also a dollar not spent on other pressing priorities. People say it's healthcare, education, cost of living support, and strengthening our social compact. In that regard, I have two questions for the Minister. First, what is the projection for defense spending this year in absolute terms and as a share of government expenditure and GDP, and what are the key drivers of any change? Second, how does MINDEF and the SAF ensure cost effectiveness across major procurements and long-term programs? For example, what stronger value for money checks are in place? How do we manage cost overruns and life cycle costs? And how do we retire or refresh legacy systems so we don't carry capabilities that no longer match today's threat landscape? Chairman, Singaporeans support defense spending when it's clearly tied to the real capabilities and disciplined stewardship. Our commitment must remain strong security, but with strong accountability.
Mr. Jarogiam.
Sir, the global defense industrial base is facing unprecedented strain, leading to severe delivery backlogs that threaten operational readiness. In Japan, audits reportedly revealed that military equipment worth nearly $7 billion remain undelivered 5 years after contracts were signed, forcing their military to operate with critical capability gaps. Similarly, Taiwan reportedly faces a backlog exceeding $21 billion, with delivery timelines for fighter aircraft and coastal defense systems slipping repeatedly. These examples serve as a stark warning. Robust procurement budgets cannot purchase security if hardware remains on a distant assembly line. Therein lies the capability vacuum. Therein lies the risk of a capability vacuum if our own high-end platforms do not arrive on time. The operational life of existing assets is not finite, not infinite. We cannot afford a security hiatus where our surveillance or regional defense posture is compromised because we are waiting in a global queue. Relying on a single source for critical high-end systems may create a strategic vulnerability amidst current global instability. How is MINDEF diversifying and sourcing from a wider range of global partners to mitigate single-point failures in the supply chain? Singapore must be a partner with sufficient leverage to demand delivery certainty for every asset. Does MINDEF have a robust clawback clauses, and does it provide for liquidated damages for delays within these high-end contracts? Furthermore, MINDEF must ensure that multi-billion-dollar high-end contracts are transparent and accountable. This can be done by ensuring the Auditor's General Office is given full access to audit procurement milestones, contract variations, and delivery timelines.
Mr. Henry Kwek.
Mr. Chairman, national service is the bedrock of our defense. Every generation of Singaporeans have served, and every generation deserves to know that their time in uniform is used to its fullest. Are we deploying our national servicemen as meaningful as we can? And are the skills they bring being optimized? Today, enlistees arrive with increasingly diverse capabilities, from digital skills to technical traits, logistics experience, language ability, and even F&B or retail operations knowledge. How is MINDEF strengthening the identification and deployment of such capabilities so that NS become not just a duty fulfilled but a period of genuine contribution to our defense? I will also ask MINDEF to consider greater flexibility during NS. Can we explore work-learn schemes that allow servicemen who are operationally feasible to build career-relevant credentials along their services? Can early enlistment options be made available for those who wish to enter NS before the standard window, giving young men more agencies over how they sequence education service and work. For operationally ready national servicemen, I hope MINDEF will look into more structured expertise deployment, matching reservists to roles that draw on competence from their civilian lives. A reservist who is a mechanic, a nurse, or a logistics coordinator should be contributing where his skill matters most. I look forward to MINDEF's update on how we can make every hour of service counts. Thank you.
Mr. Kenneth Tiong, you may take your 2 cards together.
Sir, in February, MDDI disclosed that all 4 of Singapore's major telcos had been breached by UNC 3886. Does DIS have the talent pipeline to fight the next breach? DIS was established 3 years ago. The Defense Cyber Command was inaugurated last March. MINDEF has programs to grow talent from within. The Sentinel Program for Youth, the Cyber Work Learn Scheme for NSFs, the Enhanced Expertise Deployment Scheme for NSmen with relevant civilian skills. These are genuine efforts and I acknowledge them. But the expertise to detect zero-day exploits in network firewalls, to identify custom rootkits like Mobstep and Reptile, to trace state-sponsored command and control infrastructure routed through commercial cloud services. This is predominantly in the private sector, at firms like CrowdStrike, Mandiant, Palo Alto Networks. The Response Operation Cyber Guardian required coordination across 6 agencies precisely because no single entity, including DIS, had sufficient depth alone. The Minister acknowledged last September that military and civilian cyber threats are increasingly blurred. I agree, but if the threat landscape is blurred, the talent pipeline should be too. Our programs train soldiers to become cyber defenders. We do not seem to have a dedicated pathway for cyber professionals to become soldiers. The barrier is structural. Military service carries entry requirements designed for conventional soldiering, fitness standards, 10 weeks of basic training, rigid career tracks, and compensation that cannot compete with industry. These are appropriate for infantry, but perhaps counterproductive for recruiting a 40-year-old penetration tester. Last year, the UK launched the Cyber Direct Entry Scheme, a fast-track pathway for civilians into military cyber roles, basic training cut to 1 month, fitness and medical standards waived. No formal qualifications required, demonstrated skills sufficient. Starting salary over £40,000 with up to £25,000 in additional skills pay. The first cohort of 30 entered operational roles in late 2025, helping defend UK networks against 90,000 attacks over 2 years. Will MINDEF consider a cyber direct entry pathway for DIS, allowing mid-career industry professionals to serve in military cyber defense with adapted entry requirements and competitive compensation? Cyber Guardian shows what DIS achieves when it mobilizes whole of government. The next step is to draw from whole of industry. Next. Sir, in December, TikTok user Ruggerbud47 calculated how many McSpicy burgers his NSF allowance could buy and compared it to previous batches at the same rank. The answer, fewer. Despite nominal increases, NSF purchasing power has fallen. Every NSF watching it understood it instantly. In Budget 26, the government announced it will raise a local qualifying salary to $1,800. Every worker earning that amount receives CPF as a matter of law. A second-year NSF corporal in a combat vocation earns $1,035 a month with zero CPF. If $1,800 is the floor for every worker in Singapore, surely it is the floor for every soldier. In 2024, my colleague Gerald Giam proposed raising NSF allowances to at least the local qualifying salary of $1,600 with CPF contributions. SMS Heng Chi Hao replied that NS is a duty, not employment. But SAF regulars serve the same duty with market salaries and full CPF. If duty and employment were mutually exclusive, we could not have a professional army. By their second year, NSFs are fully trained and operationally deployed, manning posts, running day-to-day operations, performing similar tasks as regulars. They should be paid accordingly. Raising second-year NSF allowances to the new LQS of $1,800 with employer CPF would cost approximately $150 to $200 million a year, under 1% of a $25 billion defense budget. I asked the minister, will the ministry commit to at least the LQS of $1,800 for second-year NSFs?
Mr. Melvin Yong.
Mr. Chairman, National Service or NS is fundamental to Singapore's defense and continued prosperity. NS is a rite of passage where young Singaporean men will have to take on the serious responsibility of contributing to our nation's defense. during my years serving in the Singapore Police Force and also in my earlier years doing my national service in the SAF, I've met many NS men with a wide variety of skills. Through diverse vocations ranging from logistics and engineering to cybersecurity and communications, our servicemen develop both hard and soft skills that are transferable to their civilian lives. They gain technical expertise, leadership skills, and problem-solving abilities. They also learn to work under pressure, manage resources efficiently, and get along with diverse teams across different backgrounds and cultures. However, Mr. Chairman, I have a concern about what happens after our NS men complete their service. It is one thing for their commanders and superiors to recognize their growth and achievements through awards and various forms of NS-related recognition. But what is more crucial and what will affect these young men's career prospects is whether their future employers will recognize their practical skills that they have acquired during national service. We need to ensure that employers can make a more holistic assessment on their employability, one that accounts for the skills and experience that they gain during their NS. To that end, how does MINDEF intend to ensure that the skills acquired by servicemen are duly recognized?
Ms. Hasselina Abdul Halim.
Chairman, peace and prosperity is neither natural nor permanent. Security is not a given. Singapore built deliberately and defended consistently. In an increasingly complex and multipolar world, Singapore has to maintain the flexibility to work with multiple partners while preserving our sovereignty and independence. How will Singapore strengthen defense cooperation, not only with the US and China, but also with other key strategic partners in our region and beyond, whether through joint exercises, military exchanges, technology collaboration, defense industry partnerships, or crisis communication mechanisms? How do these partnerships enhance the SAF's operational readiness while maintaining strategic flexibility? What safeguards are in place to ensure we do not become overly reliant on any single defense partnership? Chairman, our external partnerships are only as strong as our internal resilience. Some people I met asked why commitment to total defense and national service remains relevant. Singaporeans must view total defense and NS as investments in our collective future, not burdensome obligations as how some may have painted. So how can we harmonize aspirations, work and life, as well as service and commitment and duty? Total defense and NS goes beyond domestic policies. Both are strategic assets, enhancing our value as a defense partner. When other countries know Singapore has citizens who participate in national defense across all demographics and a society that can withstand various pressures, it signals serious business. NS is the cornerstone of Singapore's defense. Beyond military training, it embodies collective commitment to sovereignty and shared responsibility for the nation's future. When NSFs contribute meaningfully to Singapore's defense, their contributions become part of a larger shared commitment to safeguard our families, communities, and our way of life. It is therefore key for Singaporeans, servicemen, and significant others to appreciate its intent. Total defense has played a significant role in Singapore's security over the past 42 years. At its core, total defense recognizes that every Singaporean, regardless of race, language, and religion, has a part to play in building a strong, secure, and cohesive nation. We saw total defense in action during SARS and COVID-19. It demonstrated how coordinated government responses, economic support measures, social solidarity, and digital solutions can work together to manage national emergencies. When households participate in total defense exercises, they are not just preparing for emergencies at a personal level, they are building a wider foundation of community resilience. However, more needs to be done to help Singaporeans see these connections and understand how their participation strengthens our defense and social fabric. We need greater community engagement that reaches all segments of our society. including elderly residents, new citizens, and families from different backgrounds. We must ensure total defence activities are accessible and meaningful to everyone, regardless of circumstances. Could MINDEF please provide an update on participation and outcomes from total defence-related activities like exercise SG Ready this year? And how else is MINDEF planning to strengthen community engagement with defence? Finally, how is MINDEF, together with other agencies, ensuring a segment who did not choose to be here but are here understands the expectations of total defence? What integration modules, multilingual resources, or community initiatives are available to equip these segments with practical crisis response and knowledge? Ensuring that everyone who calls Singapore home understands their role will strengthen our collective resilience. Deterrence remain the bedrock of our survival, not just hardware, but also mindset, cohesion, and shared responsibility. If we're entering a more dangerous world, our greatest strategic asset will not only be a strong SAF, but a society that understands what is at stake and stands ready to defend it. In our national language, sir, bersatu kita teguh. We stand.
Mr. Lee Hong Chuan.
Tuan Pengerusi membela
Defense is not merely a
pertahanan.
It concerns whether the nation can survive safely, whether society has confidence, and whether we can continue to function normally when facing external shocks. In recent years, the security environment has seen three major changes. First, the international situation is becoming increasingly unstable. Conflicts and tensions are no longer short-term events, but seem to be a permanent backdrop. For an open, small state like Singapore, risks will not come from just one direction, but may simultaneously affect transport corridors, energy and food supplies, as well as the stability of financial and digital systems. Second, the nature of threats is changing. Traditional military threats still exist, but more apparent is the increase in cross-domain risks. For example, cyber attacks, disinformation campaigns, and impacts on critical infrastructures. These can all occur during peacetime with significant effects. Security is no longer just about the battlefield, but encompasses the entire social system. Third, technology is rapidly changing the way defense is built. The development of artificial intelligence, unmanned systems, and cyber capabilities is enabling countries to enhance their military capabilities faster. For small states with limited resources, we must be clearer about what matters most. We cannot do everything. Mr. Chairman, Singapore has always emphasized total defense and values technology as a force multiplier. I support these directions. However, I hope to understand the future priorities more clearly, so I have questions in 4 areas for the Ministry to clarify. First, regarding national resilience, when risks span multiple domains, no single department can respond alone. The key is overall coordination. I would like to ask, how does the Ministry of Defense establish clearer cooperation frameworks with other key agencies? When facing cross-domain shocks, how do we ensure clear decision-making and smooth coordination to maintain social stability and confidence? My concern is the overall architecture and MINDEF's future role positioning. Second, regarding technological transformation. Technology investment must be far-sighted, but we cannot blindly chase short-term trends. Minister, over the next 10 to 20 years, how do we determine the most important capabilities? How do we ensure that technological development synchronizes with operational concepts rather than merely updating equipment? At the same time, with technology changing so rapidly, how do we maintain local research and development capabilities? How do we establish long-term, stable, cooperative relationships between research institutions, enterprises, and defense needs, rather than just doing short-term projects? Third, regarding manpower planning. For a small state's defense, people are key. Technology can improve efficiency, but talent determines capability. Minister, what kind of talent structure do we need for the future? Particularly for science and technology and engineering talent, what role do they play in the defense system? How do we enable more local talent to see clear development pathways and be willing to commit long term? At the same time, while strengthening high-skilled teams, how do we continue to consolidate the social cohesion and shared sense of responsibility brought by the national service system? Fourth, regarding fiscal sustainability, I understand that defense spending needs to be stable because capability building cannot change year by year. But we also face pressures from an aging population and increasing social expenditure. Minister, under the premise of fiscal sustainability, how does MINDEF clearly explain long-term planning and prioritization to Parliament? How do we ensure resources are concentrated on key capabilities and through more systemic assessment, improving efficiency and effectiveness? Security is not a momentary issue, but a responsibility to the next generation. The goal of defense is to ensure that Singapore maintains stability, autonomy, and resilience in an era full of uncertainty. Only when a nation is strong can it stand independently in the world.
Mr. Chairman, the Enlistment Act requires males of over 18 years old to have compulsory national service for SAF, SPF, or SCDF. The NS as institutions has already evolved into not just protection and the defense of Singapore, but also as a social fabric for us to bond together, to understand each other, whether it's race, culture. So it is a very valuable institution. Now, beyond the compulsory services, we also have the SAF Volunteer Corps in the SPF at the VSC and the Citizens on Patrol. At CDF, we have a CERT, Community Emergency Response Team. Now, is it possible for us to not look at this type of services as just purely voluntary services, but as extension of our national service? And if we can do that, then I think we will be able to build a much more cohesive society that people who are not our citizens, who are not male serving in the compulsory service, or females, or new citizens can then claim they are serving their national service. So I would like to propose a redefining of national service to include the voluntary services of this nature, especially the uniform group. I myself serve on Citizen on Patrol, COP, and tonight I'm going to walk up and down the HDB flat, the HDB car park. And I think that is contribution to also the protection and the defense of the community. And I would like to encourage, especially in view of the TFR issues and protection of the neighborhood, that we encourage the PRs to join in such services and also make it compulsory for new citizens to at least do some part of these services when they become a new citizen. Thank you.
Ms. Rachel Ong.
Chairman, recent conflicts overseas remind us that national defense is not carried by military alone. In Ukraine, ordinary citizens have played important roles, countering misinformation, supporting one another, and sustaining national morale even under prolonged crisis. These experiences underscore an enduring lesson. Resilience ultimately rests on the preparedness and resolve of the whole society. Military capabilities remain essential, but behind every capable armed force is a population that understands the risk it faces and is prepared to respond collectively when crisis happens. In Singapore, building such preparedness begins with awareness. Many Singaporeans have grown up in peace and stability, and as a result, security threats can sometimes feel distant or abstract. Strengthening national resilience therefore requires continued efforts to deepen public understanding of why defense matters and how every segment of society has a role to play. MINDEF and the SAF have laid strong foundations. Total defense education in schools and national service remain central pillars of our defense system. For many Singaporeans, national service is where responsibility, teamwork, and commitment to country becomes tangible realities. At the same time, opportunities exist to broaden engagement across society. Women, who make up half our population, may wish to contribute beyond supporting family members in service. Likewise, young people, new citizens, and others may be keen but uncertain about how they can meaningfully participate in strengthening national resilience. In this regard, I would like to ask three clarifications. First, how does MINDEF envision the role of the wider population evolving within Singapore's defense ecosystems over the longer term, particularly as demographics change and fewer citizens may have direct experience of the national service? Second, beyond preparedness, exercises, and participation schemes, how is MINDEF working across government and society to ensure that in a national crisis, Singapore can mobilize quickly with public trust, cohesion, and shared resolve already in place? Third, as the nature of conflict evolves beyond conventional warfare to include hybrid, informational, and societal dimensions, how is MINDEF strengthening Singapore's overall whole-of-nation resilience framework so that our defense posture remain credible not only militarily, but also socially and psychologically?
Mr. Sanjeev Kumar Tiwari.
Chairman, started in 2014, the Singapore Armed Forces Volunteer Corps, or SAFVC, stands as a vital avenue for new citizens, first-generation permanent residents, Singaporean women, and those without national service obligations to step forward, serve alongside our NSFs, NSmen, and regulars. The SAFVC has grown steadily, offering more than 30 meaningful roles across the Army, Navy, Air Force, and the Digital and Intelligence Service, from security, naval operations to engineering and legal work. Volunteers undergo rigorous training to ensure they are ready to take on responsibilities that support operations and training. Above all, the SAFVC reflects the spirit of shared duty of ordinary people stepping forward in extraordinary ways. Each volunteer strengthens our defense network and reinforces the message that keeping Singapore safe is a collective responsibility. Last year marked a meaningful milestone for our defense community, SAFVC, celebrating its 10th anniversary, a decade that saw over 1,500 volunteers step forward to serve. Their commitment reminds us that contributing to defense extends well beyond national service obligation. It is a shared responsibility anchored in values, trust, and willingness to step up. From the outset, SAF was built on a powerful idea to give more people an avenue to contribute to national service, national defense, and deepen the understanding of what it takes to keep Singapore safe. Last year, SAFVC also participated for the first time in Exercise Wallaby, Singapore's largest unilateral overseas military exercise, where volunteers in the Forward Support Group provided medical, logistics, maintenance, and transportation support to the training units. These experiences sharpen skills, builds confidence, and deepen appreciation of the complex behind-the-scenes work that keeps our nation secure. We should recognize the sacrifice of volunteers make. Many juggle careers and family responsibilities while serving. Internationally, Singapore is not alone in engaging civilians in defense. Estonia's Cyber Defense League mobilizes IT professionals to help protect national cyber infrastructure. In the UK and Australia, the Army Reserve harnesses civilian expertise through more formal military structures, enabling citizens to contribute while maintaining their civilian careers. These models reaffirm the value of flexible pathways that connect civilian skills to defense needs. Looking ahead, as Singapore's society becomes more diverse and as more individuals without formal NS obligations express the desire to serve, the question is, how will SAFVC expand opportunities for volunteerism, and what new roles could emerge to meet evolving operational needs from cyber and data to medical, logistics, and community engagement. If we continue to train progressively, deploy meaningfully, and recognize generously, we will keep strengthening a defense ecosystem where every capable pair of hands and every willing heart can contribute to Singapore's security. Thank you.
Mr. Patrick Tay.
Since 1972, SAFRA has been more than just a provider of gyms and swimming pools. It's been the home away from camp for our NS men. Today, with 7 clubs spanning from Jurong to Punggol, SAFRA stands as a tangible thank you from the nation to those who serve. On a personal note, I've seen how these spaces have evolved. Since my younger days, SAFRA Tampines was where I headed to for a game of squash or badminton and my regular swims. Today, I see NS men bringing their toddlers to the enrichment centers and their elderly parents to the restaurants. SAFRA has successfully mirrored the life stages of our servicemen, moving from a space for the boys to a space for the family. The last time I popped into SAFRA was at SAFRA Tampines again, but with my son for bowling, and recently in December for a joint community event between my pioneer CACC and SAFRA Jurong. To remain relevant in 2026 and beyond, SAFRA must continue to bridge the gap between serving time and belonging. My first clarification relates to the NS community's changing needs. While the new Choa Chu Kang clubhouse is a masterpiece of modern integration, our NSFs and pre-enlistees have different digital and social habits compared to my generation. What upcoming initiatives or infrastructure improvements can the NS community look forward to? Specifically, how will SAFRA ensure that its offerings remain bespoke for different segments, from the pre-enlistees looking for fitness prep, to the NSF seeking respite, to the former NS men who still wishes to maintain that link to the SAF fraternity? So the security landscape has shifted. We are no longer just looking at borders, we are looking at hybrid threats, misinformation, cyber attacks, and threats to our social cohesion. SAFRA's vision is for every NS man to be committed to total defense, but in the hybrid world, the commitment of the NS men alone is not enough. We need the commitment of the entire public. Public support is the fuel for our defense engine. It is what makes the whole of society mentality possible. If the public does not understand the why behind our defense spending or the sacrifice of our servicemen, our national resilience weakens. Sir, Chairman, currently SAFRA serves the NS community, but I believe SAFRA's expertise in community building is really an untapped resource for broader national engagement. Can we leverage SAFRA's network and facilities to engage the wider Singapore public on defense matters? Are there plans to use SAFRA as a platform where non-servicemen, could be spouses, children, and new citizens, so that they can better appreciate the contributions of our NS men and learn how they too can play a part in total defense? By opening SAFRA's doors, both physical and metaphorical, wider, we don't just celebrate our soldiers, we strengthen our society. Thank you.
Mr. Alex Yam.
Thank you, Chairman. Total defense has never been just about equipment. It's always about our people. And it's about whether every Singaporean understands his or her stake in this country and appreciates the role that national service plays in keeping all Singaporeans and our nation safe. Operational readiness remains critical, of course, but without sustained community support and identification with the institution of national service, our defense posture will gradually hollow out. As our society continues to evolve and becomes more prosperous and comfortable, defense concerns can easily slip to the back of our minds. Families today juggle work pressures, children's education, caregiving for elderly parents, and of course, rising costs of living. Young professionals are focused on career advancement and personal aspirations. It's natural that defense issues do not feature prominently in daily conversations. The peace and stability we enjoyed for decades also make existential threats feel distant. Security becomes assumed rather than consciously valued. This is precisely why community institutions matter more now than ever. They bridge the gap between our defense needs and everyday life. They keep defense awareness alive in spaces where Singaporeans already gather. Therefore, SAFRA is one such important institution. It has clubhouses across the island and a large membership base. It's where NS men meet friends, where families send their children for classes, where people exercise, dine, and unwind. I have personally spent time at SAFRA facilities with my family, as many members would have. These are ordinary moments, but they are also opportunities. Around us are NS men who have trained together, served together, and carry stories of hardship, camaraderie, and pride. We hear conversations about friendships forged in outfield conditions, about the satisfaction of completing a demanding exercise, about the quiet pride in wearing the uniform and doing one's part, and of course, when NS men meet, complaints about tough training as well. These lived experiences are powerful ones. They humanize defense. They remind us that security is not just an abstract idea. It is built by sons, daughters, brothers, sisters, fathers, colleagues. My question, therefore, is how MINDEF can deepen partnerships with organizations like SAFRA so that they go beyond just being facilities for recreation. Would there be plans to develop programs within these community platforms that will actively foster intergenerational understanding of national service? For example, perhaps dialogues where veterans and younger Singaporeans can share perspectives on national service, preparedness workshops that involve entire families, activities that integrate the messages of total defense into everyday community life. How can SAFRA and similar institutions better engage not only our NS men, but also spouses, their children, and our new citizens as well? Many new Singaporeans have not grown up in an environment where national service is a formative experience. Yet their sense of belonging and commitment is equally important for us. Can these platforms help them to better understand our defense story and feel invested in protecting their newly adopted home? Ultimately, defense in the community should be visible in small but telling ways. Parents who instinctively teach their children resilience and preparedness, neighbors who can check on one another during crisis, young Singaporeans who see national service not merely as an obligation, but as a shared rite of passage, and new citizens who speak of Singapore's security as their responsibility as well. If we're intentional in leveraging the reach and influence of institutions like SAFRA, we can ensure that total defense can remain a lived national commitment and not confined to the uniformed services or to our schools. I would therefore appreciate if the Ministry could share what outcomes MINDEF will track to assess whether defense is truly anchored in the community and what more can be done to strengthen this vital pillar of national resilience.
Mr. Alexio.
Mr. Chairman, Singapore's total defence framework has always recognised that a strong defence system is multifaceted and goes beyond the military. The 6 pillars of defence include the military, civil, economic, social, digital and psychological defence. To this end, without belabouring the point, I'd like to join my parliamentary colleagues, Mr. Patrick Tay, and my only namesake in the House, Mr. Yam, to speak about SAFRA. SAFRA is a familiar and accessible platform for NS men, their families and the wider community to come together to participate in total defence activities. Today, SAFRA has 7 clubhouses spread across Singapore and more than 475,000 members. With its strong infrastructure and extensive member network, I believe more can be done to mobilize this platform. For example, just earlier this month, as part of the Exercise SG Ready 2026, Simulated disruption activities and programs to commemorate total defense were held at SAFRA clubhouses for NS men and their families to learn about readiness for power outages and disrupted digital connectivity. MINDEF could consider working with SAFRA to hold more regular community dialogue sessions on disinformation, resilience workshops, and curated content on threats facing Singapore with a focus on engaging the wider community. SAFRA's extensive network of members and suite of infrastructure presents a wealth of resource and opportunities for us to leverage. Its wide reach makes it a potentially formidable tool to strengthen our total defense strategy as a strategic defense engagement platform that can raise awareness and deepen ties in the community. In the premises, I would like to ask the Minister whether MINDEF have plans to better leverage SAFRA's existing infrastructure and network to build stronger ties and raise total defense awareness in the community. Thank you.
Minister Chan Chun Sing.
Chair, let me first thank members for your interest and support for MINDEF and SAF. Chair, we live in unprecedented and increasingly dangerous times. Yet, Singapore has enjoyed another year of relative peace and economic prosperity. We do not, should not, and must not take this for granted. Even if we had been lucky, luck favors only the prepared. We must be prepared. The world, as members have said, is undergoing rapid and disruptive structural changes. Many of our old assumptions about the world and how it works are less or no longer relevant. To secure our place in the world, we must anticipate, adapt, and develop capabilities ahead of time to preempt the new threats and developments, even as we continue to manage the existing and enduring ones. If we fail, we risk irrelevance and heightened insecurity. What are our security challenges? Let me group them into three kinds: the enduring, the emergent, and the evolving. First, our enduring challenges. Singapore's strategic realities are our geography, manpower, and constrained resources. These immutable truths have set the foundations for our approach to defense. Geographically, we are a small country. We have no hinterland for early warning. We do not have the option of falling back and regrouping to come back from an attack. We are also air and sea locked. Our lifelines go through other countries' air and sea space to reach international space to connect with the world. We cannot allow ourselves to be physically and digitally cut off from the rest of the world. Therefore, we have built the SAF and developed operational concepts to overturn these vulnerabilities. Our lack of domestic resources also makes us susceptible to external disruptions because we rely on international trade to sustain ourselves. To overcome this limitation, we must strengthen our resilience to withstand and outlast any pressure from external forces. This is not just an SAF responsibility, but a whole of society effort through total defense. Manpower is our third constraint. With our small population size, we can never rely on a fully regular or volunteer force large enough for our defense needs. We need national service. Beyond numbers, we must also be able to harness and deploy our whole of nation talent effectively. Next, our emergent challenges. It has become clear that the long-standing norms that have governed international relations have reached a turning point. Singapore and much of the world have benefited from the multilateral rules-based order. This order prioritizes collective problem-solving and rules of behavior in the global commons, as well as serving as guardrails against military escalation. However, we can no longer expect countries to work within international laws and norms as a default. Rules that once restrained behavior are being tested and in some cases deliberately ignored. When norms erode,
behaviors become unpredictable, leading to greater insecurity in the global environment. Indeed, countries everywhere are re-evaluating their relationships to see who they can work with in this new environment. These developments accelerate a return to a might makes right world. For small countries like Singapore, this shift puts pressure on our autonomy and sovereignty. It is in such times, more than ever, that we need a strong and capable defense force to secure our national interests. On the international stage, Singapore must also make clear our value proposition so that we can remain a relevant and valued partner. Third, our evolving challenges. While conventional conflict has not gone away, what continues to change is how else conflict can be conducted. And there are two dimensions to this evolution. The first dimension is the ongoing technological disruption, which has transformed the speed, scale, and cost of conventional conflict. Take drones as an example, which many members have raised. The rapid tech development cycle today has ramped up the pace of innovation in drone technology, making them more accessible and faster to operationalize as a capability for offense. What once required advanced and costly military platforms can now sometimes be achieved more quickly and at lower cost by integrating commercial off-the-shelf drone systems with artificial intelligence. In Ukraine, we have already seen how drones are scaled and weaponized to inflict disproportionate damage on a bigger and stronger aggressor. While these technologies present challenges, they also present opportunities for resource-deficient countries to use them to complement conventional platforms and sensors. The second dimension is the spectrum on which conflict occurs. Threat actors no longer need to resort to war to achieve their outcomes. Instead, we are seeing more hostile actions taken along the entire spectrum from peace to war. And as we have said before, we are not exactly at peace, neither are we at war. For example, cyber and digital tools are increasingly preferred by state and non-state actors to exert pressure just short of full-scale war. As a highly digital country, we have a large surface area of attack as our systems are tightly coupled. This deep integration also means that the lines between civilian and military targets are blurred, and we are no strangers to such tactics being deployed against us. Such tactics are designed to induce pressure on their targets while mitigating the chances of triggering full-scale military responses, and it is always difficult to attribute responsibility. They also exploit legal and operational ambiguities that could delay responses. Ultimately, these attacks create uncertainty and seek to undermine confidence and disrupt our society's ways of life. In the face of these wide-ranging challenges, how can we continue to defend Singapore and protect our way of life? One thing remains clear. The world does not owe us a living or our survival. We can rely only on ourselves and not on the security guarantees of anyone else. We must therefore devote attention and resources to our security and relevance and to stand on our own feet. To Mr. Yip Hon Wing's question, let me highlight our four-pronged approach to tackle the challenges we face: capabilities, commitment, contributions, and connections. First, capabilities. For the SAF to be a credible armed force, a well-equipped SAF is one that can defend Singapore against a spectrum of threats. As the ultimate backstop for war, the SAF must have robust conventional capabilities. But the SAF must also have other calibrated options in response to an expanded range of scenarios beyond and below the threshold of war. This is why MINDEF SAF will build up a suite of capabilities comprising conventional, cheap asymmetric, cyber, and classified capabilities. Having robust conventional capabilities remain core to a strong and credible deterrence. We must continue to modernize and upgrade them to keep pace with threats around us. For example, the RSAF will acquire 3 Gulfstream G550 maritime surveillance aircraft to complement the Boeing P-8 Alpha maritime patrol aircraft. This supports the SAF mission in safeguarding Singapore's sea lines of communications as part of Singapore's maritime security surveillance network. The SAF will also continue to scale the use of unmanned platforms for new concepts of operations and pair them with manned platforms. If I may just make a point here, many members have talked about unmanned platforms. Unmanned platforms doesn't mean it doesn't require manpower. I always thought that a more appropriate term is called remotely piloted platforms in scale or individually. They need manpower, they need different type of manpower. The Navy's Victory-class multi-role combat vessel, or MRCV, will be equipped with combat capability of a modern frigate, but it will also be a mothership for unmanned systems. The second MRCV is on track to be launched in the third quarter of 2026. On Ms. Joan Pereira and Ms. Polisan's point, beyond the conventional, the rise of cheap asymmetric capabilities, including drones, will present both threats and opportunities. The SAF will develop a high-low mix of capabilities complementing high-end conventional systems with cheap dual-use systems available in the commercial market, especially in the drone and digital areas. We will also be focusing our effort to integrate both manned and unmanned operations as a system. As to the mix between manned and unmanned, that will be a dynamic equilibrium determined by the rate of technology progress. For example, we can use low-cost naval swarm drones for maritime security. This builds agility in our processes so that we can rapidly adapt to the changing battlefield and technological landscape. As we speak today, we already have unmanned surface vessels patrolling the Singapore Straits together with our manned or crewed vessels. We are also cognizant that beyond manned and unmanned systems, modern warfare is also a contest of resilience. And this is where we will also increase our efforts to make sure that our systems are resilient as a whole. We will also respond to threats emanating from cheaper unmanned platforms in a way that does not pose significant cost asymmetry. In other words, we cannot use a missile to take down every drone that comes at us. Ms. Yeo Wan Ling asked about beyond the physical hardware, what else must we do? And we agree. We must also continue focusing on building our capabilities in the cyber domain. We must keep pace with the rapidly evolving technology and threats that we encounter daily. To do so, we must continue to experiment and innovate our cyber training practices. The Digital and Intelligence Service, or DIS, will thus reposition the Cyber Defense Tech and Evaluation Center, or CyTech, as a cyber defense test and experimentation center. Beyond training our cyber defenders, CyTech will be equipped with cutting-edge technologies to facilitate innovation and strengthen our cybersecurity. Like other professional armed forces around the world, the SAF does not disclose every capability we develop or deploy. What I can say is that the SAF will continue to invest in capabilities ahead of future threats. This will give us the decisive edge and allow us to overcome our security challenges. The SAF will continue to announce our acquisitions at a time of our choosing when such disclosures are operationally useful. So far, I have spoken about technology and hard capabilities, which are critical force multipliers for the SAF. Yet beyond and behind each capability is our people, and it's equally important that the SAF trains our people for a much more complex environment. For example, we will strengthen our soldiering fundamentals of live firing and better prepare them against future threats and a wider range of operational scenarios. Since 2013, the Multi-Mission Range Complex, or MMRC, at Pasir Laba has been used by generations of national servicemen to hone their marksmanship. For more of our soldiers to use such facilities, the Army will build a second MMRC at Bedok Camp. Beyond just increased capacity, MMRC-2 will allow our soldiers to train more realistically and precisely across more scenarios and different domains via the new video targetry system. And MMRC-2 will also allow our soldiers to hone their counter-drone techniques. MMRC-2 will free up land currently occupied by 6 buffer ranges, which can be repurposed for our other training needs. It will also be easier for our soldiers to train at MMRC-2. NS-men can simply book ranges for training conveniently through the One NS app without having to go through their parent unit. And it has always been my own personal vision that our NS-men can go into a range to hone their skill just as they go to a bowling alley. I will make another point on capabilities. We have and we will continue to invest steadily in conventional, cheap asymmetric, cyber, and classified capabilities. We will also train our people well to maximize their capabilities. We will focus not only on the teeth in terms of inducting new weapon system, but also on the tail in terms of improving resilience of our supply chains. However, we must guard against complacency. We must strive to develop capabilities for the next bound instead of the last conflict. Adaptation and agility must be built into the SAF DNA, and we do not want to be caught in a situation where we are fundamentally surprised by developments that we should have seen coming. The task of building up the SAF is never ending. We must continue to stay ahead of the changing threat landscape. If we stand still, we fall behind. If we become complacent, we become irrelevant. And I'm happy to report to the House that when I returned to MINDEF last year, I continue to see this spirit. In 1997, then a Major Chan Chun Sing was writing about the use of unmanned drones in swamps. We're talking about computer viruses because for those of you who remember WordPerfect, some of you will know that you can play aircraft simulation if you know the correct code behind WordPerfect. This has already told us what could come in many years later. In 2000, before I left the SAF, we were talking about classified projects that today are coming to fruition when I return to MINDEF. Defense is a long-term business. And I'm glad that today when I return to the SAF, I'm seeing my men and women of the SAF not just talking and thinking about the challenges today, but what are the challenges that could emerge in 10, 20 years' time. That is and that must be the spirit of the SAF. Next, our defense capability, in my mind, must be manifested in 6 arms. Beyond the Army, Air Force, Navy, and DIS, it must also include our defense and technology community, and it must also include our defense industries. We have judiciously invested in DSO and DSTAR over the years, building a core of scientists and engineers with expertise that money cannot buy. In our quest for resilience and to strengthen our ability to scale at speed, we must also have a strong and reliable local defense industry. This is especially for classified capabilities. Our local defense industry gives us resilience, the ability to scale, and most importantly, the ability to develop capabilities that we cannot buy. Their credible capabilities also allow us to be a partner of choice for others to want to work with us. That strengthens our relevance and value proposition. The second C, let me touch on the commitments to Singapore's defense. This commitment by our political leadership and whole of society is expressed in various forms. To Mr. Wan Rizal's point, our first commitment is a steady, consistent, and disciplined way that we approach our defense expenditure. Various members have asked about how we apply our resources judiciously and apply them in a disciplined way. This was supposed to be an answer that I'll give to Ms. Valerie Lee, who has posed a PQ, but I thought it's perhaps useful for me to share my 7 golden rules of defense expenditure and how we spend money. Rule number 1, operation needs first and last. Our top priority always goes to our operational needs, both current and emerging. All other considerations are secondary. Second, we must be clear-eyed on our life cycle costs. We plan our investment with full consideration of life cycle costs and long-term sustainability, taking into account the financial and manpower resources needed in acquiring, establishing, developing, and maintaining that capability. 3, we take an integrated system view. We acquire and develop capabilities not in isolation, but with a view towards them being a part of the larger integrated system within the SAF. This ensures that the SAF capability is more than the sum of its individual parts. Rule number 4, consistency is key. As developing integrated systems and real capabilities take time and consistent effort, we invest steadily in technology and our people's skills and competencies over the long term. We eschew a feast and famine approach to defense spending. Rule number 5, resilience matters. It's important for the SAF to build resilience against disruptions. We achieve this through means such as the ability to adapt to our unique needs, ensuring adequate stockpile and having alternative sources of supplies. Rule number 6, best solution mindset. We acquire the most cost-effective system to meet our operational needs, guided by robust professional assessment rather than being tied to any single source or solution. Where we need to achieve greater resilience or customize to our own unique needs, we may develop our own unique systems. Rule number 7, last but not least, goes back to the first. Operation needs always. Our operational needs remains our foremost and utmost consideration so that we can build a strong SAF, equip our war fighters with the best systems available against today's and tomorrow's challenges. Going forward, I expect the growth in defense spending to keep pace with GDP, barring major shocks. However, if need arises, we are prepared to spend more. Next is our commitment to national service, which is essential for generating the force required to meet our critical needs for national security and survival. The service and support of our full-time national servicemen and national servicemen are vital to this effort. Our people are at the core of what we do, and the fighting spirit of our people determine how successful we are. MINDEF and SAF does not take the commitment of our NS-men and NSF lightly. We are invested in making the most of their time in NS and during their ORNS cycle. We strive to bring out the best in every serviceman so that they can contribute more meaningfully and effectively with their abilities. This is especially so since today SAF has a greater variety of roles to deal with an expanded spectrum of operations. Many of these new roles no longer depend solely on traditional notions of physical or operational fitness. This will require a mindset shift on how we think about the abilities of our servicemen. Combat categorization in the past tended to stream our servicemen based on what our people could not do. But we can unlock our people's potential if we shift our focus to what they can do. To this end, MINDEF will review our medical classification system to be more precise. This will allow better characterizations of the medical fitness of our servicemen and how that affects their ability to undertake various tasks. Coupled with continuous efforts to redesign roles and vocations, the MCS, our medical classification system, will enable our servicemen to be more meaningfully and effectively deployed. Some may also be deployed to vocations that they were previously not eligible for. The review of the MCS is being done in consultation with public medical specialists and members of our specialist advisory boards. With greater precision, this ensures that our servicemen are deployed only to vocations that they are medically assessed to be suited for. The robust safety and training system in the MINDEF SAF will continue to ensure that our servicemen in the redesigned roles can train and operate safely. We also want to better harness the talents of our national servicemen with specific expertise. Mr. Tiong asked about the talent pipeline into the DIS to tackle threats of our critical information infrastructure. MINDEF recognizes that many of our national servicemen have honed their skills in the fast-changing cyber and tech domains through their private sector careers. They have valuable experience we can tap on to augment the defense of Singapore's critical networks. The DIS will thus better organize our national servicemen with relevant cyber expertise into sectoral cyber defense teams. These teams are aligned to our CII sectors and will aim to strengthen the resilience of our CIIs. SMS Zaki will elaborate more on these NS cyber units in his speech. Third is our commitment to the share of talent that MINDEF SAF receives. I am thankful that the public service continues to allocate top talents to the MINDEF SAF so that they can lead the SAF to be ready for today's and tomorrow's challenges. I'm also grateful to parents for continuing to entrust their sons and daughters to the SAF and to schools for grooming the next generation of leaders. Altogether, these expressions of commitment send a powerful signal of strong, whole-of-nation support for Singapore's defense to potential adversaries. The third C is contribution from our wider community that lend strength to the SAF. This strength can be seen through a model of concentric circles. At the center of the SAF is the high readiness core of active duty personnel who will respond first in any contingency. The second ring is the SAF full force potential comprising 250,000 NS men who can be mobilized when required. Thus far, we have talked about how we will better support the first two rings. The third ring of support is the wider NS community comprising some 750,000 former NS men as well as the 2.5 million families and employers supporting them. The importance of the third ring cannot be understated. The extent of support they offer to our second ring directly affects the commitment of our full fighting force. The final ring represents our entire society. We must remember that a strong SAF cannot fight alone if our society has already crumbled under pressure. It is also important that we continue to build the resilience of our population to external forces and disruption. MINDEF will therefore step up engagement with these broader segments of society to cultivate an entire population that is committed and prepared to defend Singapore as part of wider total defense efforts. In support of this objective, SAFRA will review its mission to extend its engagement beyond active NS men. We will reimagine SAFRA as a platform for defense engagement to include our former NS men and their families. MOS Chu will speak about this later. Dr. Neo Kok Peng asks if we should redefine national service to include voluntary services in all uniform groups and to allow new citizens to participate. While national service is the bedrock of our defense and will remain so, we can do more to encourage a culture of participation in defense through volunteerism. Everyone has a part to play, and everyone who lives in Singapore should have opportunities to volunteer in some way. Volunteers play a key role in supporting the SAF and Singapore's defense by taking on meaningful roles that complement the work of regular personnel. Today, the defense volunteer base is more diverse and dynamic than ever. Many of our volunteers, some of whom are also our ORNS men, have valuable real-world experiences and industry expertise. Having a strong volunteer corps also adds to our deterrence. Potential adversaries would think twice if they knew they would face a populace that is committed, skilled, and prepared to defend Singapore. And the more Singaporeans who volunteer with their time and service, the more powerful our deterrence will be. That is why MINDEF will strengthen the defense volunteer ecosystem through the SG Defense Volunteer Network and the SAF Volunteer Corps. SMS Zaki will speak about this in greater detail on how we intend to expand the size and scope of the SAF Volunteer Corps. The fourth C has to do with connections, our diversified portfolio of international partnerships which have advanced Singapore's and the SAF interests in crucial ways. Our fundamental ability to build connections and partnerships rests on a capable and credible SAF. No one will want to partner someone who is unable or unwilling to pull their own weight and make a contribution. Thus far, our partnerships have provided valuable opportunities such as opening up new training areas overseas. This has allowed us to overcome our space constraint for complex, large-scale exercises. These partnerships also provide access to advanced defense technology to equip our warfighters. Mr. Vikram Nair and Mr. Sean Huang asked about MINDEF's approach to building defense relations in a more volatile and complex landscape. My response is that we cannot take our connections and value to others for granted. We must strengthen our value proposition to others as their needs will also shift, and for that, we must keep evolving our approaches with them for us to remain relevant. First and fundamentally, we must develop a clear-eye perspective of their challenges, their needs, for us to be able to come up with compelling value propositions to partner them. As a small country, we cannot simply be neutral. Staying neutral will induce greater pressure on us from others to take their side and narrowing our strategic space. We do not want to choose sides either, which makes us a proxy for others and take away our agency and render us irrelevant. The only way to develop an approach based on consistent principles that we believe in and are good for Singapore. We must convince others that our view of the world serves their interests too. so that they will want to work with us. In a more unpredictable environment, it is all the more important for our views to be principled and consistent. They signal to others that we will be steady and reliable partners despite changing circumstances. Second, we must capitalize on Singapore's unique value proposition. For instance, it has become even more important now for countries to communicate and share their concerns candidly. We have been able to convene dialogue and encourage common understanding on issues, often away from the public glare. Where we can be useful, Singapore is glad to play our part in providing a space for open and meaningful discussions amongst other powers. But key to our value proposition here is that we must maintain our reputation as a trusted and reliable partner. On Mr. Gerard Giam's point, the new threats on the horizon also present new opportunities to find common ground with non-traditional partners and open up new areas for collaboration. The threats that AI and cyber tools can pose are almost universal to every country. The problem today is that many of these technologies are being militarized and deployed faster than norms can be developed to guide their use. But this also means that we can collaborate with new partners from anywhere in the world, so long as they share the same views as us and want to shape the norms responsibly. There are several other examples of shared interests, such as counter-information campaigns and the protection of critical underwater infrastructure, or CUI. These are areas where we can work with other like-minded states to learn from their experiences and for us to share ours, for our mutual benefit. On CUI specifically, we are tapping the expertise of newer partners like Finland, Estonia, and the Netherlands to develop principles and best practices for defense cooperation that can be adapted to our region. Another area where we can work with new partners is in defense technology. And MINDEF has been diversifying our global partnerships to mitigate single-point supply chain failures. Indeed, the more uncertain geostrategic environment has also raised the risk of supply chain disruptions, but it has also presented new opportunities for us to be able to work with partners that previously may not have considered us as their partner of choice. Our other countries recognize the same challenge, and that's why in this environment, we will also see a more diverse global defense industry. Advanced science and tech innovation is now pursued by a wider range of countries as well as companies, not just traditional defense companies, but also startup firms and tech giants, especially for dual-use technologies. These developments all present new opportunities for MINDEF to work with them. For instance, we have expanded our defense tech partnership with various countries. Recently, we have seen an increased interest by various countries to partner Singapore through initiatives like the Defense Industry Days, where we bring together the defense industries of different countries. These developments show how we have found new opportunities to work with new partners to shore up and strengthen our resilience in areas that meet our needs. To do all this, we need to ensure our people deeply understand the world as it is and are able to pinpoint the concerns and aspirations of others. This is so that we can develop value propositions to work with them in the evolving context. In conclusion, MINDEF and SAF will continue to transform itself to defend Singapore's against tomorrow's threats. But as I have stated earlier, defense cannot be achieved by MINDEF SAF alone. National defense is a national endeavor. It belongs to the whole of society, to every Singaporean, in every sector, in every community. We can train with the most advanced capabilities, invest billions in our defense infrastructure. But all of that will count for nothing if we are not vigilant, if we allow ourselves to be fundamentally surprised because we have been lulled into complacency. The recent conflicts have presented many examples, where even when confronted with clear intelligence of threats, capable and technologically advanced militaries failed to respond because they convinced themselves that it would not happen to them, or that it could not happen to them. They did not fail in technology, equipping, or training. They failed to challenge their mindset, they failed to guard against complacency, and they fell into the denial of the harsh possibilities of conflict. These are all warning lessons for us. Every day of peace is another day where the dangers of complacency heighten, as Mr. Alex Yam mentioned. We must never let this happen under our watch. Thank you, Chair and members of the House, for your continued support for MINDEF and SAF.
SMS Zaki Mohammed.
Mr. Chairman, as Defence Minister Mr. Chan has outlined, we face an increasingly complex world. Peace is not guaranteed. Singapore has reaped the peace dividend as a result of constant vigilance, diplomacy, and active risk management. Our defence must continue to stand strong on lasting foundations, and national service remains the cornerstone of Singapore's defence. As our world changes, we will continue to enhance the SAF, and we must keep strengthening national service to stay effective. Let me begin with our goal in mind. We want to enable our national servicemen to contribute meaningfully at every stage of their NS journey, from enlistment through full-time service, through to as operationally ready servicemen, and even beyond their active years. We want to optimize how people can contribute to Singapore's security throughout the entire NS journey. Mr. Henry Quek asked about how we are going to do so. Firstly, we provide opportunities for our national servicemen to develop their potential and even their careers early. Since 2023, we've created work-learn schemes that let selected polytechnic students enlist a year early. They complete their final year internship while serving in the SAF. This means that they can pursue their studies while putting their learning into practice in NS. We now have 5 such schemes, including our newest partnership with Ngee Ann Polytechnic, launched last year. This latest startup trains students as Army engineers. Other servicemen can also take up work-learn schemes after they enlist. These programs, run with our Institute of Higher Learning, let servicemen serve full-time NS while earning diplomas or university credits. They focus on areas vital to SAF capabilities: artificial intelligence, engineering, and others. We've introduced 10 work-learn schemes to date. Our most recent tie-up was launched last year with the Singapore Maritime Academy, where it trains naval warfare system specialists in marine systems. As we create more opportunities for servicemen to gain skills during NS, these skills must be recognized beyond their service. Mr. Melvin Yong asked how this is being done. MINDEF and SAF are partnering Skills Future Singapore to include NS certificates in the Careers and Skills Passport. We'll start a trial with selected SAF training institutes from the second half of this year. Industry-relevant skills will be mapped in each serviceman's passport. This provides government-verified records of the skills they have attained in NS, and this will help boost their employability. Mr. Kenneth Tiong asked whether NS allowances can be pegged to labour market standards such as the local qualifying salary, or LQS. Let me first assure members that we deeply value our national servicemen commitment and contributions in defending Singapore. MINDEF regularly reviews allowances and incentives for our national servicemen, and we will continue to do so. Over the past decade, we have conducted 4 reviews of NS allowances in 2015, 2020, 2023, and most recently, last year in July 2025. As an example, the allowance for a recruit in basic military training increased 65% in the last 10 years. But NS allowances are just one part of many initiatives to recognize national servicemen which are not available to regulars. So for example, NS Home, which stands for Housing, Medical, Education, which is designed to support housing, healthcare, and education needs of our NS servicemen through top-ups to their CPF, PSEA accounts, and Life SG credits. So servicemen receive up to $6,500 upon completion of full-time NS. On the question of CPF, that comes up to about $5,500 of that amount. CPF comes to about $5,500, and up to $18,500 total after completing the ORNS training. And NS men and their families also enjoy annual tax relief. So now in the comparison to local qualifying salary, we must also understand what the LQS is and what the LQS is not. As MOM has explained, the LQS determines the number of local employees counted towards a firm's work permit and S-Pass quota entitlement. The LQS is an administrative tool that ensures local workers are employed and paid meaningfully in the employment context. It is not a minimum wage or general salary benchmark for all forms of service in Singapore. So we should not draw equivalence between salaries and NS allowances, because there is a fundamental difference between the two. A salary is a transaction for labor services rendered by a worker to compensate for work done and meet living expenses and commitments. NS is a unique civic duty and contribution by all able-bodied Singaporean men, and it's not a transaction. While we acknowledge that serving NS involves opportunity costs, we should not erode our social compact and the ethos of service. The ethos of service by casting it as an employer-employee relationship. For NSFs, the state takes care of the vast majority of their basic needs, such as accommodation, food, and equipping. The NS allowances, which we regularly review, are designed to support the NSF's personal upkeep and other incidentals. NSFs who require further financial assistance due to personal circumstances are supported through the financial assistance schemes in the SCF. And these are layered upon what they can also get outside through the MSF's Comcare schemes. So I encourage any NSF facing difficulties to speak with their commanders, and I can assure them that the SCF will do its utmost to assist. So we deeply value the contributions that our national servicemen play in defending Singapore, and we remain committed in ensuring that our allowances and support measures remain relevant and meaningful. Moving on to our NS men, while servicemen transition to their 10-year operationally ready NS journey, they are building expertise in their civilian careers in a variety of sectors and exposures. Today, they can serve in NS roles that draw on the skills that they've gained in their jobs, and we do this through the Enhanced Expertise Deployment Scheme, or EEDS. About 850 NS men have been redeployed into roles that are better aligned with their professional expertise. This covers more than 20 areas, such as legal, cyber, strategic communications, and more. Take ME4A NS Aslam bin Muhammad Johan, for example. Aslam is a software engineer with the Government Technology Agency who specializes in system design and the development of digital solutions. Aslam previously served as a driver in the 1st SAF Transport Battalion. He was redeployed to the SAF C4 and Digitalization Command in 2024, where he now applies his technical expertise to strengthen SAF's digital systems and enhance operational effectiveness. This is what we mean by optimizing our servicemen's contribution. Instead of a one-size-fits-all deployment, we are matching individuals' professional expertise with roles where the skills can best serve Singapore's defense needs. Another area where we are harnessing niche skills is cyber defense. Many of our NS men today are skilled cybersecurity professionals who bring valuable real-world experience and industry expertise. And we're all aware of how critical cyber warfare is to a country's national security, and we have seen how Singapore's critical infrastructure comes under threat from time to time. We are not immune to these attacks, and we need to draw on the best talents that Singapore can provide among our NS men. So I'm pleased to say that many have come forward to offer their skills to defend Singapore. Their expertise matters and can make a real difference, not just to the SCF, but to Singapore's broader cyber defense. From June this year, the SCF will deploy NS men with cyber expertise into sectoral cyber defense teams, or SCDT for short. These teams will strengthen our capabilities, bring new ideas and approaches, and complement existing forces. We will deploy them to support the Cybersecurity Agency of Singapore in defending Singapore's critical information infrastructure. And these cover vital sectors such as telecommunications, power, and transport. So one such example is ME4NS Lai Han Wei, who's a manager cyber threat intelligence and response from the Infocom Media Development Authority. He will be part of the telecoms SCDT, bringing expertise and experience in niche areas such as operational technology, cybersecurity governance, and threat decision. NSmen like Han Wei will contribute meaningfully to our national efforts to strengthen our cyber defense, offering specialized knowledge that would be difficult to replicate through traditional military training alone. So this represents a more coordinated, proactive approach against increasingly sophisticated cyber threats. Chairman, we're enabling better skills match deployment of our NSmen. These pathways enable NSmen to contribute more meaningfully to national defense by applying the expertise that they've developed in their civilian careers. Mr. Lee Hong Chong and Ms. Rachel Ong asked about how we are involving the community and wider society. The defense of our nation is a shared endeavor that goes beyond those who serve national service. Our deterrence and mission success, if ever called upon, relies on the understanding and support of the wider Singapore society. Whether at the National Day Parade or at recent Singapore Air Show, you can see Singaporeans from all walks of life show their sense of pride, embodying the spirit of total defense. Many Singaporeans and residents want to contribute to our defense in different ways. They want to play a meaningful role in keeping Singapore safe. So beyond NS, we will be expanding avenues for women, permanent residents, new citizens, and foreigners to step forward and play their part. Just as NS has served Singapore well to foster cohesion and a sense of national identity through their service to defense, we want to expand the opportunity and potential to do the same with this initiative. MINDEF and SCF will establish the Singapore Defence or SG Defence Volunteer Network this year. This brings all volunteers in MINDEF, SCF, and our related organizations under one common identity. It strengthens our volunteer ecosystem, and the SG Defence Volunteer Network will focus on two key areas initially. First, we will expand civilian volunteer pathways by creating new opportunities across MINDEF, SAFRA, Defence Collective Singapore, and our other agencies. Volunteers can contribute in ways that better match their skills, interests, and life stages. Today, we already have volunteers contributing specialist skills in military law, defense science, strategic communications, and even museum guiding. This year, we started the National Education as Ambassador Scheme that lets individuals with a passion for total defense speak to students, youths, and the public, covering all 6 pillars of total defense. MINDEF now has more than 100 NE ambassadors from various professional backgrounds. We also started the Total Defense Champions Initiative this year to engage communities on how to respond during crises and disruptions. Second, we'll enhance military volunteer pathways through the SCF Volunteer Corps, or the SCF VC. The SCF VC lets Singaporean women, as well as PRs, deepen their understanding of national defense. They contribute directly to Singapore's security, strengthening our collective sense of ownership and responsibility. Mr. Sanjeev Kumar asked for an update of the SCF VC and whether MINDEF and SCF intend to expand opportunities for volunteerism. The SCF VC marked its 10th anniversary last year, and since its formation, more than 1,500 SCF VC volunteers have trained and served Singapore. Moving ahead, we'll enhance the SCF VC to enable more people to serve in a wider range of roles. And we will integrate the SCF VC more closely into SCF units to fulfill operational tasks alongside SCF personnel beyond peacetime support functions. And I'm glad that Mr. Sanjeev has also noted how our SAF VC were deployed side by side alongside our SAF troops in Exercise Wallaby last year. So this shows how more of our volunteer schemes can be put to support the core of the SAF. Now, we also introduced a new non-military, non-uniformed military volunteer scheme with new roles. This gives volunteers a better understanding of how the SAF operates and lets them contribute practically. As we expand these opportunities, we welcome Singaporean women, new citizens, and PRs aged 18 to 45 who wish to serve. They can find inspiration from the many SVs today who serve with deep commitment. One example is SV2, Delhi Jeffrey Jean-Raphael Georges, an auxiliary security trooper and his wife, SV1, Felicia Ang, who serves as a bridge watchkeeper. Both of them joined SAF VC to do their part for Singapore and serve as positive role models for their 3 children. For Delhi, volunteering was also a way for him to deepen his roots in Singapore. Since 2023, Delhi has been based in Dubai for work. He relocated there with Felicia and their 3 children. But despite being overseas, both continue to serve whenever they are back in Singapore. And they've contributed significant service days over the years. Their commitment reflects strong dedication to Singapore, regardless of where life or work takes them. Another example is SV2 Diana Lau, a nurse with Alexandra Hospital's Urgent Care Center. She volunteers as a medical trainer in the SAF. During a training session, she noticed a trainee showing signs of heat stress. She drew on her nursing background to help the medical team provide timely care. Her swift actions helped to ensure that training could continue safely and effectively. Diana continues to serve passionately with the SAF. She volunteers significant time each year while balancing a demanding nursing career. Our volunteers play an important role in strengthening Singapore's defense and resilience. But safeguarding Singapore ultimately requires a whole-of-society effort, especially during crisis. Beyond operational roles in the SAF VC and specialist roles in the MINDEF, we're expanding community-level volunteer participation through total defense initiatives. Ms. Hazlina and Ms. Rachel Ong asked about these efforts. One key example is Exercise SG Ready, our annual total defense exercise. It strengthens the preparedness of Singaporeans and communities to respond to crisis and disruption. Members in this House and your residents can also participate to prepare our communities and households for such situations. This year's Exercise SG Ready was held over 2 weeks, earlier this month, with more than 1,000 agencies, businesses, and community organizations taking part. It focuses on readiness for degraded digital connectivity and prolonged power outages, things that we often take for granted. But in an actual hybrid conflict, communications and power are exactly the first 2 things any aggressor will want to take out. Why? Because society can go into panic. But the question is Singapore ready? So this exercise provided a timely platform for whole-of-government agencies, as well as some businesses, to test their plans and pilot new capabilities. It encouraged everyone, individuals, community groups, businesses, and students, to plan for disruptions, prepare to respond, and play a part to keep Singapore strong. As part of the launch, the public warning system, important message, signal, was broadcast nationwide. Vehicles island-wide received broadcast alerts on the ERP 2.0 onboard units, the first public testing of this capability. A pilot community mobilization activity was conducted at 2 HDB blocks in Tampines. Total Defense champions and PA Community Emergency Response Team volunteers engaged residents and shared what to do during disruptions and prolonged outages. More than 250 schools simulated disruptions to get students to think about their roles in total defense. And many businesses use the exercise scenario to conduct tabletop exercises or simulate disruptions in their premise. Over 500 organizations revised their business continuity plans, and close to 140 companies participated in a phishing exercise which saw more than 8,500 phishing emails sent to employees. These efforts let employees and sometimes members of the public better appreciate how such disruptions affect life. To Ms. Hasina's point about people not being born here but choose to be here, I assure her that many of these participations in SG Ready also include PRs and foreigners who work alongside Singaporeans, especially during our business tabletop exercises to develop BCP plans. So this is one way in which we involve the wider community, whether you are Singaporean, PR or foreign, living here, to be prepared for any disruption that may come. Through these experiences, we strengthen our resilience against unexpected situations. These examples reflect the growing ways Singaporeans and residents can contribute to defense. Mr. Chairman, when we introduced national service in 1967, we proved that a small nation's defense could rest on the commitment of all its people. Today, as cyber threats and hybrid warfare challenge us in new ways, we must call again the whole of society and use all skills available to defend Singapore. Our pioneers built a nation and our defense over the years. Today, we are transforming defense from the duty of our national servicemen and our regulars into the responsibility of everyone. To our national servicemen and regulars, your service remains our foundation. To every woman, PR, and new citizen ready to serve, your commitment to volunteer contributes to our total defense efforts. Together, we don't just defend our sovereignty, we defend the Singapore promise that everyone who calls this home has a part in keeping it safe. Chairman, the Minister of State will next speak on how we continue to support the NS community and strengthen community support for defense. Thank you.
MOS Desmond Chu.
Mr. Chairman, when we discuss national security in this chamber, we often focus on the hardware. We talk about the next generation platforms, digital threats, and shifting geopolitical tides. But the true foundation of our defense does not lie in our armories. And as our security landscape transforms, the institutions that connect our national service community with the broader society must transform as well. Mr. Patrick Tay asked about plans for SAFRA to better engage our wider Singaporean public. Today, I'll outline SAFRA's evolving role in strengthening Singapore's defense ecosystem, transforming from what was once seen primarily as a social club into a part of a vital nationwide defense movement. The strength of NS as an institution has always rested on the contributions of our national servicemen and the unwavering support of their families. NS is a compact of a society. It is the worker who puts down his tools, the teacher who leaves his classroom, and the father in the heartlands who trades his weekends for uniform. That is why SAFRA was built in 1972, not just as a collection of buildings for social purposes, but as a testimony to our shared recognition and support, and a place to celebrate the enduring bonds forged through service to Singapore. After operating out of a temporary space in Prince Edward Lane, SAFRA's first purpose-built clubhouse opened in Toa Payoh in 1975. This was during the formative years of Singapore, where social amenities remained modest and country club memberships were exclusive, expensive, and out of reach for most Singaporeans. From the very beginning, SAFRA has made its membership accessible to every NS man, a recognition of our fundamental belief that service to nations deserves recognition. When then Prime Minister Lee Kuan Yew opened the first clubhouse, he shared his vision for SAFRA. He stated that more clubhouses would be established in key residential areas because the well-being of the SAF reservist includes the well-being of his family. That insight remains as relevant today as it was then. By the mid-70s, membership quickly pushed to 10,000. Over the following decades, SAFRA expanded to increase accessibility, increasing its network of 7 clubhouses across Singapore to now serving more than 400,000 members, including full-time national servicemen. SAFRA has adapted and innovated with each new clubhouse, ensuring that it stayed true to its mission by providing relevant, affordable, and accessible offerings. Each clubhouse has developed amenities and programs to suit the region it serves. But buildings and membership numbers are not and should not be the true measure of SAFRA's success and performance. The true measure lies in whether our servicemen feel supported, whether their families feel appreciated, whether Singaporeans understand and believe that NS is not an abstract policy, but a shared responsibility. The security landscape around us is changing rapidly. Threats are no longer confined to conventional battlefields. We face cyber attacks, disinformation campaigns, and attempts by foreign actors to exploit social divisions and erode trust in public institutions. Now, these threats are designed not only to weaken our capabilities, but to weaken our cohesion. And in such an environment, the strength of our defense depends not only on the SAF's operational readiness, it depends on trust between servicemen and society, between institutions and citizens. Mr. Alex Yam asked, how can we ensure defense remained a shared national commitment across generations? This is where SAFRA's role becomes even more critical. It must become an organization that empowers NS men to build trust and community-wide support for defense. What sets SAFRA apart from other social clubs is its deep association with NS. It draws upon bonds forged in uniform, bonds of shared hardship, shared responsibility, and shared pride. Today's SAFRA's clubhouses are vibrant community spaces, but as our operating environment evolves, SAFRA too must evolve. It cannot remain only a provider of lifestyle and recreational facilities. It must become a bridge, connecting our citizen soldiers with the broader community they protect. It must help every Singaporean understand that defense is not the responsibility of a few, it is the mission of all. Mr. Alex Yam also asked how MINDEF can work with organizations like SAFRA to ensure that defense remains a shared national commitment for the whole of society. SAFRA has always been dedicated to serving the NS community. It will do more and differently by strengthening support for NS men across every stage of their life. Its programs and engagement will serve NS men for each stage of their lives as they progress. For pre-enlistees, the transition into NS can be daunting. It marks a significant milestone, one that deserves maturity, resilience, and sacrifice. SAFRA will continue to support this transition through pre-NS engagement programs and initiatives such as water confidence courses and pre-NS talks, helping young men build familiarity and confidence before enlistment. For those transitioning after full-time NS, SAFRA hosts quarterly Skills Future at NS fairs that connect them with career and education opportunities. Now, these fairs also serve NS men who are seeking new employment. Moving forward, SAFRA will deepen and enhance partnership with agencies such as the NTUC's Employment and Employability Institute, or E2I, to strengthen career support for NS men. For NS men with young families, we recognize the unique opportunity to connect generations through shared understanding of NS. Many of us in this chamber know the reality of the work cadence today, missing the occasional full-day family outing or coming home late from camp. It is this quiet, steadfast support at home that keeps our servicemen and women going. To bridge this gap, SAFRA currently runs two types of NS Experience Camps, the BNT Kids Camp and NS Family Experience Camp. These camps provide families with a meaningful glimpse into NS experience while introducing the concept of total defense to children from an early age. These camps also create valuable opportunities for NS men fathers to share their NS journey with the next generation, explaining not just what they do in NS, but why they serve and who they serve. Now, what started out as pilots in 2023 have now become heavily demanded. Many participating families have expressed appreciation, with some even becoming repeat customers. Building on this success, SAFRA will expand its partnership with the SAF and other organizations to develop new variants of the NS Experience Camp. This includes a one-day NS for Everyone program and a two-day Empowering NS for Women camp. When these programs are ready, SAFRA will also invite NS men and other volunteers to support as facilitators, ambassadors, and storytellers. These NS experience camps foster deeper understanding of NS men's contribution and will strengthen the community's appreciation of the values of service and sacrifice that underpin our defense. Even when NS men complete the operationally ready NS or ORNS journey, their journey with SAFRA continues. For these former NS men, or NS alumni as we call them, SAFRA is developing an initiative that goes beyond simply providing event spaces. It will partner with the SAF to create meaningful sessions where senior commanders share the latest developments in defense and strategic insights. These cohesions will serve a dual purpose: maintaining the social bonds forged during service while strengthening our broader defense network by keeping NS alumni informed and connected to the current defense issues. This ensures that the bonds and commitment forged during NS remain a vital part of our national defense fabric long after active duty ends. We also know some of the most meaningful support from the NS community does not come from just programs alone. It comes from peers. NS men bring with them diverse professional experience, such as finance, technology, healthcare, education. For example, since 2023, one NS man, Lieutenant Colonel NS William Cole, has volunteered his expertise in financial planning, benefiting over 650 fellow NS men through workshops and one-on-one coaching. This is defense in action, servicemen supporting servicemen. SAFRA will expand such peer-to-peer platforms, encouraging more NS men to step forward as mentors, facilitators, and industry connectors. In doing so, we strengthen not only individual livelihoods, but also the bonds that underpin our defense community. I've spoken about how SAFRA will strengthen its support for NS community by curating engagements across life stages. SAFRA will continue to enhance the way we serve the NS community by developing good, accessible, quality lifestyle offerings and recreational facilities. The upcoming SAFRA in Bayshore is an example of this commitment. Next, let me turn to how SAFRA will deepen community engagement through NS men. We'll be taking two approaches. First, SAFRA will go beyond lifestyle offerings to bridge defense and community. While access to military camps must understandably remain controlled, we can bring defense closer to the community. Mr. Alex Yu asked about defense MINDEF plans to leverage SAFRA's network to raise defense awareness in the community. In the coming years, SAFRA clubhouses will house defense heritage galleries that will tell the stories of our services and formations through its walls and spaces. Our NS men and their contributions will not be forgotten. It will also engage club tenants as partners, inviting them to become defense advocates through partnership programs and exclusive promotions that celebrate our defense heritage. Our goal is simple. Everyone who visits a SAFRA clubhouse in future should leave feeling more connected with the Singapore's defense story. SAFRA will also work with community and defense partners to organize roadshows to learn about the various aspects of defense. This will include supporting the SAF in scaling up its SAF School Partnership Program, or SSPP. SSPP was started in the 2000s to deepen students' understanding of the SAF through interactions at school visits or experiential learning by visiting camps. The public can look forward to the inaugural SAFRA Community Defense and Resilience Festival in early 2027. To be held at multiple sites across Singapore, this festival will feature defense team activities for the masses, engaging up to 80,000 participants. This will be accompanied by showcases of military equipment from the SAF and include exhibits where the community can learn more about defense capabilities. For the fitness enthusiasts, and there are many in this chamber, you can look forward to an NS-inspired fitness festival in the later part of this year, complete with NS team obstacle courses. It is our version of High Rocks. You comprise a fitness race with 3,000 participants, as well as a series of programs in the lead-up to the race. These programs will be co-organized with the People's Association and NTUC, and we expect this to reach another 27,000 participants across the island. We will be mindful to invite Mr. Alex Yeo, Mr. Alex Yam, and Mr. Patrick Tay to join us in our version of High Rocks. And of course, all members are welcome too. They are very fit, by the way. We know that ultimately, building community support for defense requires leadership from those who have served. Today, NS men volunteer across SAFRA steering committees and regional initiatives. They shape programs, organize outreach, and build partnerships with grassroots organizations, schools, and local businesses. SAFRA will expand opportunities for NS men to lead regional engagement efforts, strengthening ties between defense and community networks. In partnership with Nexus Engagement and Volunteer Office, and as part of the broader SG Defense Volunteers Network, which SMS Zaki had mentioned earlier, SAFRA will also create pathways for youths, women, and other members of the community to contribute to defense-related initiatives. Through these expanded volunteer networks, we are building something more than a collection of programs. We're strengthening a culture where service is valued, where sacrifice is understood, and where defense is embraced as a shared mission. We are strengthening the very foundation of our national defense. In the face of new and evolving security challenges, NS is vital to our nation's survival. SAFRA's evolution is about helping every Singaporean understand their stake in our nation's defense. We will achieve this with SAFRA serving as a bridge connecting our citizen soldiers with the wider community. When NS men volunteer in the communities, when families participate in defense activities, when businesses support our servicemen, we create a nation where defense truly becomes everyone's mission. Mr. Chairman, this is how we strengthen the bonds between NS men and their communities, building a more resilient Singapore. I'm confident that together we can and will succeed in this vital defense movement that our nation's security depends on. Thank you.
We have some time for clarifications. Mr. Ip Hun Wing.
Thank you, Chairman. Minister highlighted that strong conventional capabilities remain central to a credible deterrence. We have also heard about how the SAF is adapting to emerging threats. Can MINDEF also provide an update on how the SAF plans to stay capable and technologically advanced, particularly in terms of its higher-end capabilities? Thank you.
Sorry, Minister Chan.
Chair, if I may make a couple of points in response to Mr. Ip Hun Wing's clarification. First, I don't intend to list out all the conventional capabilities and their timeline. I think we will do that in good time. As I mentioned, we will only review the capabilities at the time of our choosing when it's operationally useful. First point. A second point, I think we also would encourage everyone to move beyond the concept of what we call conventional and non-conventional capabilities. As far as the SAF is concerned, they are just capabilities. And there will be a spectrum of capabilities that will be required to meet our enduring, emergent, and evolving challenges. In the past, the type of scenarios that MINDEF SAF has to contend with is probably, fair to say, a bit more limited. Today, the range of scenarios that MINDEF and SAF has to contend with has expanded greatly. And within these expanded scenarios, and each of the different scenarios, we will need a mix of different capabilities to respond. That includes what we call conventional capabilities, classified capabilities, cyber capabilities, and including the cheap asymmetric capabilities. We will continue to renew many of our platforms, be it armored fighting vehicles, ships, or planes. These are things that people can see. These are things that our potential adversaries will also take notice. But what is beyond these conventional capabilities will be the other capabilities that I have alluded to, which we may not always reveal to others. But nevertheless, as I have mentioned, it is important for us to keep looking ahead, not just to look at the threat horizon in the next 1 to 2 years, but in the next 10 to 20 years. Previously, I have mentioned that some of the ideas that we have worked on started some 10, 20 years ago. And sometimes for some of these classified capabilities, it is the length of time required for us to develop breakthroughs in the science and technology for us to develop such capabilities. So at a time where it is appropriate, we will review more of such capabilities. But as far as the conventional platforms are concerned, we will use our budget wisely to upgrade those where we can and to acquire new when we need to. We don't always acquire new weapon system only. For example, recently we have acquired 4 second-hand C-130 to be refurbished to meet our operational needs to stretch our defense dollars. So I want to assure members of the House, it's not just about acquiring new shining platforms. Very often we acquire platforms that meet our needs and we retrofit them according to our operational needs, just as we have done for the C-130s, the Leopards, and other platforms. Thank you.
Mr. Kenneth Tiong.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Minister, for a comprehensive overview. I had filed this as a PQ later, but I thought I'd raise it today. So first on capabilities. As we modernize the SAF, what is the Minister's assessment of the introduction of weapon types not previously present in Southeast Asia, specifically modern ballistic missiles, following Indonesia's acquisition of the Khan from Turkey? Does our current modernization roadmap address this? Another group of clarifications on NSF compensation. SMS Zaki said we should not erode the social compact and the ethos of service by casting NS as an employer-employee relationship. But SAF regulars serve the same mission, and they are paid market rate salaries and CPF, so it doesn't erode their ethos of service. So I don't think duty and compensation are incompatible at all. The fact is that people who have no choice get paid less than people who do. And the SMS also framed compensation, accommodation, food, equipping as part of the compensation package. I would respectfully disagree. I think these are just simply operational necessities for the SAF. The army feeds soldiers because hungry soldiers need to fight. It houses them because you need them in camp at 5:30 a.m. and it gives them equipment because you can't send someone outfield in civilian clothing. So it's less than 1% of the defense budget. Why can't we find it to pay our soldiers fairly?
Minister Chan.
Chair, let me respond to both questions. Chair, I understand Mr. Tiong has filed a PQ and we intend to answer the PQ subsequently. But I would just like to say 3 things since this is raised now instead of the PQ. First, ballistic missiles threat is not new and it can emanate from within and beyond this region. It has existed for a long time. And SAF will continue to build up our capabilities ahead of time. The second thing I will say is that we do not discuss specific threat scenarios in this chamber because we do not want to make it a self-fulfilling prophecy. Number 3, we do not discuss specific operational response in this chamber either because we do not need others to know what we can do and where our gaps might be. That has guided how I was brought up in the SAF, and that will be how I continue to lead MINDEF and SAF. Maybe perhaps to share a story with the members of the House. I have regularly visited our soldiers, including NSF, serving across the entire MINDEF SAF establishment. Many of them work in classified units. Whenever I meet a soldier, 19, 20-year-old, working in a classified unit, I will ask them this question. What do you tell your parents that you are doing? What do you tell your parents that you are doing? I'm proud to say I have consistently heard only one answer. And they don't have to rehearse this because I'm the Minister for Defense. They are matured enough to tell me that they will just tell their parents that they are serving their country, full stop. Sometimes, those who know the most say the least. Sometimes, those who do the most say the least. And I think Those are wise responses from our NSFs. And the SAF works on the basis that many of our systems, classified systems, are operated by NSF and NSMen. We do not disclose our capabilities, and over the years, it has been quite amazing that how generations of NSMen have been able to operationalize such capabilities without having to tell the world. And I'm proud of them. And I think this must continue to be the culture that we have in the SAF. On NSF compensation, let me say that having served both national service full-time and as a regular, I will be the first one to champion that we recognize the contributions of our NSF and NSMen appropriately. But I choose my words very carefully. I say recognize. I think those of us who have served in national service will be very careful to not use the word compensate. Because in truth, no amount of monetary compensation can be equated with the contributions of our NSMen. It's not just the 2 years that they serve. It is the 2 years beyond, and many of our NSMen serve even beyond the 2 + 10 years. They volunteer their services. What is the ultimate price for all this contribution? It is not how much money we give them. Ultimately, it is the security and survival of Singapore that we are defending. Yes, we will take care of our NSMen, and it's not just about NSF allowance. We will take care of our NSMen, we will take care of our NSF in consultation with the Ministry of Finance, where the budget space allows. We contribute to their home account, which takes care of their housing, their medical, their education. And when we have the budget space, we will do more. And I will be the first one to champion that we do more. But I don't want us to get into the wrong concept that this is a transactional relationship. I have never seen it so, and I hope that generations of Singaporeans will continue to not see it so. It is not in our interest to cause invidious comparison or to bring this down, this sacred duty of serving our country into a transaction. Of course, we will take care of our NSMen. Of course, we will regularly review our NSF allowances. Of course, we will do more for the home awards. Of course, we will do more for the NS credits, the tax incentive wherever we can. You can have my assurance we will take care of our NSMen, but I appeal to members of this House not to conflate duty with transaction.
Mr. Vikram Nair.
Thank you, Chairman. Minister, I think some of the threats I had discussed, including terrorism and cybersecurity, are likely to be cross-domain and involve other ministries such as MHA and potentially MDDI. Could the Minister share how MINDEF works with other ministries to deal with these threats?
Chair, indeed, as Mr. Vikram Nair said, many of these threats are cross-domain. They don't just emanate from within the security domain. They can cross into the civilian domains. And MINDEF will continue to work very closely with our MHA counterparts, MDDI, and in fact across the whole of agencies. How do we do this? We have various standing arrangements from committees that look into the future to operational committees that look at actual operations, so that we can be ready not just to handle the current ops, but also to anticipate the future ops. So let me give some example. For example, in the recent cyber attacks that we have seen, the agencies involved will include assets and capabilities from MINDEF, from MHA, CSA, IMDA, and also other various related sectors. And we will continue to do this. As to who takes the lead and who is the first among equal, it will depend on the operational context. In certain instances, the civilian agencies will front it. The rest of the government agencies, including MINDEF, will continue to support as a whole of government, whole of nation effort. In other more serious contingencies where MINDEF needs to front it, the other contingencies will continue to support. And we have standing operational structures on how we continue to operate this. Having said that, I must emphasize that it's not just about dealing with the contingencies, just as the recent cyber attacks have shown. What we also need to do as a whole of government is to deploy our resources to help our various agencies build up their capabilities. So, for example, in the recent issue with the critical information infrastructure, while we are managing the incident real time, we are also conducting exercises and trainings to help the various telco to build up their capabilities. Because at the end of the day, when an attack is on a part of the network, the strength of our defense is always contingent on the weakest link. And we want to level up the capabilities across the entire nation. Likewise, when it comes to the issue of counter-terrorism, it is not just about MINDEF or MHA capabilities. Actually, what is the terrorist trying to do? They are trying to psychologically shake us and take away the sense of normalcy that we have. One of the most important things that we need to do if we were ever under attack is to never allow the terrorists to achieve their aim of disrupting our way of life. And the psychological defense part is so important, which goes beyond MINDEF and SAF. It requires a whole of society effort for us to make sure that we are inoculated. And we have seen how the experiences of other countries have done. In fact, there's one particular country has a standing policy. Whenever they are faced with a terrorist attack, and if the terrorists were successful in killing someone or bombing somewhere, they made it a point that within a few hours, they will make sure that the place is entirely cleaned up and people will go on with their life as per normal. Because to them, that is how you defeat the terrorists and tell them that you may kill or harm a few of us, but you will never rob us of our peace. And that, I think, is an aspirational standard that we should also strive towards.
Mr. Gerald Giam.
So I thank the Minister for his response to my questions about diversifying our defense partners. However, I seek his response regarding defense procurement audits by the Auditor General's Office. A best solution mindset, which he mentioned, also requires external accountability and appropriate transparency. How does MINDEF ensure that even the most expensive defense procurement, including life cycle costs and delivery timelines, is properly audited while ensuring that operational secrecy is not compromised? Second, in view of emergent and evolving threats, is MINDEF looking beyond DSTA, DSO, and ST Engineering to collaborate with local entrepreneurs on dual-use technologies? What specific initiatives exist to help startups pivot innovative solutions to bolster both national defense and commercial exports?
Minister Chan.
Sorry. Chair, let me first assure members of this House that actually the audit system in MINDEF is multi-layered and robust. Actually, the AGO does audit MINDEF, and the AGO has submitted reports to this House before of its audit of MINDEF processes. Even for classified projects, there is a system for us to audit classified projects to make sure that money is well spent. And that is done by various different classified agencies to cross-audit one another. It will also require oversight from authorities beyond the direct chain of command. This is how we ensure that we get bang for the buck. So this process is robust, is rigorous, and the best testimony or a benchmark or a KPI, not KPI, an indicator that we can see is you often hear that contractors complain about MINDEF SAF. And that's because we drive the hardest bargain. In fact, recently, I was overseas for a meeting, and I met up with one of the global defense majors. He gave me a backhanded compliment. He says, your people are very tough. They negotiate very hard. But you know why? I still want your business. Because if I can get the MINDEF SAF business, you are my reference customer. So I quickly asked him, so does that mean that I get a better price? And indeed, MINDEF SAF is often a reference customer, and we want to maintain and upkeep our reputation. Because they know that when MINDEF buys something, the process is robust, and we have those rules that I mentioned. Operations come first, operations come last. The start and end of everything has to do with our operation needs and no other considerations. No political interference, no political considerations, no other pecuniary things. And in order to negotiate such a deal, to ensure our resilience, it is not just the upfront purchase. Many countries, many militaries will buy things upfront. We don't consider that as adequate. We want to make sure that there is an after-sale service, and we want to assure ourselves if the life cycle of that platform is for 20 years, we have the capability and the assurance and the spares to make sure that that will work for 20 years. Even if one day the supplier goes away, we must have the technical capability to continue to upgrade those platforms for the 20 years and beyond. That is the DNA within MINDEF. On your second point about working with research agencies beyond MINDEF, DSTAR, and DSO. Indeed, we have done that systematically over the years. We have established relationships, established labs with our own universities, and also some overseas universities. But I would just say that we will have to be very careful with how we handle such relationships. While increasingly, there are a lot of technologies that can be dual use, not every technology provider will be comfortable with such a posture. When we approach partners to work with MINDEF, we must do it sensitively, respecting their comfort zone. And we should also be careful not to put our partners in positions that they find difficult. And when we secure any technologies, we must also protect the intellectual property and respect the conditions upon which those technologies have been shared with us. We must respect that. Otherwise, nobody will want to work with us. So it's not just established companies, it's not just startups, it's also research labs in Singapore and beyond.
Mr. Alex Yam.
Thank you, Chairman. Minister updated the House earlier about the importance of keeping pace with technological advancements as well as hybrid threats, especially in the cyber domain. While we've talked a lot about how we grow defense internally and get our people on board, could I ask the Minister if he could share with the House what is the status of our international cooperation in terms of defense, growing our defense capability, and also threat assessments?
Minister Chan.
Chair, if I may build on the point that I've raised in my answer. Yes, the threats have broadened and deepened. But I must say that the opportunities for us to work with new partners have also expanded. So perhaps I illustrate this with my recent trip to the Munich Security Conference. I am one of the few Asian representatives in an otherwise mainly European conference. And the question is, what are we doing there? Why are we there? But more importantly, what can we offer there? And before I go for any conference, I always ask myself this question. Why do people want to talk to us? The fact that we want to talk to people is quite obvious, but why do people want to talk to us? And after meeting them, will they still want to talk to us? And that goes to the core of the value proposition. So, for example, on the cyber front, a cyber attack on one part of the system is an attack on the entire network. And we will pitch to other partners that our defense is better when we do it collectively. So we might be geographically distanced, we might be geographically far apart, but we share the same challenges when it comes to cyber. Another example, information warfare, where people use information to try and divide societies. Today, there are no shortage of examples and live operations in Europe, the Baltic, Scandinavian countries. And suddenly, they find that there are partners that can work with them beyond their European region. And that was why last year at the Shangri-La Dialogue, we saw the highest participation of the European countries in our Shangri-La Dialogue for many years, because they now see opportunities to work with credible and trusted and reliable partners, and Singapore is one of them. And suddenly we find that we have new opportunities. A third area, critical underwater infrastructure. Today we have heard of many stories of the challenges that the European countries face, the Middle Eastern countries face. And now we are thinking through how we can convene like-minded partners to come together to develop some norms for the protection of our critical underwater infrastructure. Because under international laws, there is a lacuna on what can be done and who should be responsible for what. But we have heard enough interest from our partners from Australia, New Zealand, Northeast Asia, Europe, even America, to want to talk about this topic and to explore how we can work collectively to share information, share best practices, and perhaps narrow down the international legal lacuna. So with all, these are just examples of how we are able to look for new opportunities to work with new partners. But all these are contingent on this basic. We must clearly understand what people are thinking and why are they thinking what they are thinking, so that we can come up with a timely value proposition, so that I can answer the two questions that I always challenge myself before I go into a meeting. Why does he want to talk to me? And will he still want to talk to me after the meeting?
Mr. Melvin Yong.
Thank you, Chairman. I have a clarification for MOS Desmond. Given the importance of physical readiness for pre-enlistees as well as NS men preparing for IPPT, and even the proposed HYROX that you mentioned, whether SAFRA has considered extending its outreach by partnering with relevant agencies to provide or support exercise facilities and structured fitness programs in neighborhood parks, so as to make training more accessible and convenient for those who may not live nearby an existing SAFRA clubs. So my Radin Mas constituency would more than happy to partner with SAFRA to implement a trial in one of our neighborhood parks.
MOS Chu.
Thanks, Member Melvin Yong. You'll also be invited for our version of HYROX. Indeed, the value of SAFRA is not only in these clubhouses. It's not only the physical amenities. It runs very good amenities too, but the core of it was the people who runs the programs. In fact, Energy One, the people running our gym, you're very capable people who have served before, who understood the requirements of military training and incorporated training to suit the people joining in. It is our vision that we will extend and move the clubhouse to where the people are. It is no longer enough or prudent for us to keep building clubhouses, so we must make sure that our programs can travel. And we can imagine ourselves working with partners like People's Association, NTUC, and like-minded partners to bring the programs where our enlistees might be, or whereby NS men can work out together with their children. So what is the end result that we want? What we want is a whole of defense, or whole of Singapore effort, partnering different associations, institutions, whether it's PA, NTUC, SAFRA coming together, and of course not forgetting our home team NS partners, providing the best platform whereby NS men can find it easy for them to get ready, whereby everyone, as they come in contact with us, feel a stronger sense of defense, and at the end, we are stronger for it. So for all our members here, those of you who have been quite excited by my HYROX thing, you are also invited for NX experience camps. You can bring your children to come along too. And indeed, we are looking for constituency partners to roll out these camps, making sure they're accessible NS men can go into camp with their children, inculcating defense right from a very early age. Thank you very much.
MOS Chu, I must say, I'm quite excited myself about the high rocks. Mr. Yip, you have one more clarification?
Thank you, Chairman. I have a clarification for the Minister. It's clear that the international environment we are used to operating is at a turning point. As strategic competition between the US and China intensifies, other countries and middle powers are also repositioning themselves. So what is our strategy for navigating this increasingly complex geopolitical landscape? And as Singaporeans, how can individuals and the broader society stay prepared and play a part? Thank you.
Minister Chan.
Chair, I thank Mr. Yip for his clarification. I have a simple rule that I encourage everyone in the public service and all the men and women in the SAF to contribute to how Singapore can continue to strengthen our relevance to the world. Singaporeans, we travel widely. We go to many countries. Every time I talk to my servicemen, I talk to my public service officers, I always ask them to come back and tell me three things, wherever they go, in that country. What has remained the same? What has changed? And what do you think is going to change? I see this as a discipline that all of us as Singaporeans can contribute to. Because in today's uncertainties, it is not just the role of MINDEF and MFA to sense-make what is happening around the world. All of us as fellow Singaporeans, all of us can make a contribution, no matter which corner of the world we go to. Understand the world deeply. Don't understand just what they do, but understand why they do what they do. And always come back, tell us the three things, what has not changed, what has changed, and what will change. Because we will constantly need to find new value propositions, be it major powers or China. We do not take a moralistic attitude towards other people's foreign policy or military posture, but I take a very realistic view of what they do and to understand why they do what they do. So, for the US and China and other medium powers, we never take it as a given that they will continue to want to engage Singapore. What has worked in the past may no longer work going forward. So constantly, regularly, when I meet my US counterparts and my Chinese counterparts, it is the same approach. I try to understand what's going on in their thinking, where we can partner them to make a contribution for our mutual shared interests. And if there are differences that we need to manage, how can we manage them sensitively while we continue to manage, to hold on to the big picture, to work for each other's mutual benefit? It is the same for US, it's the same for China. And at every stage of their development, there will be evolving priorities that we need to be sensitive to, and we need to keep finding those new value propositions. And it is with that spirit that I think we can stay vigilant to the challenges and also be ready to seize the opportunities. If there's one thing that we share between MINDEF and SAF speeches today, is that yes, the world is in a state of flux. There are many challenges, but that doesn't mean that we have no agency. That doesn't mean that there are no new opportunities for us to entrench our relevance to the world. And so long as we go in with our eyes open, take a realistic approach to what the world is, constantly challenge ourselves to find and create those value propositions, we will be in good stead. Last but not least, I must say this. It is one thing to have ideas on how we can be relevant. how we can make a valued contribution. But ultimately, nobody will partner Singapore if we are not reliable, trustworthy, nor capable. Today, the SAF is opening up many new opportunities to work with new partners because they find the SAF a credible institution. They find us serious-minded, thinking long-term, and honest with integrity. These are valuable attributes that we must continue to hold in order for us to entrench our position as a credible partner with real capabilities. Nobody will talk seriously to anyone without real capabilities. When we say we want to partner another defense establishment to develop science and technology or research in a particular area, we must inspire confidence in others that we will deliver, and we will deliver. And that is the basis upon which we will continue to build our relationships with the rest of the world, continue to entrench our relevance. And on that note, I thank members of the House for your support for our defense, national service, and may we continue to work on this together to build Singapore for the next lap.
Mr. Yip, would you like to withdraw your amendment?
Chairman, I thank the Minister, SMS, MOS, and the men and women of MINDEF and the SAF, especially our NS men, for securing the peace and stability we often take for granted. We must keep the SAF credible and forward-looking. At the same time, we must strengthen total defense because a capable SAF and a resilient society go hand in hand. Chairman, with that, I beg leave to withdraw my amendment. Thank you.
Is the honourable member given leave to withdraw the amendment? I think leave of the majority is given. The amendment is withdrawn. The question is that the sum of $23,343,497,600 for Hit J stand part of the main estimates. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that the sum of $2,454,719,600 for Hit J stand part of the development estimates. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We're going to press on. Hit P, Mr. Vikram Nair.
Chairman, I beg to move that the total sum to be allocated for Hit P of the estimates be reduced by $100. Our threat environment is more complex than it has ever been. The pace of change is accelerating, and hostile actors are quick to exploit new technologies. It is important that Singapore anticipate threats early and invest in capabilities early on to address these threats. I focus on 4 areas which feature heavily in Singapore's domestic threat landscape, namely terrorism, cyber attacks, drugs, and scams, and look forward to hearing the Ministry's plans on all these fronts. First, terrorism. The threat to Singapore remains concerning. Generally, globally, terrorist groups continue to incite violence, while ongoing conflicts, including those in the Middle East, can inflame sentiments and be exploited by extremists. Singapore's international profile and our multicultural society make us an attractive target. A worrying trend is that of self-radicalization, which is accelerated by the online environment. According to the Internal Security Department, between July 2024 and July 2025, at least 8 self-radicalized Singaporeans were dealt with under the Internal Security Act. The ISD also notes that the timeline from exposure to radicalization can be as short as weeks. We should pay particular attention to youth radicalization. Youths are particularly vulnerable to radicalization as they tend to be digital natives, more easily swayed by emotive narratives, and more susceptible to influence. The ISD has reported that 17 youths aged 20 and below have been dealt with under the ISA since 2015, with more than 2/3 in the last 5 years. 9 intended to mount local attacks, with 3 in 2025 alone. Most recently, in November 2025, a 14-year-old secondary 3 student who was self-radicalized online was issued with a restriction order under the ISA. Technology is emerging as an enabler for radicalization. Social media and AI can generate and translate propaganda, produce convincing synthetic media, scale personalized recruitment, and even assist in attack planning. The ISD notes that a 17-year-old ISIS supporter detained in September 2024 used an AI chatbot to generate Bay'ah, an oath of allegiance to ISIS, and a declaration of an armed jihad against non-Muslims to inspire other Muslims in Singapore to engage in armed violence. Another example, a 17-year-old far-right extremist supporter used an AI chatbot to look for instructions on the production of ammunition and considered producing his own firearms for his local attack plans using 3D printing. In the recent case in November 2025, the ISD noted that family members and schoolmates were aware of the youth's extremist views and tried to dissuade him, but they did not report him to the authorities. There is a lesson to be learned here. We should continue to educate the public and instill messages that the early reporting is protective, not punitive, and can prevent tragedy. Therefore, apart from enforcement, our counterterrorism efforts must include strong community partnerships, digital literacy, and early upstream intervention. Second, cyber attacks. Cyber attacks continue to be a threat to countries worldwide, and Singapore is no exception. They are a national security issue because they can disrupt essential services, compromise sensitive information, and erode trust in digital systems which Singapore relies on. In the latest Singapore Cyber Landscape Report, the Cybersecurity Agency noted a significant increase in cyber attacks. For example, phishing attempts reported to the CSA increased from 4,100 in 2023 to 6,100 in 2024, an increase of 49%. Ransomware cases reported to the CSA increased from 132 in 2023 to 159 in 2024, an increase of 21%. Now, such cyber attacks can halt operations, especially for organizations which have vulnerable systems. As Singapore digitalizes further from healthcare to transport to financial services, the potential impact of a successful attack grows exponentially. Our response must therefore include hardening critical infrastructure, investing in threat detection, and strengthening incident response capabilities across agencies and sectors. Third, drugs. While Singapore's overall drug situation is under control, drugs continue to be a threat to Singapore's stability. The CNB's latest annual statistics show that the number of drug users arrested increased modestly from 3,175 in 2024 to 3,208 in 2025. However, new drug abusers increased by 17% to 1,165 in 2025. Now, of the 1,165 new drug abusers arrested in 2025, half were below 30 years old. And new drug abusers arrested below 30 years old and 20 years old increased by 9% and 22% respectively in 2025. In addition, thousands have been caught for possession or use of e-vaporizers since enhanced enforcement began in 2025. In many cases, what may appear to youths as a lifestyle product has become a gateway to drug abuse, exposing them to serious health risks. This suggests two worrying trends. First, the supply of illegal drugs remains persistent, and second, demand for illegal drugs is increasingly coming from youths. The convergence of drug abuse with lifestyle trends and online distribution channels means that it is critical that Singapore keeps up its efforts in preventative education, early intervention, and strong enforcement against suppliers and traffickers. Fourth, scams. This is perhaps a threat which is felt most closely by Singaporeans today. Statistics show that in 2024, the total amount lost to scams and cybercrime rose to at least 1.1 billion, up from 651.8 million in 2023. In the first half of 2025, the amount lost was about 456.4 million, a 12.6% decrease from the year before, but still a significant figure. The situation remains serious, including a sharp increase in certain types of scams. For example, government official impersonation scams in the first half of 2025 almost tripled to 1,762 cases, with the amounts lost to this type of scam increasing about 89% to 126.5 million. Scammers are increasingly sophisticated, leveraging AI-generated voices, deepfakes, spoofed numbers, and social engineering tactics to create urgency and fear. The number of cases and scale of losses show that this is a threat which requires coordinated action across government agencies, banks, telcos, and digital platforms. We must harness technology to address the threat of scams. This includes detecting suspicious transaction patterns in real time, strengthening digital forensics and cross-border intelligence cooperation to disrupt syndicates, and embedding stronger safeguards in our banking and payment systems. At the same time, we must continue to focus on public education and equip Singaporeans with knowledge and tools to spot and respond to scam activities. I also support the tough approach we are taking on those in Singapore who facilitate scams, including by opening bank accounts or setting up phone lines. I think taking out the hands and legs for scammers in Singapore will go a long way to fighting this scourge, similar to how we took action against loan shark runners and facilitators to battle that scourge. Ultimately, whether the threat comes from terrorism, cyber attacks, crimes, or scams, our response must be anticipatory and grounded in strong partnerships between the Home Team and other stakeholders. I look forward to hearing from the MHA on these matters. Thank you.
The question is that the total sum to be allocated for head P of the estimates be reduced by $100. Mr. Abdul Muhaimin Abdul Malik.
Sir, while I note the welcome decline in the two-year recidivism rate for the 2023 DRC cohort to 26.1%, down from 30.8% the previous year, yet this still means that more than 1 in 4 individuals return to drug abuse within 2 years of release. Behind these statistics are individuals struggling with challenges we may not be adequately addressing. The Ministry of Home Affairs has recognized that repeat drug abusers face significant barriers. The lack of pro-social networks due to being in and out of the system and difficulty maintaining employment. Yet what remains insufficiently examined is the mental health dimension underlying these challenges. The 2024 Singapore Health and Lifestyle Survey demonstrates strong links between drug abuse and mental health conditions such as anxiety, depression, and insomnia. This suggests that for individuals cycling in and out of the system, losing jobs, and lacking stable support networks, the psychological toll can be devastating, potentially driving them back to the very substance we are trying to help them avoid. The Singapore Prison Service attributes recent improvements to evidence-informed true care drug rehabilitation regime with strong community support. However, evidence-informed approaches require comprehensive data, and we currently lack systematic data on the mental health profiles of these arrested for drug abuse. I therefore ask the Minister, does the Ministry plan to collect data on the mental health status of individuals arrested for drug-related offences? If so, will this data be made available to researchers or policymakers to better inform our rehabilitation strategies? Beyond data collection, I urge the government to strengthen community partnerships that specifically addresses mental health alongside addiction. Every recovering individual should have ready access to integrated support to help them with underlying mental health conditions that may have contributed to their drug use. Without this, we risk seeing individuals who have served their time in DRC facing the same psychological struggles that led them to drugs initially. The decline in recidivism shows progress. Let's build on this momentum by ensuring our approach includes mental health data and integrated support services to help more individuals break free from addiction for good. I look forward to the Minister's response.
Mr. Patrick Tay.
To speak today not just about policy, but about people. Because behind every label of ex-offender is someone's son, someone's spouse, someone's parent. Many have made serious mistakes and they've paid dearly for them. But when they step out of prison, they often face a second sentence, rejection, stigma, and doors that never open, no matter how hard they try to change. So if we believe that people can be rehabilitated, then our society must also believe in giving them a real chance to start again. This is why we must continue to invest in the 3 Rs, what I call rehabilitation, raising employability, and reintegration back into families and the community. Not just to reduce reoffending, but to restore dignity, purpose, and hope. When someone is able to work honestly, support their family, and belong again, the entire community becomes safer and stronger. I want to acknowledge the efforts of the Yellow Ribbon Singapore and the Singapore Prison Service, and the many employers, VWOs, and volunteers who lean forward to help. In our dialogues with employers and ex-offenders, we heard both hope and deep anxiety. Hope that employers are willing to give second chances, but fear from those inside that their past will forever define their future. And this brings me to my question: can MHA share how far we have come in supporting ex-offenders in their reintegration journey, especially in helping them secure meaningful work and rebuild stable lives? And will the ministry consider reviewing laws such as the Registration of Criminals Act, including whether some records can be spent earlier where appropriate, so that those who have truly turned over a new leaf are not locked out an opportunity for life? Second chances are not about being soft on crime. They're about being firm in our belief that people can change. And when we allow the change to take root, do not just transform one life. We strengthen families, restore hope, and build a more compassionate and resilient Singapore.
Mr. Gabriel Lam.
Mr. Chairman, this year marks the 50th anniversary of Yellow Ribbon Singapore, formerly SCORE. Over 5 decades, the Yellow Ribbon movement has fundamentally reshaped Singapore's approach towards ex-offenders. It has shifted mindsets from stigma to second chances, mobilized employers across sectors, and supported thousands of individuals in rebuilding their lives with dignity and purpose. This is no small achievement. It reflects a long-term, whole-of-society effort, one that balances accountability with redemption and public safety with social reintegration. At the same time, as with all mature systems, we must continuously review and strengthen what we have built. According to the latest data from the Singapore Prison Service, the 5-year recidivism rate rose from 36.6% for the 2019 release cohort to 39.3% for the 2020 release cohort. It is reasonable to view this in the context of the pandemic, a period marked by economic uncertainty, hiring slowdowns, and reduced face-to-face supervision and support services. These disruptions would have disproportionately affected individuals attempting to reintegrate into society. Even so, the figures remind us that reintegration is not automatic. It is a process that requires sustained support, particularly in the first few years after release. I therefore support MHA's support strengthening of structured aftercare, employer partnership, and skills upgrading pathways. Employment remains one of the strongest protective factors against reoffending. But beyond job placement, what matters is job retention and progression. Stable work builds routine, income stability, and self-worth. What matters is not simply giving someone a job, but giving them a future. Reintegration also depends heavily on families. Where family bonds are intact, the likelihood of successful reintegration increases significantly. Where families are fractured, vulnerabilities multiply. Continued coordination between correctional services, social service agencies, and community partners is therefore essential to ensure that counseling, housing stability, and financial planning support are aligned rather than fragmented. As Yellow Ribbon Singapore turns 50, this milestone offers not only an opportunity to celebrate, but also to consolidate and refine our strategy for the next decade. A forward-looking rehabilitation framework with clear outcome metrics such as employment retention, housing stability, and community integration indicators would help sustain momentum and reinforce public confidence. I therefore ask the Minister, what is MHA's medium-term quantitative targets for reducing 5-year recidivism over the next 5 years? 2, will MHA publish a forward-looking 2026 to 2030 rehabilitation strategy with clear outcome metrics, including employment, retention, housing stability, and community integration indicators? And 3, how does MHA assess the effectiveness of current employer partnership schemes? And are there plans to expand structured post-placement support to reduce relapse risk? Mr. Chairman, I would also like to speak about scams, which remain a significant societal challenge. Scam syndicates have become increasingly sophisticated. They prey on fear, urgency, and trust. Individuals with weaker financial literacy, unstable employment, or limited social support networks may be especially vulnerable, both as victims and, in some cases, as unwitting accomplices such as money mules. In today's digital economy, financial and cyber awareness are no longer optional competencies. They are basic safeguards for economic participation. Encouragingly, the reintegration of rehabilitation, community partnerships, and law enforcement reflects a holistic philosophy. Public safety is best protected not only through deterrence, but through prevention and resilience building. Mr. Chairman, Singapore's approach to corrections have long emphasized transformation rather than warehousing. That philosophy has served us well. The Yellow Ribbon movement has demonstrated that when society chooses inclusion over exclusion, many individuals respond positively and rebuild their lives. As we commemorate 50 years of Yellow Ribbon Singapore, we should reaffirm 3 principles. First, rehabilitation must remain evidence-based and outcomes-driven. Second, reintegration must be sustained, extending beyond release into stable employment, family support, and community belonging. Third, vulnerability to emerging risks, including digital scams, must be proactively addressed as part of modern rehabilitation. I therefore express my support for MHA's ongoing efforts, and I'm confident that with continued refinement, cross-agency coordination, and community partnership, the next chapter of Yellow Ribbon Singapore will be defined not only by compassion, but by measurable progress and enduring impact. Thank you.
Ms. Sylvia Lip.
Chairman, I wish to raise 3 topics regarding scams: regional cooperation, the impact of the Online Criminal Harms Act, and scam victims. First, on regional cooperation. Many online scams targeting Singaporeans are perpetrated overseas, and scam compounds housing scammers have been found in some ASEAN countries. It is thus necessary for agencies across the region to work collaboratively to share information, conduct operations, and extradite suspects where appropriate. What is the Ministry's assessment of regional cooperation thus far, and are there particular obstacles on this front? Parliament was told in November that the police had formalized Frontier Plus, an initiative among several jurisdictions to strengthen real-time intelligence sharing, improve asset recovery, and coordinate joint operations. Under Frontier Plus, joint operations had reportedly been conducted last year across 6 jurisdictions that led to the recovery of more than $26 million. Among ASEAN countries, which jurisdictions have not yet joined Frontier Plus, and what are the impediments? Turning to the domestic scam situation, the mid-year crime brief by the police in August last year painted a mixed picture. Though scams and losses in the first half of 2025 decreased from the corresponding period in 2024, scam losses still totaled a significant $456 million. Social media platforms have been an important channel through which scams are perpetrated. It is thus disturbing to read of the profits that social media companies have made from scam ads. For instance, Reuters reported in November last year that Meta platforms, Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp, were expected to earn US $16 billion, or 10% of its revenue in 2024, from ads for scams or other illicit products. This estimate was based on Meta's own internal documents, which Meta later said were overestimates. The government has been working with social media companies to put in place anti-scam measures. Various directives have been issued to them under the Online Criminal Harms Act, OCHA, to implement measures such as identity verification and facial recognition. OCHA has been in force for nearly 2 years. What is the ministry's assessment of its effectiveness in preventing scams? Is the government satisfied with the levels of compliance with its directives by social media companies? Finally, we must remember a key stakeholder in all this: scam victims. There is growing research on the psychological impacts of scams on victims being severe, leading to distress, anxiety, depression, post-traumatic stress disorder, and even suicidality. The police have stated that there are victim care officers who may be deployed to support victims of crimes, including in scam cases. These VCOs are volunteers who need to have relevant background, such as in psychology, social work, or counseling. In what percentage of scam cases have VCOs been activated? Finally, are there requirements as to how often and at what milestones victims should be updated about their cases?
Dr. Wan Rizal.
Chairman, scams today no longer are just isolated incidents. They have become organized, industrialized, and highly adaptive. Criminal syndicates test scripts like marketers, A/B test messages like salespeople, and exploit the speed of online platforms to scale harm quickly. They do not wait for trust to be built over years. They manufacture it in minutes through impersonation, fake endorsements, doctored screenshots, and increasingly AI-generated content. And the impact is not just financial, it is psychological. Victims often feel ashamed, families get strained, and confidence in institutions can get a hit, especially when scams impersonate government agencies, banks, or trusted brands. That is why enforcement and public education remains essential. But, sir, I want to highlight one capability that I think deserves more recognition. I recently visited the Anti-Scam Center, and I was genuinely impressed by what I saw. The public usually only sees the aftermath, reports filed, warnings issued, investigations underway. But behind the scenes, the Anti-Scam Center is doing time-sensitive operational work where minutes matter, coordinating information, tracing flows, engaging partners, and acting quickly to disrupt and prevent further losses. It is not glamorous work, it is relentless. And it's easy for people to underestimate it precisely because when it works well, the story becomes nothing happened. But what nothing happened often means money was frozen in time, a scam network is disrupted, or more victims were prevented. So, sir, I want to put on record my appreciation for the officers and partners involved. Their work is certainly underrated, and it is a key part of our national response. At the same time, scams is a whole-of-society approach because scammers exploit multiple layers in our ecosystem. They use online platforms to reach victims at scale. They use social engineering to push victims with messages. They use mule accounts and laundering networks to move funds quickly. And they exploit gaps between systems where responsibilities are unclear or when speed of action is uneven. And that's why the private sector plays such a critical role, not as an add-on, but as part of frontline defense. So my question to the Minister is this. First, fighting scams is a whole society approach, and the private sector plays an important role. What are the plans that the government have to work with the private sector to fight scams more effectively? Second, a significant part of scam activity today is enabled or amplified online. How can more be done to ensure that online platforms such as Meta, Apple, or Google strengthen their anti-scam measures to better protect users? Sir, the Anti-Scam Center shows us that when we move fast and coordinate well, we can blunt the impact of scams. So the next step is to ensure that everyone in the ecosystem, especially those who control reach and virality, plays their part with the same seriousness and urgency.
Ms. Kwa Boon Teng.
Mr. Chairman, to counter the scourge of increasingly sophisticated scams, the implementation of targeted legislative mechanisms is essential. Our laws must continue to provide authorities the power to effectively disrupt and disable criminal activity and infrastructure and create upstream defenses to prevent or limit losses suffered by victims. In the last few years, Parliament has enacted the Online Criminal Harms Act, the Law Enforcement and Other Matters Act, and the Protection from Scams Act. These laws have empowered the authorities to, amongst other things, issue directions to online platforms requiring action against fraudulent accounts or content, criminalize the misuse of SIM cards and the handing over of bank accounts, SingPass credentials to be misused by others, and facilitate the issuance of restriction orders to freeze the bank accounts of victims, thereby delaying the siphoning away of funds. We have even introduced mandatory caning for serious scam offences, syndicate members, and recruiters by passing the Criminal Law Miscellaneous Amendments Act. And it is heartening to know that for the first time in 8 years, the number of scam cases in Singapore has fallen from more than 50,000 in 2024 to 37,308 in 2025. The amount lost to scammers has also dipped below $1 billion, although it's still a large amount. But it is some progress. Such progress can be reversed very quickly, however. Scammers are constantly reinventing themselves and will adapt quickly. When public education raises awareness of certain tactics, they will simply pivot to trying something different. Today, they may be capitalizing on the popularity of Pokemon cards. Tomorrow, they will ask victims to buy and hand over gold bars, hoping that their ill-gotten gains will be harder to trace. And scammers will increasingly use generative AI to create ever more convincing phishing emails and deepfake voice or video calls for impersonation. We need to strengthen our legislative levers to allow Singapore to act more effectively and decisively against scammers. I look forward to hearing from MHA what systemic changes we will need to effect and how can we further strengthen our regulatory frameworks to provide more tools to combat scams. Thank you.
Mr. Alexio, you may take your 2 cards together.
Mr. Chairman, in 2025, the number of scam cases decreased by 27.6%, or 14,193 cases from 2024. Importantly, losses from scams also fell by 17.9%, or by 199.3 million in 2025. This is a positive development, and due credit must be given to the police, and in particular, the officers of the Anti-Scam Command, for their tireless efforts in combating scams to protect Singaporeans. Nevertheless, with 37,308 scam cases, totaling a loss of 913.1 million in 2025, the situation remains extremely concerning, and combating scams must remain a top priority this year. On this note, I wish to highlight 2 areas for discussion. First, the recovery of scam monies. Understandably, the topmost concern on the minds of scam victims is whether they are able to recover their monies. In 2025, the Anti-Scam Command successfully recovered 140.5 million worth of scam losses. Importantly, it was also reported that through proactive interventions with victims in the various stages of being scammed, the Anti-Scam Command managed to work with its partners to help victims avert potential losses of at least 348 million. This is encouraging news, especially on the Anti-Scam Command's successful efforts in averting potential losses. And yet, if we look at the amounts of monies recovered compared with the total amount lost, recovered monies represent only about 15% of the amounts lost. A large part of the reason for this is because of the transnational nature of scams. Often, scam proceeds are transferred out of Singapore within minutes, if not seconds, of the victim's transfer. This makes it extremely challenging for the police to trace and recover the monies. To this end, the establishment of Frontier Plus in October 2024, a united front against transnational scams comprising 11 jurisdictions, is a landmark initiative that facilitates real-time intelligence sharing, joint operations, and coordinated enforcement against transnational scams. I therefore invite the Minister to share if there are plans to expand the Frontier Plus grouping, how successful do we think it has been in combating transnational scam, and whether there are opportunities for Singapore to leverage on the grouping to recover more scam proceeds that have been transferred out of Singapore. Second, notable steps have also been taken to enact or strengthen legislation to tackle scams, including the Online Criminal Harms Act, Code of Practice, the Protection from Scams Act that was passed and operationalized last year, empowering the police to issue restriction orders to banks to restrict the banking transactions of individuals at risk of transferring monies to scammers, the Facility Restriction Framework to tackle scam mules, and the Criminal Law Miscellaneous Amendment Act, which was passed in November 2025, which introduced caning for scam and scam-related offences. In the premises, I also invite the Minister to share whether MHA feels that this is sufficient, or if there are also plans to further strengthen legislative levers to tackle scams. Mr. Chairman, I move on to my next cut. The recent 2025 statistics on the drug situation in Singapore, released by the Central Narcotics Bureau, raised a worrying trend of drug abuse among our youth. In 2025, 28% of all drug abusers arrested were below 30 years of age. The youngest drug abuser arrested in 2025 was just 12 years old. The number of drug abusers below the age of 20 years increased year on year by 7%, while the number of new drug abusers arrested below 20 years increased by 22%. Notably, 6 in 10 new cannabis abusers arrested were below 30 years old. Sir, over the years in Singapore, we have always strongly supported the government's strong stance against drug abuse. We understand and appreciate deeply the damage and detrimental effects that drug abusers can cause, not only to themselves, but also to their family and their loved ones. In recent years, there has been a worrying global shift in views and attitudes towards the use of drugs, such as cannabis. In 2020, the UN Commission on Narcotic Drugs reclassified cannabis and cannabis resin under the 1961 Single Convention on Narcotic Drugs. Thailand, a fellow ASEAN neighbor, became the first Asian country to decriminalize cannabis in 2022. How do we ensure that our youth are not influenced by global trends and attitudes towards drugs like cannabis? Recently, the government had to also take urgent steps to address K-pods, which are e-vaporizers or vapes containing the psychoactive substance etomidate. A significant number of those who abuse K-pods are our youths. Anecdotally, I'm sure many other members of this House have as well, I have met many parents of teenagers and youths in the community who are extremely worried and concerned. In the premises, I invite the Minister to share with this House on the government's plans to address global trends towards liberal drug approaches and how we can better effectively engage our youths on the danger of drug abuse and substance abuse. Thank you.
Ms. Cassandra Lee.
Mr. Chairman, recent tragedies, including the accident in Chinatown, where a young child lost life, are sobering reminders of how vulnerable our loved ones are on our roads. Each incident is not just a statistic, but a family forever changed. While our laws rightly distinguish between levels of culpability, there remains concern that certain aggravated cases of dangerous driving causing death may not be met with penalties that fully reflect the harm caused. One case that has been widely discussed is that of Jared T. In that instance, the offender engaged in dangerous driving behavior at a very high speed, including what was described as blocking and braking a motorcycle, before a collision occurred which resulted in the loss of life. The court dealt with the matter under the existing framework for dangerous driving causing death. However, the case has raised broader questions among members of the public as to whether the current range of penalties sufficiently capture conduct that, while falling short of intent to kill, nonetheless reflects a very high degree of recklessness and disregard for the safety of others. Sir, I raise this not to revisit the specific outcome of any individual case, but to ask whether there is room within our laws and sentencing framework to better account for such aggravated circumstances. In particular, whether we should raise maximum sentences to allow our courts further flexibility to address different levels of culpability, from simple negligence at one end to highly dangerous driving with a high risk of serious injury or death at the other. Separately, enforcement and penalties are just one aspect of ensuring safe roads, but they're not sufficient by themselves. Ultimately, safer roads begin with a shared commitment to look out for one another and to remember that behind every road user is a family. Will the Minister consider further public education and training for road users in order to foster a culture of safety? So this principle of protecting our families must also extend into the digital space. Scams continue to evolve at scale and sophistication, and they disproportionately affect those who are less digitally savvy, particularly our seniors. Here, a calibrated approach is needed. We should continue to strengthen enforcement levers to act more effectively against scammers. At the same time, we must also consider how best to balance deterrence with rehabilitation, especially for our youth offenders, those who have been drawn into such activity due to financial pressures or lack of awareness. In Ayaraja, I had a particularly memorable case where a young graduate was looking for a job but fell into a job scam, ended up being a money mule, and he was the sole breadwinner for a family of 3, all of which were depending on him. And when he was charged, they fell further into financial difficulties. I would like to ask the Minister how the government intends to strike this balance. Beyond enforcement, public education remains critical. We must equip Singaporeans with the awareness and confidence to protect themselves, to recognize scam tactics, to exercise caution, and to take personal responsibility in an increasingly digital world. Behind every accident, every scam is a family who suffers. Preventing accidents and scams protects our family. Thank you.
Mr. Sanjeev Kumar Tiwari.
Mr. Chairman, the Home Team AI movement was launched in 2024 with the vision of transforming our officers and how they safeguard Singapore. A significant budget of 400 million was committed with the aim of embedding AI into operations from emergency response, investigative work, and grooming a 500-strong AI workforce. Could the Ministry update on the AI products developed so far under this movement? How widely have these tools been deployed? And what measurable improvements have been observed in the day-to-day operations? With the development of humanoid robots capable of tackling high-risk tasks such as firefighting and hazmat operations, how will these systems be integrated into frontline operations? What role will AI-enabled robotics play in augmenting our manpower, given rising operational demands and manpower constraints across MHA? How is MHA reskilling our officers to prepare for these changes? Trust and accountability are paramount. May I ask what AI governance safeguards MHA has put in place? With AI models such as Phoenix built with partners Microsoft and Mistral AI, how does the Ministry ensure data security, model integrity, and responsible deployment across sensitive home team environments? Finally, given the evolving threat landscape, including criminals' increasing exploitation of technology, how is the Ministry balancing automation with the critical human judgment required in law enforcement? Mr. Speaker, these questions reflect the public's interest in how AI will not replace officers but empower them, enhance safety, and strengthen trust in our security institutions. Thank you.
Ms. Rachel Ong.
Chairman, unattended cooking remains one of the leading causes of residential fires in Singapore, according to SCDF. Many of these incidents involve our seniors, where distraction, medical conditions, or reduced mobility quickly turn an everyday activity into a serious safety risk. As Singapore becomes a super-aged society, preventing such incidents must form part of how we support seniors to be safe at home, while giving a greater sense of peace of mind to their families and caregivers. Technology offers practical opportunities for prevention. In Japan, stoves are commonly equipped with built-in safety sensors that detect overheating and automatically shut off the gas before a fire can occur. In South Korea, smart stove monitoring devices can alert users when appliances are left unattended and automatically cut off power to prevent accidents. Such technology-enabled solutions, including stove sensors.
You're out of time, Ms. Ong. Sorry. Dr. Neo Kok Beng.
Chairman, I would like to state that I'm a founder of a company that deals with low-altitude economy business, which is basically large drones for, or otherwise known as a flying car for, and on the way I'm building firefighting drones and also drones for oil spill. Now, on 26 November 2025, a large fire broke out at the Wong Fok Kok apartment, Hong Kong, and burned out for 43 hours and 27 minutes. 7 out of the 8 blocks of the complex were consumed by fire, and 168 people died, including 1 firefighter. Well, in Singapore, I think just on 19 February, a fire occurred at a condominium in Kovan on the 14th floor. So high-rise fires is really a big concern in urban cities, and that's where we need to pay attention. I understand SCDF has aerial appliances that can reach up to 90 meters. And so my question is, what lessons has MHA drawn from this tragic fire in the Hong Kong case? How can we apply and adapt these learning points to the Singapore context? What are the new ways or new technologies for addressing high-rise fire safety, especially for buildings that are 100 meters and above or 20 stories higher? My next card, and it's quite recent. On 25th February, China News Asia reported that hundreds of AI-generated online videos have been targeting Singapore, and especially Prime Minister Lawrence Wong. And this is obviously a disinformation campaign. The wordings are all in complex Chinese or Fantizi. Now, so these are lots of fabrications about our leadership being under threat and spreading conspiracy. Now, personally, I've also encountered many friends, business associates voicing to me on the concerns on the impact on the business due to PM Wong's comments during the Bloomberg New Economy Forum, November 19 last year. Now, I personally don't believe in all this stuff, so I view the video and find it to be actually quite neutral and factual. Now, Mr. Chairman, the world is really facing a lot of geopolitical tension and contestation amongst major powers, and of course, malicious actors will continue their attempts to coerce Singapore and also try to influence Singaporeans to adopt policies that are advantageous to their foreign states' interests. Well, specifically, social media come in all formats, podcasts, and we're talking about real-time podcasts, short videos, TikToks, or whatsoever. It's all attempt to influence Singaporeans, which will impact the fabrics of our society. Well, we have POFMA, but the government will not be able to identify all these online allegations and fake news. So the question is, how do we educate, inoculate, vaccinate, whatever terms that we want to use, to really equip our populations, the various segments of our population, students, the community, the businesses, to really discern such activities. And I think critical thinking is very important, not just reading about it, but able to think for themselves whether such news, such videos are attempt to influence us. And how can we have a series of awareness campaigns and events? Really, I think it's lots of education for our population to really have critical thinking about all these videos, go to and decide for themselves whether these sources are trying to influence us. Thank you.
Mr. Christopher D'Souza, you may take your 3 cards together.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The threat landscape today is increasingly complex and fraught with tension. Around the world, domestic politics have become a target by external influence. Singapore is deeply plugged into a globalized world economy and economically. Precisely because of this, we cannot afford to be naive about attempts by foreign actors to influence our domestic political discourse. Singapore must never be put in a position where we are told, mandate, or commanded to choose sides, or where external powers attempt to muscle us into adopting positions that do not serve our national interest. Our compass must remain clear. Decisions taken in this House of Parliament, must be guided by what benefits Singapore and Singaporeans. This House and MHA have been doing so. As parliamentarians, our duty is to assess, debate, and vote on issues through that lens alone. We all have a collective responsibility to maintain such a mature posture when discussing and debating internal affairs and internal politics. Singapore politics must remain the domain of Singaporeans. We must therefore remain alert, resilient, and united in safeguarding our political system. Singapore must continue to send a clear signal that our politics is for Singaporeans to lead, manage, and control. This is not about shutting ourselves off from the world. It is about ensuring that while we remain open, engaged, and principled internationally, our sovereignty, independence, and democratic processes remain firmly protected and non-negotiable. We must be cautious about foreign actors. Most of all, we must be principled about discussing sensitive state topics, defense, internal security, race, and religion in a sensible, cogent, and respectable way in public discourse in Singapore and in this House. My next cut, sir. In recent years, we have seen several jurisdictions liberalize their stance towards recreational drugs, particularly cannabis. More recently, some of these same jurisdictions are now attempting to reverse course. Thailand's U-turn is a case in point. But the critical question we must ask ourselves is this: while laws and policies can be reversed, can addiction be so easily undone? Can a permissive mindset towards recreational drugs be rolled back without long-term and multi-generational consequences? The reality is that reversals have a long tail, which is not easily unwound. This is why Singapore's stance must continue to be one of zero tolerance towards drugs. Once a society normalizes recreational drug use, the social, health, and crime-related costs do not simply disappear with a policy reversal. Singapore does not claim perfection in policy making, but we must be clear-eyed and resolute. We must also look out for new psychoactive substances and new drug concoctions. In line with this, we must update the Misuse of Drugs Act to maintain its deterrence against new laws. Drug trafficking is a rational crime. Syndicates operate on cold cost-benefit calculations. Any softening of our stance signals opportunity. We must remain firm against traffickers, resolute in enforcement, and unwavering in our message to society, especially our youth, that there is no place for recreational drugs in Singapore. Our approach protects not just individuals, but families and future generations. Staying firm today spares us deeper social costs tomorrow. Singapore's approach, my next cut, sir. Singapore's approach to drugs has always rested on moral clarity and deep resolve. We take a strong and uncompromising position against drug traffickers. This is never easy. The Misuse of Drugs Act requires political courage because the buck ultimately stops with those elected, us, here, to make hard decisions. These laws must have teeth and rigor because traffickers respond to cost-benefit calculations and deterrence must be real. At the same time, there is no contradiction in pairing this muscular stance against traffickers with a sincere commitment to rehabilitation. Those who consume drugs and then become addicted are sometimes the innocent ones. As a society, we must do our best to help those who are genuinely intent on kicking the habit or undergoing mandatory drug rehabilitation to drop the addiction. Rehabilitation cannot end at the prison gates. It requires a scaffold after release, pathways into stable employment, and support for reunification with families. Meaningful work, dignity, and responsibility are critical catalysts for reintegration and for breaking the cycle of relapse. The reward and the road towards an addiction-free life is not easy, but it is worth a good try. But rehabilitation is a shared responsibility. Addicts themselves have a role to play. They too must take ownership of their own path to recovery. But as a society, we should not put in place schemes and funding to give them the best possible chance of kicking the drug addiction. In this case, the Singapore Prison Service and the Drug Rehabilitation Center and the CMB have key roles to play. They are staffed by excellent officers. In this way, our approach remains principled and coherent. To deter traffickers with our muscle and with our hearts, we rehabilitate those who are earnest in turning their lives around. This reflects good policy making, which requires what I call political ambidexterity. We should not be straitjacketed into thinking in terms of left-leaning policies or right-leaning policies, or be trapped by ideological labels. What matters is whether a policy does right by people and addresses harm effectively. Take our drugs policy as an example. There is nothing contradictory about taking a hard, uncompromising position against traffickers while adopting a more rehabilitative approach towards addicts. Some may label rehabilitation as a left-leaning policy and tough enforcement against traffickers as a right-leaning policy. But that is not the correct lens, I humbly submit. The correct lens is whether the approach works, whether it is just, and whether it protects society while giving individuals a chance to reform. Strong laws against traffickers are necessary because trafficking is a rational, profit-driven crime. At the same time, helping addicts who are sincere in kicking the habit through rehabilitation, employment support, and reintegration is the right thing to do. These two approaches are complementary, not inconsistent. This principle, which I coined the principle of political ambidexterity, should guide all our legislative work. When debating bills in this House and during Committee of Supply discussions, we must be willing to draw from different policy tools without being beholden to ideology. A rigid, purist approach, either entirely left-leaning or entirely right-leaning, risks missing the complexity of real-world problems. We should never be slaves to ideology, nor should we chase populism. Doing what is right often requires hard choices, balance, and political nuance. It demands integrity and intellectual honesty. Hence, as with drugs, we should apply political ambidexterity in our legislative work in this House. Thank you.
Mr. Jackson Lam.
Before I start, I'd like to thank members for bringing up the drugs issue. It's an issue close to my heart. Chairman, the latest statistics from CMB give us reason to pause and reflect. In 2025, 1,165 new drug abusers were arrested. That is a 17% increase from the year before. Even more troubling, 1 in 2 of these new abusers was below the age of 30, and the youngest person arrested was just 12 years old. Among those under 20, nearly 80% were abusing methamphetamine. Cannabis use among youths also remains significant, with new abusers making up to 70% of the cannabis arrests. All these are not just numbers. They point to something deeper. A growing vulnerability among our young population. At the same time, CMB dismantled 25 drug syndicates last year, including those operating through Telegram and from overseas. Drug seizures amounted to nearly 22 million. Beyond Singapore, the 2025 World Drug Report recorded a record 236 tons of methamphetamine seized in East and Southeast Asia in 2024. Southeast Asia alone accounted for 94% of these seizures. Taken together, this tells us we are facing 2 pressures at the same time. First, increasing exposure among our youths here at home. Second, persistent and large-scale production and trafficking flows across the region. Mr. Chairman, Singapore's enforcement regime remains firm and respected, but the drug landscape is changing. It's becoming more digital, more decentralized, and more transnational. So I would like to seek clarification from the Minister on 4 areas. First, given that 1 in 2 new abusers is now below 30, and the youngest arrested was only 12, does the Ministry intend to recalibrate its preventive outreach? Should we be engaging children earlier, perhaps even before they enter secondary school? Second, with methamphetamine dominating youth arrests, has the Ministry studied whether digital recruitment, especially through encrypted messaging platforms, is driving earlier exposure? And beyond taking down accounts and syndicates, what proactive digital countermeasures are we considering? Third, at the regional level, given the record methamphetamine seizures and the continued synthetic drug flows, are we strengthening intel sharing and joint task force arrangement with key ASEAN partners? Can we do more to disrupt supply chains further upstream instead of focusing at our borders? Fourth, with female drug abusers rising from 15% to 19% of total arrests, should we also be examining whether gender-specific prevention and strategies are needed? Mr. Chairman, this policy cut is not about weakening our firm stance on drugs. On the contrary, it reflects concern that the threat is evolving. If 1 in 2 new abuser is under 30, and children as young as 12 are being drawn in, then prevention must move upstream, socially, digitally, and regionally. We must make sure our strategy stays ahead of the curve rather than simply responding to it. Thank you.
Minister Wintong.
Mr. Chairman, I'd first like to start by thanking members who spoke for your support of the Home Team's work. Sir, Singapore remains one of the safest and most secure countries in the world. In Gallup's 2025 Global Safety Report, Singapore was ranked the world's safest country for the 12th time. 98% of the respondents said they felt safe walking alone at night. In a public perception survey conducted last year, 94.9% of the respondents had confidence in the Home Team's ability to keep Singapore safe and secure. This was the highest level of confidence in the Home Team over the past decade. But we cannot for a moment rest on our laurels. The threat environment, as members have pointed out, is constantly evolving, and the Home Team must keep pace. There are 3 areas of concern which we have been particularly monitoring. First, external threats. Singapore thrives by being open to information and welcoming to foreign talent, capital, goods, and ideas. We are highly digitally connected. It is commonplace for Singaporeans to consume information and perform transactions online. These are our strengths, but it also means that we are more exposed to risks that originate from abroad. Security threats such as radicalization, foreign interference, scams, and drugs are very much driven by external factors. These risks increase when the geopolitical environment becomes more fragmented and disorderly. Second, public safety. We see one too many instances of careless and irresponsible behavior which have caused injuries and cost lives. Road traffic fatalities have hit a 10-year high since 2016. Speeding violations last year rose by 26% compared to 2024, and a 27% increase was observed for red light running related incidents and accidents. Fires involving active mobility devices, or AMDs, accounted for almost 20% of fire-related injuries and more than 25% of fatalities. Many of such fires stemmed from non-compliant devices and improper charging practices. We will continue to review our laws, policies, and operations to ensure that they shape the behavior and outcomes that society wants to see, by enabling the authorities to be able to adequately deal with those who pose a danger to others through their behavior. Third, resource constraints. Demands on home team officers have increased and will continue to increase in both volume and complexity. In 2025, traveller volumes through Singapore's checkpoints were up by 13% from 2019, before COVID-19. Calls for emergency medical services have increased by 35% from 2020 at the height of COVID-19. The number of scam cases have more than doubled from 2020, and the total amount lost to scams more than tripled. Innovation and technology can help overcome our constraints to some extent. My colleagues and I will therefore speak on how the home team is addressing these challenges. SMS Faisal will cover the need to maintain our tough stance against drugs. SMS Siman will speak about technology adoption, including artificial intelligence, as well as road safety. Minister of State Goh Pei Ming will speak about our plans to fight scams. In the rest of this speech, I will speak about our efforts to address radicalization, foreign interference, and fire safety. Sir, recent overseas attacks remind us that terrorism and violent extremism can strike anywhere at any time. In November last year, a 17-year-old student detonated 4 explosive devices at a school mosque in Jakarta, injuring nearly 100 people. The perpetrator was said to have been inspired by far-right extremists. A month later, during a gathering for the Jewish festival of Hanukkah at the Bondi Beach in Sydney, 2 gunmen with anti-Semitic beliefs killed 15 people and injured many others. We cannot discount the possibility of similar attacks here. Since 2015, ISD has dealt with 62 self-radicalized individuals. Several of them had articulated an intention of carrying out attacks in Singapore. These were largely inspired by foreign conflicts, Islamist terrorist organizations such as ISIS, and far-right extremism. The internet has enabled such ideologies to proliferate and reach Singaporeans on their screens, often on their mobile screens. As Mr. Vikram Nair noted, youths are particularly susceptible. They are digital natives and may find belonging and purpose in the virtual communities. In the last 2 years, 3 14-year-olds have been dealt with for terrorism-related activities under the ISA. Even video games have been exploited to promote extremism. In a recent case, the individual posted pro-ISIS footage from online gaming platforms such as Roblox and Gorbox, in which he role-played as a fighter for ISIS and recreated ISIS attacks and executions. So we agree with Mr. Nair on the need for early upstream intervention. We are therefore intensifying our outreach efforts to inoculate youths against extremist ideologies and to sensitize the public to the telltale signs of radicalization. And these include interactive activities at SG Secure roadshows and other touchpoints, as well as digital engagement through our SG Secure Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok accounts, places where you might typically find most of the youths. To help youth and educators further recognize the signs of radicalization, we organize workshops and forums with secondary schools, with junior colleges, madrasas, the IHLs, and we're extending such workshop to educators in all primary schools, as well as to student leaders and educators in all IHLs. But another important question is this: when an incident happens, how prepared are Singaporeans? Since its inception 10 years ago, SG Secure has made good progress in preparing the community with emergency preparedness skills. In 2025, 69% of Singaporeans said that they were familiar or have been trained in emergency preparedness skills, compared to 40% in 2017. We now have about 250,000 community responders who can be mobilized to respond and help one another when a crisis strikes. Nonetheless, we still have some way to go when it comes to public vigilance. In several social experiments conducted last year, only 17% of those who walked past suspicious objects noticed anything amiss. And even then, only 6% of them attempted to inform the authorities. There's therefore a need for Singaporeans to go beyond knowing what to do to active vigilance. Next week, we will launch a refreshed SG Secure campaign and a series of roadshows that will shift the focus towards actions that Singaporeans can take before, during, and after a terrorist attack. We hope that Singaporeans will respond to the call to action, stay vigilant, and pick up skills and knowledge to help keep ourselves and fellow Singaporeans and those around us safe. So, earlier, SMS for Foreign Affairs Seman spoke about foreign interference in our domestic politics and how this is not a new threat, but has been supercharged in today's contested global landscape and by advanced digital tools. In this landscape, as Dr. Neo Kok Beng and Mr. Christopher D'Souza have pointed out, emotive and sensitive issues such as race and religion can be more easily exploited by foreign actors to deepen fault lines within our society and manipulate Singaporeans to be aligned with foreign interest at the expense of our own interest. We must therefore continue to strengthen our safeguards against foreign interference. Under the Maintenance of Racial Harmony Act, or RHA, we will be designating race-based entities that are assessed to have higher potential of being vectors for malicious foreign interference. In the first instance, we will designate clan associations and business associations linked to the Chinese, Malay, and Indian races. These entities will need to disclose foreign donations and affiliations and meet leadership composition requirements. My ministry is planning to bring RHA, including these measures, into force by end 2026. We also need to guard against evolving foreign interference tactics, which are becoming increasingly sophisticated and therefore harder to detect. One such example is inauthentic websites masquerading as credible sources to launch hostile information campaigns, or HICs. In 2024, we identified 10 such websites set up by foreign actors that were masquerading as Singapore websites. They did so by using terms and images associated with Singapore to make it look and appear more local. Most of the websites were associated with global networks of inauthentic news websites that have been reported by researchers to have conducted influence operations in other countries. As there are currently no provisions in the Foreign Interference Countermeasures Act, or FICA, to preemptively act against inauthentic websites, we relied on levers under the Broadcasting Act to geo-block these websites. This was not as timely as it should be. We will therefore amend FICA so that our legislation can be more effective against such threats. We will propose to allow the government to issue anticipatory directions against mediums of online communication, including websites and mobile applications, should there be indications that they may be used to mount an HIC against Singapore before they cause actual harm. So I turn now to fire safety. The overall fire incidence rate in Singapore remains stable and low by international standards, at about 2,000 incidents per year in the past 5 years. This is in no small part due to our rigorous fire safety requirements and industry cooperation. Over the past 3 years, over 98% of the buildings which require a fire certificate have ensured that their fire protection systems remain reliable. Let me just say that again. Over 98% of the buildings which require a fire certificate have ensured that their fire protection systems remain reliable. Given this strong track record of industry compliance, SCDF will extend the validity of FC's fire certificates from 1 year to 3 years, effective from 1st April 2026. Adequate safeguards such as mandatory annual inspections will still be retained under the 3-year FC regime to ensure that the building's fire protection systems remain functional. Non-compliant buildings, however, will remain on a 1-year FC regime. This is to incentivize good fire safety management and behavior, whilst at the same time lowering administrative and processing costs for compliant buildings owners and occupiers. So tragic fires like the Wong Fuk Court fire in Hong Kong provide a sobering reminder as to why we must always be on our guard and need the industry to strictly comply with SCDF's fire safety regulations. Dr. Neo earlier asked if there are any lessons to be learned. Based on publicly available information, the Wong Fuk Court fire spread via the screening netting, which was mounted on the extensive bamboo scaffolding surrounding the building. The spread was accelerated to catastrophic levels by flammable styrofoam panels that were used to cover the windows of the apartment units. In Singapore, we have stringent controls to mitigate the spread of fire. At building and construction sites, bamboo scaffolds are not permitted. The fire code stipulates that materials installed on the exterior of buildings must meet fire safety standards to prevent rapid spread of flames. Nevertheless, the authorities are thoroughly reviewing our scaffolds and netting safety regimes. In addition to fire safety regulations, early fire detection is key. It means more time to act, be it to extinguish fires or to evacuate safely. In that vein, Ms. Rachel Ong spoke about technology-enabled devices like stove sensors, especially for seniors. The government indeed recognizes the importance of leveraging appropriate technology to enhance fire safety. That's why, since June 2018, home fire alarm devices have been required for all new residential premises and existing premises undergoing fire safety works. Home fire alarm devices provide early warning of smoke or heat by sounding an alarm. This is really a simple but effective solution. We strongly encourage all homeowners to install home fire alarm devices at the earliest opportunity. We have various schemes to assist the elderly installing home fire alarm devices. Through HDB's Enhancement for Active Seniors program, we provide subsidies of up to 95% for HFADs, with seniors paying as little as $6 out of pocket. Those staying in public rental flats, many of whom are elderly, are also provided HFADs for free. And members will know that my colleague, Minister for National Development, announced the extension of the EAST program to the private estates as well. Besides HFADs, we will continue to explore other technologies for our elderly and incorporate them where appropriate. Next, sir, our regulatory framework also needs to address emerging fire safety risks. For instance, whilst research has shown that fires in electric vehicles or EVs are less likely than in internal combustion engine vehicles, EVs pose different risks when they catch fire and therefore require different management approach. MHA and MOT are therefore studying the use of differentiated license plates for EVs, as has been done in other countries. More information will be shared later this year. This can help SCDF responders more easily identify whether a vehicle is an EV and adopt specialized procedures during an incident. This includes establishing a wider safety cordon to account for more intense flames, and members of the public can also more readily identify that an affected vehicle is an EV and take precautions to stay away. We're also dealing with fire safety risks from AMDs. All recorded AMD fatalities to date have involved personal mobility devices which did not comply with UL 2272 standards. From 1st June 2026, keeping such non-compliant devices at home or anywhere else will be an offense. Later this year, MOT plans to strengthen regulations on online sales and advertising of AMDs. The broader point here, sir, is that powerful lithium-ion batteries are becoming more common. Today, they are present in many mobility devices and vehicles. Tomorrow, they may start appearing in more consumer goods. We will continue to educate the public on how to properly use and maintain such batteries and how to respond when an incident occurs. Mr. Chairman, a high level of safety and security has enabled Singapore to thrive and succeed as a nation. The home team will continue to anticipate and prepare for new and evolving challenges and take strong and decisive action to protect and unite Singaporeans in these turbulent times. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
SMS, Muhammad Faisal Ibrahim.
Mr. Chairman, the global drug situation is getting more challenging. The United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime reported that 236 tons of methamphetamine were seized in East and Southeast Asia in 2024, a 24% jump from 2023. Drug use has also continued to rise globally. The World Drug Report 2025 reported that 6% of the world's population aged 15 to 64 used drugs in 2023. Singapore is vulnerable to these developments. Methamphetamine remains the most commonly abused drug in Singapore, reflecting the worldwide trend. Singapore's drug control strategy is anchored on tough laws and robust enforcement. We also invest in upstream preventive education and evidence-informed rehabilitation and reintegration programs for abusers. This approach has proven effective and kept the drug situation here under control. In 2025, CNB dismantled 25 drug syndicates and seized more than $21 million worth of drugs. Mr. Jackson Lam asked whether we are strengthening intelligence sharing and joint task force arrangements with ASEAN partners to disrupt drug supply further upstream. CNB shares intelligence and extends support to foreign drug enforcement agencies to disrupt syndicates that attempt to traffic drugs into Singapore or exploit Singaporeans as couriers. In 2025, CNB conducted 18 joint operations with our international partners. Mr. Alexio asked for an update on plans to address the rising trend of youth abusers and how we can effectively engage them on the dangers of drug abuse. In 2025, 3,208 drug abusers were arrested, a 1% increase from 2024. The number of young drug abusers is also on the rise. In 2025, about half of the new abusers arrested were below the age of 30. In the Health and Lifestyle Pulse Survey 2025 conducted by the Institute of Mental Health, or IMH, around 1% of Singapore respondents said that they had used a drug in the past 1 year. While this is lower than the 6% worldwide figure, we must continue to strengthen our preventive drug education efforts, or PDE, to combat drug abuse. The Inter-Ministry Committee on Drug Prevention for Youth started the Drug Victims Remembrance Day in 2024, reminding everyone that drug abuse is not victimless and its harms extend beyond the abusers. Last year, Remembrance Day focused on empowering young people as active participants and advocates against drugs. We garnered over 180,000 promises to stay drug-free. In schools, MOE supported CNB in developing age-appropriate materials for teachers to facilitate meaningful conversation about drug harms. Universities hosted spaces in their campus for reflection and dialogue about the harms of drugs. Planning for this year's Remembrance Day is underway. The observance event will showcase stories from Singapore and overseas on how drugs have harmed lives, families, and societies. We will involve the wider drug-free community and community partners in our efforts. Besides Remembrance Day, CMB conducts drug-free SG campaigns to sustain amplification of the drug-free message. The Uninfluenced campaign was introduced in 2025, focusing on empowering youths to remain uninfluenced as they encounter multiple narratives about drugs, including misleading information. Our first run featured an immersive theatre-cum-escape room event to pique youths' interest and provoke thought on evolving drug issues in a relatable way. We received encouraging feedback with participants who look forward to the next event. Our outreach also garnered strong traction online. In 2026, we will extend the Uninfluenced campaign through both online and physical engagements with tertiary students. We will encourage them to reflect on the influences that shape their perception of drug abuse. Mr. Jackson Lam asked whether we should engage children before they enter secondary school. CMB partners with MOE to integrate PDE content into school curricula in educating students on the harms of drugs throughout their educational journey. For primary school, the focus is on general substance abuse and teaching impulse control skills. The Anti-Drug Ambassador Activity Program engages primary 4 and 5 students through activity booklets with engaging storylines and interactive activities. Our PDE efforts have shown encouraging outcomes. The 2025 National Drug Perception Survey found that attitudes towards drugs among youths have turned more conservative as more youths perceive that drug abuse is harmful. 87.7% held conservative views compared to 83.2% in 2023. Attitudes towards drugs amongst adults remain staunchly conservative at 90.2%. There is also strong support for Singapore's drug-related laws. 92.7% of the youth respondents and 96.3% of the adult respondents felt that we should continue to maintain our tough laws to keep drugs out of Singapore. We will be amending the Misuse of Drugs Act this year to enhance investigative and enforcement levers against drug-related activities. We will introduce a presumption clause for hair test results. This means that if a controlled drug is found in a person's hair, they will be presumed to have abused it. This gives CMB a stronger tool for enforcement, since hair tests can detect abuse over a longer period. Mr. Jackson Lam asked if we have studied whether digital recruitment, especially among youth, is driving earlier exposure and whether we are considering proactive digital countermeasures. The health and lifestyle surveys include questions on why respondents tried drugs for the first time. The most common reasons cited for initiating drug abuse are due to curiosity, the belief that drugs will help them with their problems, and peer influence. Nonetheless, CMB takes a proactive approach by actively monitoring messaging apps and taking action against those who use such platforms to facilitate drug trafficking activities. CMB also conducts operations on syndicates tapping on such platforms to sell drugs and work closely with ICA and courier companies to intercept drugs and drug-related paraphernalia sold online. Beyond education and enforcement, it is also important to rehabilitate drug abusers and support their reintegration into society. Last year, I spoke about the positive findings from the pilot under the Supervision 2.0 regime, where hair tests are used to monitor CMB supervisees. Given the pilot success, we fully implemented Supervision 2.0 in May 2025. This cuts down the reporting frequencies from twice a week or twice a month, depending on their risk profile, to once every 3 months. This reduction has allowed supervisees to go about their daily life with less disruption. helping them reintegrate better into society while allowing CMB to have effective oversight of their rehabilitation. We are also seeing encouraging results on the rehabilitation efforts of Singapore Prison Service, or SPS. The two-year recidivism rate for the 2023 Drug Rehabilitation Centres release cohort decreased by 4.7 percentage points to 26.1% compared to the previous cohort. Desisting from drugs is challenging. We stay committed to supporting drug abusers in their rehabilitation journey through evidence-informed true care, drug rehabilitation, and robust supervision. Drug abusers undergo differentiated drug rehabilitation, where programming pathways are customized based on the assessed risk of reoffending and severity of drug abuse. For repeat drug abusers who are of higher risk and require more intensive programs, SPS has implemented a new psychology-based correctional program, PCPs, that focuses on personal reflections, emotional processing, and practical skills building. Mr. Jackson Lam asked whether gender-specific prevention and rehabilitation strategies are needed for women drug abusers. SPS adopts a gender-responsive trauma and trauma-informed approach for women inmates, including women drug abusers. SPS effective gender-specific programming for women inmates received international recognition when it was awarded the Reducing Reoffending Award from the International Corrections and Prisons Association last year. Mr. Abdul Muhaimin Abdul Malik asked how mental health data and integrated support services are utilized to reduce recidivism. SPS assesses all inmates admitted to prison and DRC on the state of their physical and mental health. SPS partners IMH to support the rehabilitation needs of inmates with mental health conditions and special needs, including referral for assessment to the prison psychiatrist from IMH. Inmates with complex needs are referred to a multidisciplinary team for appropriate intervention. To support their reintegration, SPS partners community agencies to ensure continued medical care and support after release. I will now touch on rehabilitation and reintegration efforts for inmates generally, which Mr. Patrick Tay, Gabriel Lam, Christopher D'Souza, and Ms. Cassandra Lee have filed cards on. The two-year recidivism rate for the overall population remained low and stable at 21.9% for the 2023 release cohort. This continues to be one of the lowest two-year recidivism rates internationally. The two-year rate is a proxy indicator of the effectiveness of in-prison programs and reintegration services available for ex-offenders immediately after release. The 5-year overall recidivism rate has increased by 2.7 percentage points to 39.3% for the 2020 release cohort. It is low by international norms. The 5-year rate is a measure of the sustainable ecosystem of community and family support for ex-offenders to prevent reoffending in the long term. This cannot be done by SPS or the government alone and requires strong community support to increase human, social, economic, and community capital of inmates, ex-offenders, and their families. SPS has set out in Corrections 2030 its comprehensive strategies to reduce reoffending in the longer term. This involves strengthening the families of inmates, maximizing the employability and career opportunities of inmates and ex-offenders, and mobilizing community partners to support rehabilitation and reintegration. We will monitor and track the initiatives rolled out under these strategies to measure its effectiveness and impact. The building of economic capital through education and skills training is important for successful rehabilitation and reintegration, enhancing inmates' ability to secure jobs after release. SPS and Yellow Ribbon Singapore, or YRSG, have continued to enhance their efforts in these areas. First, more inmates will benefit from workplace literacy and numeracy or WPLN certification, which is a recognized qualification for employment and upskilling opportunities in Singapore. Second, there will be more skills training pathways. This includes a pilot partnership with Temasek Polytechnic to develop a program that introduces Skills Future Singapore accredited courses in communication and graphics and media and content creation for inmates. Third, career resource centers have been set up in prisons to allow pre-release inmates to access career-related materials, prepare their resume, submit job applications, and attend career talks, empowering inmates to take ownership of their employment journey. This expands on the present framework of career retention support provided by YRSG. By enhancing inmates' readiness for employment, we encourage a personal commitment to positive change, leading to sustained reintegration. Successful reintegration also depends on employers' preparedness to hire ex-offenders. YRSG conducts structured onboarding sessions with new employers and monitors the effectiveness of our partnership with employers through regular engagement sessions. For example, Project Beyond Hiring trains and equips workplace supervisors with the skills needed to manage ex-offenders effectively. This complements YRSG's career retention support and better prepares employers to integrate ex-offenders into their workforce. Since 2024, YRSG has partnered with training academies to deliver 5 workplace coaching and mentoring workshops, training 71 supervisors from 23 partner employers. As at end 2025, there were more than 6,400 employers who support the hiring of ex-offenders. YRSG provided employment statistics to over 2,100 inmates, of which 94% secured jobs in 2025. Mr. Patrick Tay asked if the spend regime for criminal records could be reviewed to support ex-offenders. Our current assessment is that the regime remains appropriate and fair in striking a balance between rehabilitation and reintegration of ex-offenders and the interests of potential employers and society at large. Beyond enhancing inmates' economic capital, it is important to build their social capital through strengthening ties with the family and developing pro-social networks in the community. The family engagement model of FAME was launched to strengthen inmates' relationship with the family, to support longer-term desistance. As part of FAME, SPS developed the Together in Every Step. It's a program where every inmate will attend upon admission to identify their family needs and be matched with relevant programs and services. SPS will implement the peer engagement and empowered rehabilitation support framework to strengthen the existing community of pro-social inmates and desisters. Suitable inmates have been trained as peer supporters and will further develop their skills by co-facilitating motivational and psychological correctional programs with SPS staff. Upon release, these peer supporters can join the desister network community to further develop their skills in this area through participation in desister support groups and continuous learning. Initiatives under the Yellow Ribbon Project, or YRP, will be enhanced in 2026 to continue advancing community partnership and inspire community support for ex-offenders' rehabilitation and reintegration. YRP will revitalize its flagship events to attract new audiences. For example, the Yellow Ribbon Prison Run will hold its inaugural City Run in 2026. Participants will experience a scenic route around the National Stadium, culminating in a vibrant endpoint carnival that brings communities together to celebrate second chances. The YRP message will be amplified through strategic partnership with well-established brands and organizations that share our vision for an inclusive society. Our community partners are key in inmates' rehabilitation and reintegration journey. SPS continues to increase its engagement with community partners to equip them to better support inmates after their release through structured and tiered training under the Igniting and Maximizing Partners Agility for Correctional Transformation program. SPS provided 2,200 training spaces in 2025 for our volunteers. In 2026, the number of training spaces will be increased to 4,500. I will now speak in Malay on the role of the Malay Muslim Organization, or MMOs, in our rehabilitation efforts.
MHA collaborates closely with various Malay Muslim and Indian Muslim organizations for the rehabilitation and reintegration of inmates and ex-offenders. This is because the MMOs are more attuned to the community's cultural nuances. In 2024, Next Lab project groups were formed under the MMO Rehabilitation Network, or MMORN, to better understand the needs of families, inmates, and youths at risk. This project group brings together MHA and MMOs to identify gaps and propose recommendations to enhance assistance. The work of the project groups is still in progress, and we expect to announce the full set of recommendations at the MMO Rehabilitation Network Forum to be held later this year. Some of the preliminary recommendations include a hotline dedicated for families of inmates and ex-offenders, as well as a one-stop hub to consolidate the MMO program and initiatives under one roof.
MHA has enhanced the culture-responsive rehabilitation for the Indian offender population. SPS collaborates with SINDA to provide assistance to Indian inmates and their families. SPS has also collaborated with Fitra and Abdul Ghafur Mosque to provide faith-based mentorship for Indian Muslim inmates. SPS efforts to engage and build more partnership with Indian organizations is guided by SMS Murali. This will help to enhance the rehabilitation and reintegration of Indian offenders. Sir, in conclusion, I thank all members of this House for your support for our drug control efforts and for our fight for a drug-free Singapore. We will continue to achieve even better rehabilitation and reintegration outcomes and reduce reoffending. But to succeed, we need everyone's support across society to give second chances to our ex-offenders. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
SMS Sim N.
Mr. Chairman, over the years, the Home Team has initiated many transformation efforts so that even with manpower constraints and constantly evolving security challenges, we can keep Singapore and Singaporeans safe. Today, I will speak on how the Home Team plans to continue transforming. We will press on with leveraging smart and autonomous technologies across Home Team departments in 2026. At Singapore prisons, we will be trialling the use of Protect, a robot designed to support officers during patrols and yard supervision in the first quarter of FY 2026. Protect is able to patrol autonomously and can be remotely operated to mitigate potential hazards during incident response. From May 2026, SCDF will progressively roll out SG Alert, which is a dedicated mass emergency alert system that can broadcast emergency alerts to mobile handsets island-wide or within specific geographical zones. Mobile users will not have to download any apps to receive SG Alert notifications. SG Alert will complement existing emergency broadcasts. We believe this capability will significantly enhance Singaporeans' preparedness for serious emergencies such as major fire, chemical, or terror incidents. With the SPF's digitalization efforts over the years, more than 70% of all police reports are now lodged through self-help services, either online or at self-help kiosks located in neighborhood police centers or NPCs and neighborhood police posts. At selected self-help kiosks, the SPF has started using the Report Lodging Copilot, or RCOP, an AI-enabled chatbot which prompts members of the public for relevant information when making police reports. This makes the reports clearer and more complete, reducing the need for follow-up calls from the investigating officer. Since its rollout at 7 police divisional headquarters from October 2025, over 90% of users gave positive feedback. Many found the chatbot easy to use and agreed that it helped to make reports more accurate. Police will roll out RCOP to more self-help kiosks by the middle of the year and continue to improve user experience. RCOP, alongside SPF's other investments in technology, has also helped the SPF to be more efficient in deploying limited police resources. For example, through the unmanning of some service counters and the merging of selected NPCs. The merging of NPCs aims to optimize limited police resources by combining smaller NPCs serving contiguous areas into a larger operational base. Doing so enhances deployment flexibility and supports response to more complex incidents. There will be no change in police presence and response time to incidents in estates served by merged NPCs, including responsiveness to 999 calls. Since 2022, SPF has smoothly carried out 3 mergers of NPCs in Bedok, Yishun, and Bukit Batok. SPF has plans for more NPC mergers. We will continue to work closely with community partners, residents, and other stakeholders to ensure seamless transition. PM Lawrence Wong spoke about the importance of AI in his budget speech. We have been prioritizing AI as an enabler for developing home team capabilities and launched the Home Team AI movement 2 years ago. Mr. Sanjeev Kumar Tiwari asked for an update on our AI efforts and how we are safeguarding the use of AI. We are seeing good progress. HDX's AI specialist workforce has grown to 250 as at end 2025 and is on track to reach 400 by end of 2026. HDX has also developed an AI training roadmap and launched upskilling programs to nurture AI interest and develop AI skills in all home team officers. Another milestone was in May 2025, when we launched the first in a series of home team proprietary large language models, codenamed Phoenix. This is a data-secure and self-contained model developed by HTX, which is trained on Singapore and home team data and does not require internet connectivity. Phoenix paves the way for us to develop AI solutions tailored to the home team's operational needs and for purposes which are security classified. Significant computing power is required to develop AI applications and train models. To address this, HDX has built the next generation infrastructure, or engine for short, MHA's first enterprise-grade AI infrastructure. Engine hosts the home team's AI applications and provides an important boost in scaling AI deployment for the home team. The first phase was launched in 2025, and the infrastructure will be scaled up progressively as the home team expands AI capabilities. Building an AI-ready workforce and engine will enable HTX to accelerate AI deployment across the home team. One example is RCOP, which I had mentioned earlier. Another example is the Central Narcotics Bureau's NarcoNet. This is a multimodal AI platform to accelerate investigative processes. There is also the Immigration Checkpoint Authority's Matrix, which leverages vision language AI models for greater accuracy in document classification and data extraction from documents submitted by applicants for immigration facilities. Mr. Sanjeev asked about the integration of AI-enabled and humanoid robots into frontline operations. Such robots can reduce home team officers' exposure to high-risk environments. We're working on this and aim to share our plans in the coming months. While we press ahead with AI, we're mindful that AI solutions must be trustworthy and delivered responsibly. As with other technologies, AI comes with risks. So in 2025, we refreshed our AI governance framework and established a playbook alongside it to guide the responsible development, deployment, and use of AI. In 2026, HTX will develop a proof of concept for a centralized AI governance testing and monitoring platform to automate AI governance checks and ensure continuous compliance throughout the AI lifecycle. HTX will also deploy AI guardrails as a service to protect our AI solutions from attacks and ensure that output is safe and reliable. Another area in which we are investing heavily in technology is road safety. In 2025, we trialed the new traffic violation enforcement camera, which leverages video analytics and automatic number plate recognition to detect and capture various traffic violations in real time. These cameras will strengthen our traffic policing capabilities once fully operationalized in the first quarter of this year. We need a stronger enforcement posture because our roads are becoming less safe. As shared in the annual road traffic situation released yesterday, our traffic fatality rate has been rising, increasing by about 24% from 2021 to 2025. Traffic violations have also been on an upward trend, increasing by about 38% from 2021 to 2025. This unwelcome trend has occurred despite constant efforts to improve road safety. MHA has been working closely with the Ministry of Transport and the Land Transport Authority to design our road infrastructure in a manner that promotes and demands safety. The traffic police has been stepping up presence, enforcement, and public engagement. We have rolled out more cameras to detect violations. Beyond enforcement by the traffic police, ground response force officers who come across traffic violations will also take enforcement action, supplemented by technology such as their in-vehicle video recording system. We will continue enforcement, but we will also need to look beyond enforcement to reverse these trends decisively, because accidents, injuries, and fatalities can all be prevented. It is possible to achieve zero road fatalities. From early July 2024 to early July 2025, Helsinki recorded zero road traffic fatalities for an entire year. They have been a strong proponent of Vision Zero, an approach that aims to eliminate all traffic deaths and serious injuries. There is no reason why we cannot aspire to zero road fatalities here in Singapore, but it requires collective recognition that our road culture needs to change. Now, it is true that life moves at a fast pace in Singapore. Most road users are pressed for time. Many are also distracted. It can be all too easy to disregard traffic rules or the needs of other road users, especially when we are rushing for time. Giving way does not seem to come as naturally to us as making sure that we do not concede any advantage to other road users. Can we do better? Ask any group of road users, and we're likely to be told that the problem lies with other groups. When we talk to drivers, they will point out that motorcyclists or cyclists or pedestrians are at fault. If we talk to motorcyclists, we're likely to be told that it is the drivers who are the problem, and so on and so forth. But it may well be that everyone is right, and that all of us, drivers, riders, pedestrians, all have to commit to making changes in our habits. Otherwise, our road safety situation is not going to improve. Ms. Cassandra Lee asked about how we can keep our families safe on the roads by strengthening road safety awareness and rules. In the coming months, MHA and the traffic police will work with partners on a new and sustained public engagement campaign on road safety, addressing all categories of road users. We hope to have the support of members of this House. At the same time, we will make further changes to our enforcement posture, starting with drink driving. Drink driving is a highly culpable offense. No one accidentally drinks and drives. They put themselves and others at great risk. There have been many horrific accidents caused by drunk drivers. Our drink driving limit today is 35 micrograms of alcohol per 100 milliliters of breath. Evidence show that impairment to driving skills occurs at lower levels of alcohol concentration and that crash risks increase with alcohol consumption. We will therefore lower the drink driving limit to 15 micrograms of alcohol per 100 milliliters of breath. This brings us in line with other jurisdictions in Asia, such as Taiwan, Japan, and South Korea. The message is simple. If you drink, don't drive. Legislative amendments will be made later this year to effect the changes. I thank Ms. Cassandra Lee for her suggestion to consider raising penalties for certain cases of dangerous driving. I agree with her that the penalties should be higher in cases where a driver puts another person in danger on purpose, as in Jared T's case. We will study this with a view towards introducing a new offense to tackle such behavior with a higher maximum penalty than the existing offense of dangerous driving causing death. Mr. Chairman, everyone must play our part to keep our roads safe. To motivate all drivers to adhere more closely to traffic rules, MHA is considering tightening the driver improvements point system, otherwise more commonly known as the demerit point system. This may include reducing the number of demerit points that can be accumulated before a driver is suspended, and also increasing the suspension periods. We will not decide on this lightly, but it may be necessary in order to arrest the deteriorating situation, increase deterrence, and keep dangerous motorists off the roads. We know that time is needed for attitude and behaviors to change, which is why we will engage stakeholders and members of the public to co-create solutions on what more can be done to improve our traffic safety situation. We will also give due consideration to the perspectives of vocational drivers, having consulted the transport-related unions. Another group that we are concerned with is foreign registered vehicles. Whether they are on our roads for economic reasons or for leisure, they have a significant collective presence, so there's also a need to strengthen deterrence and enforcement against violations by foreign registered vehicles. We are working on several measures and will announce details when ready. Mr. Chairman, please let me conclude this segment of my speech in Mandarin.
Mr. Chairman, our roads has become increasingly unsafe. Despite our continued introduction of stricter regulatory measures, traffic fatality rates and traffic violation cases continue to rise. Besides continuing to strengthen enforcement, we must also go beyond the enforcement level and decisively reverse this trend, because traffic accidents and the casualties they cause are preventable. Singapore's pace of life is fast, and most road users are in a hurry and are easily distracted. In such circumstances, people easily ignore traffic rules or overlook the safety of other road users. Road users comprise different groups, including motorists, motorcyclists, cyclists, pedestrians, and others. We often hear individual groups complaining that the other groups of road users do not follow the traffic rules. In fact, regardless of what mode of transport is being used, every road user must adjust their habits, otherwise road safety will be difficult to improve. In the coming months, we will launch a new publicity campaign to raise awareness among all types of road users about road safety and the related measures. At the same time, we will further strengthen enforcement, starting first with drink driving. Our current drink driving standards are outdated and do not align with the latest scientific evidence and international practices. Therefore, we will lower the legal drink driving limit from the current 35 micrograms of alcohol per 100 milliliters of breath to 15 micrograms, aligning with places like Taiwan, Japan, and South Korea. To encourage all drivers to be more seriously comply with the traffic rules, the MHA is also considering tightening the demerit point system, including lowering the point threshold before license is suspended and extending the license suspension period. Our main consideration is to reduce dangerous driving behavior and curb the deteriorating road safety situation. We will also explore working together with We are also engaging in consultations with transport industry-related unions to fully consider the perspectives of professional drivers or vocational drivers. Besides locally registered vehicles and motorcycles, we also require foreign registered vehicles and motorcycles to comply with local traffic rules. We are studying several measures to strengthen enforcement against violations by such vehicles and motorcycles, with details to be announced when ready.
The Home Team increasingly has to do more with less. That is why we must fully exploit the opportunities today's technology affords us. Doing so allows us to maintain high levels of effectiveness to continue to keep Singapore safe and secure. Thank you.
MOS Go Pei-Ming.
Mr. Chairman, scams are a global threat. According to the Global Anti-Scam Alliance, scammers globally stole over 1.26 trillion Singapore dollars in 2025. In Singapore, we have been striking back at scammers, and the scam situation in Singapore improved last year. Compared to 2024, scam losses decreased by about $200 million, or 18%. The SPF's Anti-Scam Command also recovered more than $140 million in scam losses, and together with its partners, the SPF helped victims avert at least another $339 million in potential losses. But the situation remains of severe concern. In 2025, there were more than 37,000 scam cases, and total scam losses exceeded $900 million, which works out to roughly $100,000 every hour. Anyone can fall prey, the young, the old, from all walks of life. Ms. Silver Lim asked about law enforcement's response to scam victims who may suffer psychological distress. To support them, the police may refer them to the Victim Care Cadre Program, where victim care officers, or VCOs, provide psychological first aid and crisis intervention. The VCOs may also refer the victims to community and professional resources for longer-term psychological and financial support. Victims will know that while the Victim Care Cadre Program is available for all victims, members will know that while the Victim Care Cadre Program is available for all victims, we will generally require consent for their participation. Last year, more than 150 victims have taken up the program. Even for cases where the VCOs are not activated, the police will provide information on the community support options and the steps that victims could take if they fall prey to scams. Ms. Silver Lim also asked about the guidelines on updating victims on the status of investigations. Victims will receive an acknowledgement letter or email within 7 days after the report is lodged. As every case is unique and the time taken to investigate each case differs, the police will then update the victims when there are significant developments to the case. As Mr. Vikram Nair mentioned, the highly sophisticated use of AI and social engineering by scammers is of concern. For example, the police have seen scammers impersonating high-ranking executives and government officials using deepfakes in live video calls and instructing the victims to transfer funds under the pretext of business payments. Despite the overall decrease in scam cases and losses last year, more Singaporeans fell prey to government officials' impersonation scams, or GOIS in short. The number of GOIS cases reported in 2025 more than doubled to over 3,000. It is among the top 5 most reported scam types in 2025. And compared to other scam types, GOIS has the most and highest average amount loss per case at more than $72,000. MHA has taken upstream steps to curb GOIS. Since September 2025, we issued 4 Online Criminal Harms Act, OCHA, implementation directives to Meta, Apple, and Google. The implementation directives issued to Meta in September 2025 and January 2026 required Meta to implement measures to remove scam advertisements, accounts, profiles, and pages that impersonate Singapore government office holders and persons assessed by the SPF to be at high risk of being impersonated. For Google and Apple, the implementation directives were issued to them in November 2025 to require them to put in place measures to prevent spoofing of government agencies. Meta has put in place measures required in the implementation directive issued in September 2025. And the SPF is assessing the platform's compliance with the directives issued in November 2025 and January 2026. This year, we will require online platforms to put in place more anti-scam measures, as Dr. Wan Rizal asked about. Similar to Apple and Google, we will soon require WhatsApp to implement measures against the spoofing of gov.sg and Singapore government agencies. We will also help Singaporeans identify legitimate calls from government agencies. The SPF is working with Open Government Product, OGP, and Infocom Media Development Authority, IMDA, to introduce a single, easily recognizable prefixed number which all SPF officers will use to call members of public. Going forward, if you receive an unknown phone call and the caller claims to be an SPF officer, it's likely a scam. My colleague from MDDI MOS, Jasmine Lau, will share more details about this measure and its implementation across government agencies. Ms. Khaw Boon Theng, Mr. Alex Yeo, Ms. Cassandra Lee, and Mr. Vikram Nair spoke about legislative levers to allow the government to take more decisive action against perpetrators. Members will be aware that many scammers are based overseas and have exploited local mules to perpetrate their crimes in Singapore. And this is why we have introduced several new offences to punish mules. In 2025, we operationalized the offences criminalizing the misuse of SIM cards. Since then, the SPF has charged 79 offenders under the new offences. We also introduced caning to punish scammers and mules. This is necessary given the harms they cause to victims and for strong deterrence. But those who are deceived into becoming scam mules will not be penalized with caning. MHA will work with the Interagency Sentencing Advisory Panel to introduce sentencing guidelines for the misuse of SIM cards. These sentencing guidelines will provide a framework on the factors to be considered in sentencing to ensure that the sentences meted out for egregious cases are sufficiently deterrent. Ms. Silva Lim asked about the government's assessment of the efficacy of OCHA. OCHA enables the police to direct online service providers to disable access to online criminal content, like scams. Online service providers have acted on all directions, generally within 24 hours. More than 150,000 instances of online criminal content, accounts, and activities have been disrupted since OCHA's operationalization in 2024. OCHA also allows the government to direct online platforms to implement measures that we believe are necessary to prevent scams. We could not do this prior to OCHA. We have since seen positive results. Scams on platforms of online service providers designated in 2024 have declined by 36.5% in 2025. In essence, OCHA strengthens the government's ability to tackle online criminal content and has contributed to the improved scam situation. But notwithstanding, scammers continue to approach victims predominantly through online platforms like Facebook and Carousel. In 2025, this was the approach for more than 80% of the scam cases. Accounts on these online platforms are often obtained through fraudulent means. For example, people relinquishing their SingPass verified Carousel accounts to scammers to make a quick buck. Now, MHA will adopt a multi-pronged approach to tackle this. First, as Dr. Wan Rizal mentioned, we will work with online platforms to strengthen anti-scam measures, and they include enhancing existing OCHA codes of practice, to require stricter user verification, and to impose a response time for platforms to act on user reports on scams. Second, MHA is exploring new legislation to enable the police to enforce against mules who obtain or supply online accounts to facilitate scams and other crimes. Collaboration with our industry partners is a key part of the government's strategy to fight scams. The improvement in the scam situation in Singapore would not have been possible without our industry partners. The co-location of representatives from 7 major banks at the Anti-Scam Centre has allowed the SPF to stop scam transactions more effectively. I thank our industry partners for their strong support. Dr. Wan Rizal asked about the government's plans to work even more closely with the private sector, while Ms. Khaw Boon Theng asked about systemic changes to provide more tools to to combat scams. Mr. Vikram Nair spoke about harnessing technology to improve our response to scams. I agree with the members. One feedback that our partners have raised is that they lack the information to detect and disrupt scam-related activities upstream before the transactions take place and the monies are lost. To overcome this challenge, MHA has started sharing more data with our partners, and we have seen the benefits. For example, in October 2025, Carousel identified more than 250 scam accounts from SPF's sharing of suspicious mobile numbers. Now, to fully reap the benefit of such data sharing, the Home Team Science and Tech Agency, HTX, and the SPF are developing a platform known as the National Scams List, and that will facilitate the automatic real-time exchange of information between the government and our partners. This will provide our partners with additional information on known scam enablers, such as bank accounts, phone lines, online accounts, as well as the identity of culprits behind these scam enablers. With this information, the banks can proactively uncover and suspend more potential scam enablers before they're even used for scams. The banks can then share information on these enablers with the police, who can in turn investigate further, identify even more scam enablers, thereby enhancing the overall effectiveness of our anti-scam efforts. We will be introducing legislation later this year to enable and safeguard these data sharing arrangements. Ms. Silva Lim asked about the state of collaboration with our international and regional partners. Mr. Alex Yeo asked if there are any plans to expand Frontier Plus. In 2025, the close collaboration between the Anti-Scam Command and overseas law enforcement agencies resulted in the successful takedown of 17 transnational scam syndicates. These are by no means isolated operations. They are the result of years of intelligence sharing through international platforms like Frontier Plus, which has expanded from an alliance of anti-scam units in 6 jurisdictions in 2024 to now covering 13 jurisdictions across 4 continents, with countries like Canada, Australia, and South Africa joining us in the past year. Specific to ASEAN, Malaysia, Thailand, Indonesia, and Brunei are part of the network. The setup of Frontier Plus, mooted by the SPF, has also expedited fund tracing and recovery transnationally. Leveraging this platform, 2 iterations of Operation Frontier Plus were carried out in 2025, resulting in approximately $28.2 million seized from over 36,000 frozen bank accounts in 7 jurisdictions. Countries increasingly realize that they must cooperate if they are to deal with scams more decisively in their own jurisdiction. The government will leverage this momentum to actively seek out collaboration opportunities, including encouraging more countries to join Frontier Plus. Closer to home, we are also stepping up collaboration within the region. As the ASEAN lead shepherd for cybercrime, Singapore has worked with fellow member states to develop the cybercrime roadmap since 2022. Arising from the roadmap, at the ASEAN Ministerial Meeting on Transnational Crime in September 2025, Singapore tabled an ASEAN Declaration on cybercrime and online scams to deepen law enforcement coordination to tackle cybercrime and online scams. Last but not least, public education. Mr. Vikram Nair and Ms. Cassandra Lee spoke about the need to strengthen public education and foster greater personal responsibility and digital vigilance. A vigilant and well-informed public is truly our most important and final line of defense. We have seen encouraging signs that the public has been adopting the Add, Check, Tell, ACT mindset. The Scam Shield mobile application now has 1.5 million downloads. Through the application, the public can report scam-related phone numbers, SMSs, and emails, so we can take action and warn others about them. In other words, by using the application, you not only protect yourself from scams, you also prevent a fellow Singaporean from being the next victim. The public can also call and check with the 24/7 Scam Shield helpline at 1799 when they are unsure if something is a scam. Since the launch of the helpline in September 2024, it has received more than 220,000 calls. Today, the helpline receives about 500 calls daily, and about 85% of it are made to check on a potential scam. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to conclude my speech with some comments in Mandarin. 2025年的诈骗情
The scam situation in 2025 has improved compared to 2024 scam cases, decreased by approximately 27%, and losses from scams reduced by about 200 million. However, the situation remains concerning. The total amount of scam losses is still very high, exceeding $900 million. Among these, impersonation of government officials cases have increased, and the average loss per case exceeds $72,000, which is of particular concern to us. The victims of such scam cases are mostly seniors, so I hope to remind the seniors to be especially vigilant. If in doubt, please call the Scam Shield hotline 1799 for verification. The government is determined to work with Singaporeans to combat scams. In 2026, we will address the issue at source by working with industry partners to introduce anti-scam measures such as implementing stricter user identity verification and preventing criminals from impersonating government officials. We will strengthen investigation and strengthen our enforcement efforts through cooperation with international partners and leveraging technology to identify and combat scam activities at their roots. We will also strengthen legislation, including authorizing the police to take action against money mules who abuse online accounts. Here I'd like to appeal to Singaporeans to download Scam Shield and do their part in the fight against scams. Scam Shield's functions include setting up features on your mobile phone to block scam calls and filter scam text messages. It also reports suspicious phone numbers. After verification by the authorities, these numbers will be added to the blocking list to prevent more people from becoming victims. Using Scam Shield, there's only one simple action you can protect you and your loved ones from scam harm.
Scams are very difficult to eradicate because they prey on human emotions and our lifestyles. But we must also make it very difficult for the perpetrator to get their way. The government has, for several years now, built defenses across the life cycle of a scam, from upstream prevention to more efficient and coordinated enforcement and asset recovery, from tougher laws and penalties against the bad actors to extensive education to inform and inoculate the public. We remain committed to this mission to better protect Singaporeans against scams. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We have some time for clarifications. Mr. Vikram Nair.
Thank you, Chairman. I thank MOS Go for answering my question on scams. I just have a few clarifications. I understand that more scams are now being committed through cryptocurrencies because of the tighter framework we have around bank accounts. Is the government concerned about scams perpetrated through cryptocurrencies? And are they implementing any measures to deal with this new type of scam?
MOS Go.
Mr. Chairman, the member is right. In recent years, the government has observed scammers pivoting to cryptocurrency as a new money laundering conduit. Now, scammers exploit the speed and the ease of crypto transactions to frustrate the police's asset recovery efforts, and they also make use of the anonymity features of certain crypto transactions to hide their trails. Now, this shift in modus operandi is evident from the SPF's annual stats on scams, which was released recently. While overall scam cases decreased in 2025, cases involving crypto transactions increased by over 150%. Crypto losses accounted for about $182 million, or about 20% of total scam losses in 2025. So on the other hand, the scam losses recovered through cryptocurrency only amounted to about 16% of scam losses. So as the member mentioned, scammers do make use of the public's relative unfamiliarity, given that crypto is still fairly new, relatively speaking, to induce victims to make fiat transfers to crypto accounts. One case that I know about involved a 75-year-old man who fell victim to an investment scam. After seeing a deepfake video of a Singapore minister, one of our ministers, endorsing a crypto scheme, He was added to a WhatsApp group and was convinced by group discussions and the fake video to invest over $4,000 from his CPF. In terms of specific cryptocurrencies that scam victims reported losing, Tether, Ethereum, and Bitcoin account for about 92% of total crypto scam losses. Now, MAS has been working with regulated digital payment token service providers to strengthen their anti-scam controls. Measures include stepping up fraud surveillance to detect mule accounts and introducing friction and anti-scam warnings to safeguard crypto account holders. On MHA's end, the SPF has also built up its cryptocurrency competencies. A crypto tracing team was established in the Anti-Scam Command since March last year. The team has since followed up on over 1,800 cases involving the dissipation of cryptocurrencies associated with scams. And leveraging advanced blockchain analytics and a network of industry partners, the team successfully recovered cryptocurrencies valued at approximately $22.8 million. But as I mentioned earlier, a vigilant public is still the most important line of defense. So I urge all members of the public to think twice, and when an unknown third party asks you to send money, especially via crypto for investment opportunity, always check the claim and ask ourselves, is this legitimate? Should I consult a family member? Should I call 1799 to check if this is a scam? I'd like to urge members of the public as well to remember that MAS has also repeatedly cautioned retail investors against investing in cryptocurrencies. And as the old maxim remains true, including in crypto, if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is.
Ms. Rachel Ong.
I'd like to ask the Second Minister of Home Affairs if there are sufficient measures at this point to ensure the safety of our residents in high-rise buildings during a fire, especially the elderly and the mobility challenged.
Mr. Edwin.
So I think this is a particularly relevant topic, given that in Singapore it is land scarce and high-rise buildings are inevitable. But we do have measures which we have put in place, including assisting with the elderly and the mobility impaired. And let me just quickly sketch them out. First of all, we have a building design that is in coherence with the fire code. That's the requirement. And in this fire code, each unit is designed to be a compartment in itself. And that helps to retard spread of fire. In addition, the common corridors have natural ventilation. That's the design intent. Provided, of course, the common corridors are free from clutter. And that's something that I think we all can help to see to. Second, beyond high-rise buildings complying with the fire code, there are also super high-rise buildings, or what we call super high-rise buildings, and these are 40 stories and above. And for that, there are additional measures, such as having wet rising mains and having at least 2 fire lifts. All of this helps SCDF in their firefighting measures, rescue measures, and these facilities are maintained by the Town Council or the MCST as may be appropriate. If you put this together, then the evacuation protocols by SCDF can be better carried out. And in the SCDF protocols, SCDF prioritizes the evacuation of the occupants on the floor affected by the fire and the 2 floors above. The usual instruction is for residents in the unaffected floors to remain in their units, and SCDF will assess on the ground whether evacuation is necessary. For those who require special assistance and those who can't or are unable to evacuate themselves independently, they should stay in their own unit or in a room that is furthest away from the fire, close the door, and as far as possible, inform the authorities of their location and wait for assistance. I would like to add that in addition to that, SCDF is equipped with firefighting capabilities using aerial appliances that can reach up to 90 meters or about 30 stories tall, as well as the use of surveillance drones to effectively conduct firefighting and rescue operations, particularly in high-rise settings. So those are the measures, both in terms of the design infrastructure as well as the measures that SCDF takes. But ultimately, I think it is important that we are all prepared as a community, having community assistance and support for residents, and having the awareness and the wherewithal as well when that happens. And of course, that also includes ensuring that the basic requirements of having a fire blanket or first the fire extinguisher present in the homes would be very useful, given that in most of these fire situations, they are caused by unattended fires, cooking on the stove. And these are all pretty commonplace to the extent that for the fires that happen. And a fire blanket in such a situation or an extinguisher would be very useful as a measure of first resort. Thank you, sir.
I see a number of hands. I'm going to prioritize those who have filed cuts by the amount of time they've filed. Mr. Christopher D'Souza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, the POHs, for the responses, especially Minister Faisal Ibrahim on the drugs part. My clarifications are these. On the demand side of drugs, we've seen states that have legalized cannabis, Thailand, for example, Colorado, for example, and we see a very difficult, an immense difficulty in reversing this. And we do not wish difficulties on our brother countries, but I think we should learn from this. We should learn and emphasize and educate Singaporeans that to go easy on recreational drugs creates a long tail of reversal. So could we put the literature out there to say that if you want to go down this route, it's going to be intergenerational harm to reverse it, even if it is reversed. That's the demand side of the house. On the supply side of the house where drug trafficking is concerned, there have been a number of studies, and I would like to ask the Minister whether he would be emphasizing the literature where a study was taken out a number of years ago as to whether Singaporeans supported the death penalty for certain offenses, including drug trafficking. And there was quite a high degree of support for that. And there was another separate study which showed that people deliberately traffic below the capital punishment threshold, which would support the position that our tough drug laws deter. So I think these should not be wasted opportunities to educate that we have a reasonably comprehensive way of dealing with our zero drug tolerance attitude. And would that go out in the educational realm to Singaporeans? Thank you very much.
SMS Faisal.
So I thank the member for the very strong support over the years. And we share your passionate quest for us to continue this effort of keeping Singapore safe and secure and drug-free. I thank the member for the suggestion in how we can share some of these studies, research, and also lessons learned, lessons that we can learn from some of these countries. And we not only refer to articles or literature, we also work with our counterparts. Sometimes when we visit them, we also learn from them. We see what's happening around there, and we bring some of these learning points back. So I assure the member we will do that. And so that's actually from a societal point of view. But within, especially on the demand side, we are working with desisters who share their experiences with community at large, right? Schools, and even parents who are concerned about their children. So we have built an ecosystem whereby we have readily available desisters who avail themselves and are very passionate about reaching out to them. So we take on at two levels. One is at the national level, But I think equally, I would say, or more important, see how we can navigate this on the ground, right? Where we really reach out through the various programs like Dadai to Haram, with the IMC that we have to prevent youth from taking or abusing drugs. And at the same time, I shared with you about the cultural nuancing. Mr. SMS Murali also going on the ground to reach out to the different communities. So we thank you for your strong support, and we hope that you will continue to partner with us and to keep Singapore drug-free.
Sir, Minister Edwin, would you like to? Mr. Jackson Lam.
I have one clarification for SMS Faizal. Can I ask, how is CMB dealing with drugs trade on virtual platforms like e-commerce marketplaces and encrypted messaging apps? Thank you.
SMS Faizal.
Sir, can you ask Mr. Jackson Lam to repeat his question?
Mr. Jackson Lam.
How is CMB dealing with drugs trade on virtual platforms like e-commerce marketplaces and encrypted messaging apps?
SMS Faizal.
Sir, I thank the member for the SQ. So while the virtual platforms seems to provide anonymity to the drug offenders, they must know that there is no safe haven for them, because CMB employs a slew of measures or strategies to tackle online drug trafficking. In fact, we are into this whole system a lot more these days, right, compared to the time when I first started to join MHA. And I shared in my speech, we take proactive measures to monitor this messaging app and take actions against those who are really facilitating drug trafficking activities here. And if you also relate to some of these activities, they originate from overseas, and it's orchestrated by drug syndicates. And we spare no effort in taking actions. Right? And in fact, we work very closely to share best practices, experiences, and intelligence with our counterparts. Let me give you an example. We work very closely with the Thailand Office of Narcotic Control Board to track down a Singaporean, if you can recollect, Mr. Benny Kee Soon Chuan. He was involved in a drug trafficking syndicate in Thailand. In fact, he was using Telegram to receive and collect orders and then arrange for drugs to be exported to Singapore, where it would be received and distributed by his associate. So in September, 22nd of September last year, he was issued a detention order under the Criminal Law Act, or CLTPA, in view of his involvement in drug trafficking activities. So this is one source. The other things, the other avenue that come in will be the through parcel deliveries. Parcel delivery, where we also work with ICA and public sector stakeholders, and also major couriers companies. In fact, in 2025, ICA Air Cargo Command officers detected and referred 166 parcels to CMB for investigation. And these 166 parcels were suspected to contain drugs or drug-related paraphernalia. And in addition to that, we also enhance the awareness of the legal consequences of drug trafficking or drug abuse. So we continue to do that. So we take this as something very serious, because we want to protect fellow Singaporeans and to keep Singapore safe and secure. And there was a question by about the death penalty survey. Yes, this is something that was asked by Christopher D'Souza earlier. I missed the SQ. In fact, we continuously do survey. It's something that we also want to make sure that we get support from Singaporeans. And I must tell you that, because I work actively on the ground, I must say the large majority of Singaporeans want us to have a very strong stance against drug, and also want us to make sure that we keep themselves, their families safe. And one of the things that they support is the death penalty.
MOS Goh Pei Ming.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to respond to Mr. Jackson Lam's question. There's not just a drugs problem, but actually there's also a scam angle to this question. I've personally received quite a few messages on platforms such as Telegram, for example. I've also received messages forwarded from fellow members of the House telling me that actually they've received such messages peddling soft drugs from their own residents, highlighting that this is a concern, especially if youths who tend to be more on social media receive such messages and are tempted that it's easy to get, seemingly affordable, and anonymous. But actually, when I forwarded to our CNB colleagues and for them to follow up, they came back to say that actually for many of these text messages, be on WhatsApp or Telegram, these are not really drug offers, but actually is a scam whereby potential clients, after making payment, do not and will not actually receive the products that is promised to them. And the key thing here is for many of these victims, because of the nature of the transaction, will also not report this to the authorities. So I'd just like to use this opportunity to also highlight to members of the public, especially our youths out there, not to believe such messages when they do receive it. It's likely a scam. Thank you.
Ms. Cassandra Lee.
I'd like to thank the Ministry for looking into our suggestions. Very grateful for the Ministry's update. I would like to ask SMS on a point that she raised earlier about drink driving. She mentioned that MHA will be revising the threshold to 15 micrograms of alcohol per 100 milliliters of breath. I'm wondering whether how MHA arrived at that revised threshold and how MHA intends to enforce this. Thank you.
SMS Siman.
To Ms. Cassandra Lee's question, the alcohol limits that are currently in force have been in place since 1985, and that's more than 40 years ago. Now, Singapore is one of the jurisdictions with the highest alcohol limits, while the other jurisdictions have adopted stricter regimes with lower limits. We also reviewed scientific studies and limits set by other countries and jurisdictions, and the studies have shown that the proportion of drivers exhibiting impairment as well as the severity of impairment increases progressively with alcohol consumption, and that impairment can happen at levels lower than our current prescribed limits. So these are the reasons.
I'd like to remind members that guillotine time is 7:45, so I would appreciate if the POHs also keep their responses short. Ms. Sylvia Lim.
Thank you, sir. I have a clarification for Senior Minister of State Sim Ann when she spoke about MHA having to do more with less and having to make transformations to leverage on technology. So I'd like to ask her whether the ministry also agrees that it's very important that any transformation bears in mind that policing, for example, the services should remain truly accessible to all segments of society, and to that end, any reorganization should also take into consideration whether areas have a high concentration of elderly and how much more difficult it would be for them under the transformation to get to the nearest manned counter, for instance.
SMS Siman.
We agree with Ms. Sylvia Lim that we have to be very sensitive to the varied needs of our population. We do take these factors into account. At the end of the day, we have to be very mindful of the need to look after all of Singapore while at the same time dealing with manpower constraints and we will be deploying technology sensitively and always with a view of improving or maintaining safety and security outcomes. And this is also the reason why we stay in close touch with the public so that they are able to also give us feedback and that we can also adjust our deployment accordingly.
Mr. Gabriel Lam.
I thank our POHs for their comprehensive answer. My question pertains to Yellow Ribbon itself in terms of employment. We know that the employment ecosystem is very important, and in certain sectors, actually, each offender before they are released into the system, they undergo an interview process, and they actually have multiple job offers. So I just wanted to know how often is the review of this job review ecosystem, and whether it looks at the number of employers. It's not so important to have that many number of employers, but more important to actually have the ecosystem of care where the case manager, the employer, and everyone is included in the aftercare of the ex-offender. So I just wanted to know how often is that review done? Thank you.
SMS Faisal.
So I thank the member for the SQ. So one thing that I'd like to share with the member is that we not only look at the numbers of the employers that work with us, we look at the process and the effectiveness of the efforts being undertaken. For example, you look at the type of industries that we have been exposing our inmates to. We have included new areas of growth, and at the same time, the kind of jobs that they do, also there's a diversity of that kind of jobs. And in addition to that, we have the career coach who will journey with the ex-inmates to see how can navigate this process of getting a job and having the job and trying to sustain it. And we also train the employers, the staff of the organization, so that they understand, they know how to handle our friends who are really, really wanting to get a job, find meaning in the job. And I must say that I'm very happy that I've met quite a number of them who, upon release, they may be working with a company, and some would have progressed. Others found an opportunity in the similar industry to continue to progress to another company. So it is not only about review, we continuously do a review, but we continuously enhance the ecosystem that we have. We expand the number of employers, we train the employers, we also better prepare the inmates so that they can have more, not only more opportunities, they are able to sustain their job. And you are right to say that one inmates may receive more than one offers. This is something that we want to continue to provide them with the opportunity, and at the same time help them not only provide that beyond second chances, grow as high as they can.
Mr. Abdul Muhaimin Abdul Malik.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to thank SMS Faisal for the response earlier. I have three clarifications. I welcome the prison services screening process where mental health history collected upon admission to prison or the DRC is then used to tailor individualized rehabilitation programs for each inmate. I would like to ask whether outcomes are tracked to assess whether those with mental health conditions have higher recidivism rates compared to the general inmate population. Second, given that the screening relies partly on self-reported questionnaires, is the ministry concerned that the actual prevalence of mental health conditions among drug abusers may be significantly underreported? And finally, a reply to my earlier PQ states that CNB does not collect mental health data on arrested drug abusers. This means there is a gap. Does the ministry see value in closing this gap so that we have a more complete picture of the mental health needs of all drug abusers in contact with the system, not just those in the prison or DRC, in our fight to reduce recidivism? Thank you.
SMS Faisal.
So I thank the member for the SQ. With due respect, I think the member may not truly understand the process of how we are able to find out whether the person has mental health. So essentially, CMB will arrest the person. So at that stage, I think because of the investigation process and also putting the person in remand, CMB wouldn't have the chance to know if he or she has a mental health issue. Right? So it's only when the person enters remand, the prison, then we will assess. We assess everyone, as I shared in my answer, physical and mental health. And in fact, we have a strong support system in the prison where we not only look after them, we customize their rehab process. The curriculum that we do for them different, right? So in a sense, we want to care for them. We understand what they're going through. And the data that we have is not only what we collect from survey, from questionnaire. We also have a link to the national healthcare system. So today we are much more connected. Right? So we have the data, and at the same time, we also work with the community services organization, for example, MINDS, right? And also IMH, to see how we can help them upon their release. So this is something that we are not only familiar, we have been doing this for many years. We understand their needs, and we want to continue to take care of them. But I must say, it is not easy, right? But we do our best.
Mr. Vikram Nair.
Thank you, Chairman. This is just picking up on a point to do with scams, but also the international aspect of it. I think a lot of scams originate from abroad, and one of the pieces of feedback we have is quite often MHA recovers sums from scams, but the time it takes to reach the victims is quite long. It can be a few years, has to go through a disposal hearing and so on. And in some cases where the recoveries, for example, with the Fujian gang, maybe from victims who are unidentifiable, there's a large sum of money, it is not so easy to know how that money will be distributed. So is MHA considering having some simplified processes so that amounts recovered from scams can be returned to victims more expeditiously?
MOS Go.
Mr. Chairman, I thank the member for the question. Indeed, it's MHA and SPF's priority to try and return the funds as quickly as possible. However, in many of these financial crime cases, including cryptocurrency, including scams, the money trace often is very, very complex. So what the police needs to do is they will freeze all the assets, the bank accounts, the properties, and for as long as it takes to fully investigate and track where the monies come from, they will have to do so, and only when they have fully resolved and the freezing is not frozen, assets are no longer required to be frozen, can they then apply to the court for the property to be returned to the rightful owners. I think the key thing here, as much as we want to simplify the process, it's also important, it's also difficult, because more often at times, many of the seized proceeds and many of the cases are not just about scams. It also involves illegal money laundering, illegal money lending, and therefore many a times the assets, be it assets, cash or property, are often commingled. And therefore it's actually very difficult for us to directly apportion this amount was from this case, that was from another case. And I think that adds to the complexity of scam cases. But I acknowledge indeed that this is something the public is keen, and of course every single victim, and we have many victims, will be keen to see the process being simplified and shortened, and we'll look at what else we can do to make it faster and simpler.
Mr. D'Souza, you have your hand up again. I'm going to take you and then Ms. Yowan Ling.
in relation to the study on the drug trafficking and the death penalty. In fact, in response to that, I think there's a very good statistic that we should elaborate on in this House and also out there in education, that 15 grams of diamorphine feeds 180 drug abusers for 1 week. And each of them, half of them are married, that's 90 spouses, that's 270 people. If each of the married couples have one child, that's another 90. That's 360 people. That's one HDB block that I'm responsible for. So I think we have to be harsh with people who come and seek to do damage to lives over intergenerations, and statistics like this are key to pursue our zero tolerance position on drugs. And I would like to know whether the Minister agrees with the use of statistics in such a forceful way to make an objective and evidentially based position.
SMS Faisal, if you could please keep it short.
So I thank the member for the point that he has made. We certainly agree with you that we can use more statistics on this, and we have done so. And in your suggestion we should do more, we will do so. We also recognize that it is an issue that requires a lot of discussion, a lot of justification, and winning the hearts and minds of the people. So it is a journey that we want every Singaporean to be part of this journey. And some may not even understand the real consequences, like what you shared earlier. You know, if you look at it, and if the person is your child or your loved ones, you will have a different perspective about this. So I'm very happy to see members here supporting our effort. We need your support, we need fellow Singaporeans to support, and we need the global community to be on board this journey as well, because then we can save the global community from the scourge of drugs.
Ms. Yeo Wan Ling.
I have a clarification for SMS Cement. As the Ministry reviews the road traffic penalty framework, will the Ministry also consider how penalties can remain proportionate and whether there will be continued avenues for education and support, especially for our vocational drivers, taxi, PHC, bus captains, whose work exposure on the roads is significantly higher, so that road safety improvements can be achieved without unintended livelihood costs?
SMS Cement.
Sir, we want to see everyone get home safe every day. If safety is compromised, then livelihoods and many other good things in life are going to be at risk. We believe that the public will see our proposed changes in this light, particularly our vocational drivers, because safer roads also mean a safer working environment for them. Nonetheless, it is also very natural for road users to ask, what do these proposed changes mean for me? And it is in this spirit that we, with Ms. Yeo Wan Ling's help, have been consulting the unions, and we are very grateful for the opportunity to hear directly from vocational drivers, and we will be taking their perspectives fully into account.
Mr. Vikram Nair, do you wish to withdraw your amendment?
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to thank Minister Edwin Thong, SMS Faisal Ibrahim, SMS Siman, and MOS Goh Pei Ming for sharing with us the Ministry's work. And of course, a big thank you to all the staff at the Ministry, the uniformed personnel. MHA has a big task, and of course, in support of the budget, so I'll be withdrawing my cut. I seek your leave to do so. Thank you.
Is the honourable member given leave to withdraw the amendment? I think leave of the majority is given. The amendment is withdrawn. The question is that the sum of $9,242,695,600 for head P stand part of the main estimates. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that the sum of $2,672,087,400 for head P stand part of the development estimates. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Head R, Mr. Vikram Nair.
Chairman, I beg to move that the sum to be allocated to Head R be reduced by $100. I declare my interest as a practicing lawyer. Over the years, the Ministry of Law has played a critical role in strengthening the foundations of our legal system. Today, I wish to focus on two aspects of the Ministry's work. First, its initiatives aimed at enhancing Singaporeans' access to justice, and second, its efforts to grow Singapore as a trusted and leading hub for legal services. First, access to justice. This is not an abstract ideal. It concerns the ability of ordinary Singaporeans and businesses to understand and assert their rights in a meaningful way. A strong legal system must serve not only large corporations and sophisticated litigants, but also parties who do not have deep pockets. In recent years, MinLaw has taken important steps in this direction. For example, in 2022, reforms were studied to improve family proceedings so that they would be simpler, more efficient, more affordable, and less acrimonious. This included enhancements to the process of enforcing maintenance orders aimed at helping litigants in person. Similarly, in responses to feedback that the existing process was expensive and difficult to navigate for the enforcement of judgments, steps were taken to simplify this process too, making enforcement more accessible and cost-effective. Most recently, in 2026, MinLaw launched a new task force to better support persons with disabilities and mental health conditions in the criminal justice system. This task force will examine how the government can better support such individuals who are at risk of offending or who may interact with the system, including accused persons and victims. Now, this reflects a holistic approach to justice which takes into account real circumstances and vulnerabilities of everyday Singaporeans. Beyond structural reforms, we must also consider how technology is reshaping access to justice. The increased availability of artificial intelligence tools presents an interesting conundrum. On the one hand, it empowers laypersons to conduct legal research on their own and has the potential to reduce legal costs. On the other hand, it introduces new risks. For one, laypersons may be tempted to rely on AI tools for legal advice, but they may not realize that it is risky for them to do so. In one reported case, the court found that a litigant in person who relied on AI tools to generate legal submissions cited 6 fictitious cases. The court described this as a very serious matter, even for a layperson. Now, while there are ongoing initiatives to provide guidance to practicing lawyers in the responsible use of AI, we should also consider providing guidance aimed at laypersons and litigants in person. For example, there could be court notices or online resources aimed at laypersons which explain the limitations of AI tools. True access to justice must also include access to reliable and accurate information. I turn now to the second aspect, the continued development of Singapore as an international hub for legal services. This ambition cuts across multiple domains, including the strengthening of our dispute resolution system and institutions such as the Singapore International Arbitration Centre, the Singapore International Mediation Centre, and the Singapore International Commercial Court. Together, they form a complementary and attractive ecosystem for parties involved in international commercial disputes. I wish to focus on two components of the vision to develop Singapore as an international legal hub: talent and technology. First, talent. The sustainability of legal practice has come into sharp focus in recent years, particularly with concerns about attrition and the long-term viability of private practice. At the Legal Professions Symposium 2025, the Honourable Chief Justice described the sustainability of private practice as an urgent issue. Now, in my own practice and experience, I have noted a higher turnover amongst young lawyers in recent times. Now, to the extent that young lawyers are leaving legal practice but remain in the legal profession, such as by going in-house, I do not think that this is a loss to the legal industry as a whole, but in fact helps the legal industry because a thriving pool of in-house talent is necessary for Singapore's success, both as an economic and legal hub. However, we would like to keep young lawyers in private practice too. Last year, the Ethics and Professional Standards Committee recommended that the Singapore Academy of Law develop a core set of workplace principles aimed at maintaining the sustainability of legal practice. Now, most of these guidelines are well considered, and it will be important for both law firms and other stakeholders to adopt practices which support professional development and well-being. Now, second, technology, in particular, the responsible and forward-looking use of AI. Last year, the Ministry of Law conducted a public consultation on a proposed guide for using Gen AI in the legal sector. The aim is to support the legal sector in harnessing opportunities while navigating the challenges associated with using AI technology and being mindful of professional obligations, the delivery of legal services. This initiative is timely and necessary. The impact of AI on the legal sector cannot be understated. As the Honourable Chief Justice observed at the Tech Law Fest 2025, Gen AI will bring about a paradigm shift in the practice of law, and the legal sector must take this development seriously. We have seen reports, both in Singapore and other jurisdictions, where lawyers have cited fictitious authorities in their submissions because they relied on AI tools. As the court observed in one case, such actions by lawyers cast a shadow over the legitimacy and honour of the legal profession and its role as a custodian of justice in Singapore. Therefore, the question is not whether lawyers should use AI, but how AI can be used responsibly. With clear guidance and training, legal professionals can improve productivity with AI, while safeguarding the accuracy of work products and their confidentiality and ethical obligations. This is important as we continue to position Singapore as a leading international hub for legal services. Chairman, ultimately, access to justice and the growth of Singapore as a legal hub are mutually reinforcing goals. I am grateful for MinLaw's efforts on these fronts and look forward to the continued development of its initiatives. Thank you.
The question is that the total sum to be allocated for Head R of the estimates be reduced by $100. Ms. Sylvia Lim.
Chairman, in November last year in Manila, ASEAN member states signed up to the ASEAN Treaty on Extradition. According to its preamble, there is a desire among all member states to, quote, strengthen ASEAN's resilience and capacity to combat crime, particularly transnational crime, by enhancing effective legal cooperation in the field of extradition within ASEAN to ensure respect for the rule of law, unquote. In recent years, we have felt the limitations of existing extradition arrangements. During the MinLaw COS debate 8 years ago, I spoke about the case of Canadian David Roach, who robbed Stanchart Bank at Holland Village in 2016. He fled to Thailand but could not be extradited to Singapore. It was only 2 years later, when Roach arrived in London en route to Canada, that Singapore could make an extradition request to the UK government. While it certainly makes sense to have an ASEAN extradition treaty, I have two questions. First, I understand that the treaty is not yet in force, as it requires 6 member states to ratify it. What needs to be done before ratification, and has Singapore indicated its ratification? Second, extradition arrangements need to take into account differences in legal systems, and ASEAN countries are a mix of common law and civil law jurisdictions. The region also has varying levels of corruption among public officials. MinLaw has previously stated that there is a need to protect Singaporeans before agreeing to any extradition arrangements. What protections are there?
Ms. Henniso.
Chairman, I declare that I'm a practicing lawyer and my areas of practice include estate matters. The government's national legacy planning campaign is commendable, and we should build on this momentum to help even more Singaporeans plan ahead. An LPA protects a donor while alive but ends upon death. Then, a will is essential to legally express the testator's wishes. My first proposal is to waive the $50 registration fee and the $50 update fee for every will deposited with the SAL's Wills Registry. This fee deters many, unlike the successful LPA fee waiver by MSF that drove higher uptake. Free registrations would encourage more deposits and transforming the Wills Registry into a reliable, comprehensive database. Today, we lack accurate data on how many Singaporeans have made wills or whether a found will is the latest one. A no-fee system would address these gaps, just as the 6-year LPA fee waiver did. Second, as we encourage more will making, we must also strengthen safeguards. Feedback from the lawyers and the public highlights concerning experiences with non-legal providers offering wills writing courses or services. I raised a PQ in October on regulating such businesses. The ministry replied that wills and probate causes are not restricted to lawyers, but non-lawyers cannot give legal advice or perform solicitor services. Doing so risks criminal liability under the Legal Profession Act. Yet, can we fairly expect an average Singaporean to discern whether a course provider is rendering a legal advice or not? Without registrations or mandatory professional indemnity insurance, vulnerable individuals risk relying on flawed advice with little recourse. Unscrupulous operators also risk tarnishing the reputations of our legal professions, which has upheld high standards for decades. It is our duty to protect Singaporeans from such risks and ensure legacy is both encouraged and safe.
Mr. Gerald Giam.
Sir, the Community Disputes Resolution Tribunal served as an avenue of last resort for neighbour disputes. Between 2020 and 2024, only 1,031 claims were filed, a fraction of the 2,500 neighbour dispute cases reported to HDB monthly. Having observed residents attempting to navigate this process, I've seen how digital and financial requirements can be a deterrence and could account for the relatively low utilization of this channel. The mandatory pre-filing assessment requires a 17-question checklist where the system repeatedly persuades applicants to seek alternative channels. For residents who have already exhausted these channels, such persistent redirections can be frustrating. Completing the 5-part form is equally taxing. Residents who do not know their neighbour's name must pay $5.25 at the Integrated Land Information Service portal before even paying that $150 filing fee. The English-only interface and the assumption that all residents can manage PDF downloads and the digital evidence create massive barriers for those with lower digital literacy. How many individuals has the State Court Service Hub assisted to successfully file applications each of the last 3 years? And will the ministry consider reducing the initial filing fee to $20 with only the unsuccessful party paying the remaining $130? Thank you.
Ms. Sylvia Lim.
Chairman, in October last year, the Attorney General's Chambers announced that the President had reappointed the AG for a 4th term of 3 years until January 2029. That was the extent of the information disclosed. Due to the high constitutional office of the AG and the significant powers he is entrusted with, I believe that the Prime Minister can and should be more forthcoming about the selection process for the AG. Hence, I filed my cut with the PMO, but it has been redirected to MINLAW. The AG occupies a uniquely sensitive position under our Constitution. He has the discretion to institute, conduct, or discontinue any criminal proceedings. For instance, he can decide to treat co-accused in the same case differently or to let someone off with a warning. His discretion is practically unfettered unless he is found to have acted in bad faith or irrationally. Unlike judges who have to make pronouncements in open court, his decisions need not be explained publicly and are not subject to appeal. The most the public can hope for is a voluntary media release from the AGC giving reasons for prosecutorial decisions that are deemed controversial. So, on the one hand, it is important that the AG can act unencumbered by political pressure. However, on the other, it is equally important for the AG to be consonant with public values so that he can act in the public interest. The selection process is critical. However, the appointment process required by the Constitution is currently thin. It merely says that the PM should consult the Chief Justice and the incumbent AG before making a recommendation to the President, and that the President has discretion to disagree. There is no requirement for public disclosure about any of these deliberations. But the public would have an interest in knowing more about the selection process for such a critical post. For example, in the present case, the AG has had a distinguished legal career in private practice, but the fact is that he will turn 75 at the end of this current term. On the other hand, there appear to be many qualified persons for the post. Did the Prime Minister shortlist other candidates before recommending the reappointment of the AG for a 4th 3-year term? It will also be instructive to know what experience each new AG brings to the post, in the light of the fact that the AG is expected to perform several roles. He is the public prosecutor and has the right of audience in any court or tribunal in Singapore in precedence to others. So experience in related areas of practice would be very useful. At the same time, the AG is the government's chief legal advisor So experience in other areas like civil law and business practice are also relevant. So addressing these issues publicly would promote greater trust in our legal system. I therefore invite the Prime Minister to provide more clarity on the selection process, both now and for the future.
Mr. Christopher D'Souza, please take your two cards together.
The Singapore first card, thought leadership on the global stage. The global commons is a shared space to be nurtured and contributed to. Singapore, in its humble way, has consistently contributed to the international legal order with a degree of humility, with a degree of credibility, and a strong sense of responsibility. For example, the appointment of Mr. Darren Tang as Director General of WIPO, as well as his successful reappointment for a second term, reflects the strength of Singapore's legal and IP ecosystem, and our ability to produce thought leadership organically from within our own system and our own country. It also signals international confidence in Singapore's values and competence. In addition to WIPO, we should continue to try to play a small part in the global commons. For example, we have put up Ambassador Rina Lee as our candidate to the International Court of Justice. This reflects our deep and humble commitment to the rule of law and peaceful dispute resolution in the world. It speaks well of Singapore as a society that wants to contribute towards the good of the global commons. How will MINLAW continue to support opportunities for Singapore and Singaporeans to make meaningful legal contributions internationally? Second cut. The Singapore Convention on Mediation is an excellent piece of work showcasing Singapore's commitment to peaceful dispute resolution and the global commons. The legal service officers involved behind the convention and the Singapore Convention Week are to be commended. Today, Singapore has become a trusted and preferred destination for mediation. Many jurisdictions are now talking about the convention, thereby positioning Singapore as an ideal mediation hub. Here, I declare that I'm a partner in a legal private practice. To propel our status as a hub, Singapore will need infrastructure such as exhibition facilities to showcase mediation capabilities, breakout rooms, bilateral mediation hearing rooms, as well as printers, laptops, and screens for settlement agreements to be typed out. Could the Minister provide an update on the number of countries that have ratified the convention, the take-up of mediated disputes under it, and how MINLAW will continue to rally international support to strengthen Singapore's role as a global mediation hub?
Ms. Kwa Boon Teng.
Mr. Chairman, I rise to speak on a subject that is close to my heart. I'm a practicing advocate and solicitor, and I run my own law firm. 80 to 82% of law firms in Singapore are classified as small firms, meaning there are only about between 1 to 5 lawyers in the firm. This means that a good number of practicing lawyers are also small to medium-sized business owners. For some time now, we have been witnessing a hollowing out of the legal profession because young lawyers entering the profession are not staying and moving up in experience and seniority. At the opening of the legal year last month, our Chief Justice shared that surveys of newly minted lawyers in the last 2 years showed that around 60% of respondents said they were likely to leave legal practice in the next 5 years. They cited reasons such as excessive workload, poor work-life balance affecting their mental well-being, a lack of flexible work arrangements, and challenging a poor workplace culture. Some leave for better pay and challenging work in foreign firms. The starting salaries for newly qualified lawyers in Singapore is considered pretty high, which is why staff remuneration now accounts for much of the operating costs of running a law practice. Despite this, after a few years of practice, for many firms, the exodus begins. Even the large law firms are complaining that after investing in the training of their best and brightest, these young lawyers are leaving for foreign firms who pay even more. Now, some may say, if lawyers are indeed able to find other employment, what's the issue? If we are unable to retain talent, this will have a profound implication in the longer term. Singapore has a strong and trusted legal system that supports our economy, provides stability, builds investor confidence, and attracts foreign investment. It fosters a pro-business environment and positions Singapore as a leading global legal and financial hub. To continue delivering an excellent standard of legal services, we need to retain talent within legal practice, and we need advocates who have honed their craft over time, who can assist our courts on challenging cases and develop our own Singapore jurisprudence. Not unlike our total fertility rate, the profession's inability to replace itself in the future is an existential crisis for all of us, because so much of our success depends on the confidence commanded by our legal system, our judiciary, and a flourishing legal sector. Our Chief Justice has announced a slew of initiatives to address these challenges, and he will be co-leading with our Law Minister in setting the direction of the future of the Legal Profession Committee to help the legal profession meet these challenges ahead. Like many of my brethren at the bar, I look forward to seeing what new plans will be rolled out. We recognize that we all need to play our part, but we also need the government's support. I want to acknowledge that MinLaw has pushed out programs to help law firms embrace technological solutions to future-proof and deliver enhanced legal services. But embracing legal tech and AI can only do so much. It could add to the stress that young lawyers are experiencing, wondering which aspect of their work will now be replaced and how they will cope with the redesign in their roles and responsibilities. The digital age has quickened the pace of practice, and demands from clients have grown exponentially. This is often what young lawyers complain about. The revamping of our rules of court and the push towards mediation as an alternative mode of dispute resolution has also taken away some of the opportunities for court advocacy and development of court craft from our lawyers. We may encourage lawyers to take pro bono cases to gain advocacy opportunities, but the realities of running a practice are such that paid work comes first. Law firms who are prepared to give their lawyers protected time to take on access to justice cases receive no financial incentive or tax breaks. And if lawyers still have to carry a full caseload, they are unlikely to heap pro bono on their plate. I believe that at the heart of a lot of the stress within the profession is simply the financial stress of running a business, which is then shifted onto the shoulders of the lawyers who work there. Law is a tough business. We cannot simply focus on the firms that are prepared to make sizable financial commitments towards modernizing their practice. Let's not forget that most of our law firms are small businesses who have far fewer resources and may need a lot more help. It is my hope that in looking to future-proofing the legal profession and to retain and nurture talent, we will look at more than technological solutions and understand that the issues relating to morale, career insecurity in the age of AI, financial and business stress are just as important. Thank you.
Ms. Cassandra Lee.
Mr. Chairman, I declare my interest as legal counsel in an accounting firm. At the opening of legal year, the Chief Justice noted a key challenge: attrition driven by fundamental shifts in the practice. Clients now expect higher quality work delivered faster. This is placing real pressure across the profession. At the same time, our legal sector is more open than before. With more international firms and regional competition, there are pressures to do more, faster, and at lower cost. And these pressures will only intensify as AI becomes embedded in legal practice. I wish to speak on 3 areas. A, maintaining a Singapore core. B, the evolving role of lawyers in the age of AI. And C, support for in-house counsel. First, maintaining a Singapore core. The committee report on the regulatory framework for law practices proposed changes to the QFLPs and caps on Singapore lawyers in FLP. These proposals reflect a concern, sustaining a strong pipeline of local legal talent. In essence, local firms build Singapore law capability, while foreign firms deepen foreign law expertise. The ministry has yet to respond, with consultations just closed. This raises a key tension: openness versus preserving a Singapore core. Some of the young lawyers and law students I have spoken to shared their anxieties with me. They're not sure where they fit in the larger plans that the ministry has for the legal profession. How does the ministry intend to balance market forces with regulation to protect that core? And how will the ministry ensure Singapore lawyers continue to access high-value international work? Second, on the evolving roles of lawyers in the age of AI. Senior and mid-career lawyers are not AI natives. They did not grow up with AI, and it may not come naturally to them to use AI. We must consider carefully the impact of AI on our mid-career professionals. What is the ministry's plan to ensure that seniors and mid-career lawyers are equipped to learn AI skills, reskill, and redesign their job roles? At the same time, how do we train our young lawyers when AI can already do so much that juniors do today, but faster? Junior lawyers must learn to think like lawyers, grounded in legal rigor. But they must also interpret technology, review AI outputs critically, and exercise human judgment in complex cases. How does the ministry plan to support new training pathways so young lawyers build fundamentals while learning to work alongside AI? We need a sector-wide approach to job redesign so that the whole profession moves together. I encourage the ministry to take the lead. Third, support for in-house legal counsels. The Ministry of Law said at the APAC Legal Congress 2024 that the Ministry of Law is committed to better support in-house legal counsels. In-house counsels play a critical role in supporting business and strengthening Singapore's attractiveness as a regional hub, yet their needs are often underemphasized. Against this backdrop, I asked the Minister, what is the Ministry's plans to better support in-house legal counsels, especially in AI adoption? Will the ministry support access to AI tools and target upskilling so that in-house legal counsel can continue to deliver value in an AI-enabled economy? Thank you.
Ms. Goh Han Yen.
Mr. Chairman, as a society and economy, we must harness the potential of artificial intelligence to drive innovation and progress. But we also must ensure that the systems that are in place have to safeguard what makes us human, such as the unique contributions of our creatives that shape our national culture and identity. The training and use of generative AI continues to raise concerns among stakeholders, particularly those in the creative sector. At COS 2025, then Minister of State for Law, Murali, acknowledged the impact of generative AI and said that MinLaw was studying suggestions it received. These included approaches to improve transparency on how copyrighted material is used for AI training and ways to strengthen the control that rights owners have over their material. Would MinLaw and IPOS be able to provide an update on the work done and how the government has responded or will respond to these concerns?
Ms. Goh Tzu Ki.
Mr. Chairman, I declare my interest that I am a practicing lawyer. In March 2025, a report was jointly commissioned by MinLaw, the EDB, and Enterprise Singapore, and independently researched by PwC, entitled Sustainability Ready Singapore Lawyers. It identified ESG as a key area of growth in our legal sector. In response, the ministry introduced the ESG Legal Secondment Program, allowing Singapore qualified lawyers to be seconded into corporate sustainability teams to gain hand-on experience. This is timely as ESG advisory is becoming increasingly relevant in green finance, carbon markets, and sustainability reporting. However, secondments may not be feasible for all firms, particularly small and medium-sized practices. I would therefore like to seek an update on the development of ESG capabilities within our legal sector. Would the Minister provide a snapshot of this program, including the level of uptake and feedback thus far? It would also be helpful to understand where these lawyers have been seconded to, given that this remains a nascent area of growth? In addition, what other pathways are being developed to support lawyers who are unable to participate in secondment? For example, are there structured ESG training frameworks, accreditation programs, shorter industry attachments, or collaboration platforms with financial institutions and sustainability professionals? Thank you.
Associate Professor Kenneth Goh.
Deputy Chair, I start by declaring my interest as a president of a National Sport Association. Over the years, Singapore has positioned itself as a global destination for major sporting and cultural entertainment events, hosting the Singapore Grand Prix, the WTA Finals, and most recently the World Aquatics Championships, alongside major concerts and entertainment productions. As we build on this trajectory, there may be scope to consider how our legal and land use architecture can further support Singapore's evolution into a regional sport and entertainment hub. First, on event hosting. As we continue attracting global competitions and productions, are there plans to periodically review whether our legal and intellectual property frameworks remain fully competitive and fit for purpose? Legal certainty is often a key consideration for organizers and rights holders. Second, on dispute resolution, Singapore is already a respected arbitration center. Could we further develop specialized capabilities in sports and entertainment arbitration and mediation, positioning Singapore as a regional hub for related commercial disputes? But global ambition must ultimately rest on strong local participation. So in land scarce and our tropical environment, usability is often constrained by heat and rain. Working with agencies such as SLA, could we explore greater tenure certainty for organizations that demonstrate clear community impact? And could structural shading or lightweight roofing for open-air spaces be more systematically considered to enhance climate resilience and expand all-day, all-weather use? If we want world-class events, we must also ensure world-class everyday access. Both events and daily access are essential to a thriving sports, arts, and cultural entertainment ecosystem. Thank you.
Mr. Mark Lee.
Chairman, beyond the broader discussion on enterprise competitiveness, I would like to raise two specific issues: accelerating IP commercialization for SMEs and strengthening IP financing. On commercialization, many SMEs struggle to translate publicly funded research into market-ready products. The gap is often not invention, but execution, bridging laboratory innovation to deployable solutions. There have been recommendations to strengthen structured attachments of scientists and researchers to SMEs, not merely short-term consultancy, but deeper co-development partnership. Such models can accelerate technology transfer, reduce execution risk, and build internal innovation capability within enterprises. Could the government elaborate on whether there are plans to expand and scale such attachment schemes, particularly for growth-oriented SMEs seeking to commercialize IP? On financing, IP remains difficult to value and underwrite. Without tangible collateral, SMEs often struggle to leverage their IP for expansion capital. Would the government consider calibrated state-backed risk-sharing mechanism to catalyze IP financing so that financial institutions are more willing to lend against viable IP assets while risks remain prudently managed? If we want to move from research excellence to enterprise scale, commercialization pathways and financing frameworks must evolve alongside IP creation.
Mr. Jackson Lam.
Chairman, the rule of law is one of Singapore's greatest strengths. It gives investors confidence, keeps our society stable, and helps Singaporeans trust our system. But for it to stay strong, it must remain accessible to our people and respected around the world. Today, I would like to speak on two areas. First, strengthening access to justice through civil legal aid and social legal support. Second, strengthening Singapore's position as a trusted global intellectual property hub in a fast-changing technological world. Chairman, in a written reply to a PQ on 26 September 2025, the Minister explained the current framework for silver legal aid. The Legal Aid Bureau provides support to Singapore citizens and permanent residents who meet the means test and the merits test. The means test was last revised in 2024, with the per capita household income raised to $1,050 and the annual value threshold to $21,000. There is also flexibility through the means test panel for deserving cases. Those who do not qualify can turn to community law centers run by Pro Bono SG, as well as schemes such as the Family Justice Support Scheme and the Ad Hoc Pro Bono Scheme. These are important avenues. But Chairman, the question is whether this is enough in today's more complex and costly legal environment. Civil cases today, especially family, employment, and debt matters, are becoming more complicated. Legal costs have increased and processes have becoming more demanding. So I seek clarification on 4 points. First, does the ministry consider the current $1,050 per capita income threshold sufficient given rising costs? Are there plans to review it regularly to keep pace with economic conditions? Second, while the means test panel provides flexibility, how often is it used? And is it enough to help those who fall just outside the eligibility criteria? Third, for those who rely on community law centers and pro bono services, is there enough capacity, especially for family and employment disputes? Fourth, as cases become more complex, has the ministry considered strengthening early legal advice and triage so people can get proper guidance before problems escalate? Access to justice must not just exist. It must remain practical, affordable, and effective. Next, I'll touch on growing Singapore as a trusted global IP hub. Mr. Chairman, Singapore's future competitiveness depends increasingly on intangible assets, such as intellectual property and innovation. Under the Singapore IP Strategy 2030, we have set out a strong vision. But as technology advances, especially in AI, IP policy is no longer just legal policy, it's also economic policy. Businesses today need more than just IP registration. They need strong enforcement, proper valuation, financing support, and trusted dispute resolution. So I ask, how are MinLaw and IPOS helping businesses, especially our SMEs, build stronger IP capabilities so that IP becomes a real business asset, not just legal protection? As we move into the next phase of IP Strategy 2030, what more can be done to strengthen Singapore as a global hub for IP dispute resolution, valuation, and licensing, especially in new sectors? Finally, with concern about generative AI using copyright works, can the ministry update us how is it studying transparency and balancing innovation with protecting creators? This clarity will be important for trust and confidence. Thank you.
Dr. Wan Rizal.
Chairman, cost of living pressures have tightened budgets for many Singaporeans. And when life hits, retrenchment, separation, caregiving strain, debt, and legal problems don't come with a warning. In these moments, access to justice cannot become what we call a justice tax. For lower-income Singaporeans, legal aid is sometimes not optional. It is the difference between getting timely advice and being forced to navigate complex process alone. When families are already stretched, they should not be priced out of basic legal protection. But accessibility is not just about whether a scheme exists. It is whether residents can actually use it when they are under stress, worried about bills, juggling work, caring for family, and trying to keep life together. If the system feels out of reach, people delay, disputes worsens, and the eventual outcome is often more painful for everyone. Sir, I also want to flag a growing group we see on the ground, the lower middle income families. They may fall outside the legal aid threshold, but they too struggle to afford private legal fees. They are not asking for special treatment. They are asking not to be stuck in a gap where they are told they don't qualify, yet cannot realistically pay for help. This matters because when the squeezed middle cannot access advice early, problems escalate, creating avoidable stress for families and greater strain on the system later. So, sir, I have two questions for the Minister. Given cost of living concerns, how will the Ministry continue to ensure that legal aid remains accessible to lower income Singaporeans? Secondly, will the Ministry also review whether there is a growing access gap for lower middle income Singaporeans who may not qualify for legal aid but cannot afford private legal representation, and how can we prevent them from falling through the cracks?
Order. Pursuant to Standing Order number 91, Section 3, I extend the time of this day's committee sitting for a period of up to 30 minutes. Mr. Alex Yeo.
Mr. Chairman, I declare that I'm a lawyer in private practice for both my cards. Disputes are distressing, but sometimes an inevitable consequence of personal and/or commercial interactions. If unresolved, some disputes end up before the civil courts or tribunals for resolution. Now, if you are an individual, legal proceedings can often be a frustrating and stressful process. And yet, even after you obtain a judgment in your favor, it does not necessarily mean that you have succeeded. There is still the matter of enforcing the judgment. The enforcement process can sometimes be an equal, if not more, trying process. It requires a successful litigant to invest more time and resources with no guarantee of recovery. It was therefore heartening when the Minister announced during the Committee of Supply 2024 and 2025 that the Ministry was studying potential enhancements to the civil enforcement process, such as giving the courts greater powers to identify the assets and means of judgment debtors in order to help the judgment creditor make an informed decision on whether and how to enforce the judgment. This included proposals for civil judgment enforcement officers who can assist to better locate debtors' assets. These reforms were slated to also apply to tribunals, such as the Employment Claims Tribunal and the Small Claims Tribunal. In the domain of family disputes, the maintenance enforcement process is a major step forward. Operationalized in January 2025 with progressive expansion in phases, we now have MEP officers who can obtain financial information, facilitate conciliation, and provide reports to assist judges. In the premises, I invite the Minister to share an update with this House on the proposed enhancements to the civil enforcement process, including the proposed introduction of civil judgment enforcement officers and the progress and outcomes of the maintenance enforcement process. Chairman, I move on to my next cut. Legal fees can be daunting for families and individuals. The pressure is aggravated when it involves family-related legal matters that are impossible to avoid. At the Committee of Supply 2025, the Minister shared that the means testing criteria for civil legal aid was revised in 2024 to ensure legal aid continues to be accessible to Singaporeans who need assistance. Currently, criminal defense aid under the Public Defender's Office is pegged at around the 35th percentile of resident households by per capita household income. Civil legal aid, however, remains roughly at the 25th percentile. In the area of civil law, based on experience at our Potong Pasir Community Legal Clinic over the past 12 years, less privileged families often reach out to seek assistance in probate matters such as the procurement of letters of administration or deputyship applications under the Mental Capacity Act, when a member of the family, often a senior, suffers from mental capacity medical conditions. These families are often slightly above the threshold for legal aid, but face financial challenges to retain lawyers to advise and deal with these matters on their behalf. There are aspects of these matters that could result in frustrating and trying issues for families if left unresolved. Deputyship to act on behalf of a senior in the family, for example, is important for families to make decisions for the senior and to have access and be able to manage his or her assets. In the premises, I invite the Minister to share with this House if the Ministry has plans to review the means testing threshold for civil legal aid, and if the Ministry will consider a tiered approach to means testing for legal aid in areas of law, such as probate-related and/or deputyship applications, to allow more Singaporean families to benefit from legal assistance for such legal matters. Thank you.
Mr. Gabriel Lam.
Mr. Chairman, in previous debates, the Ministry said it was studying reforms to strengthen civil enforcement, including greater powers to identify the assets of judgment debtors and stronger deterrence against non-compliance with court orders. These reforms are necessary. For many Singaporeans, especially small businesses and middle-income households, obtaining judgment is only half the battle. A judgment may declare one's rights, but without enforcement, it is only a piece of paper. Today, enforcement can be costly, slow, and uncertain. Creditors must spend more time and money tracing assets, initiating further applications, and navigating complex procedures. When debtors conceal assets or ignore court orders, the burden falls back on the successful party. This is not just inconvenience, it is destabilizing. For a small business, delayed recovery can affect cash flows and survival. For individuals, it prolongs stress and financial strain. If court orders are ignored without consequences, confidence in the rule of law is weakened. Our justice system may not only decide cases, our justice system must not only decide cases fairly, it must ensure that its decisions are obeyed. I therefore ask, what is the current status of the Ministry's review? Has a policy direction been settled? When will we see legislative amendments or pilot measures introduced? Mr. Chairman, access to justice is not only about enforcement, it is also about affordability. We are in a period of cost pressures. Civil litigation is expensive. While legal aid schemes are valuable, many lower and middle income Singaporeans may fall into a difficult gap, earning too much to qualify, yet too little to afford sustained legal representation. Access to justice should not depend on one's ability to pay substantial upfront legal fees. Eligibility thresholds and coverage frameworks must keep pace with living costs. At the same time, more can be done to support litigants in person. Simplified procedures, clearer guidance, and enhanced assisted self-help tools can reduce costs while preserving fairness. I therefore seek clarifications on 2 points. First, will the Ministry review legal aid eligibility criteria to ensure continued accessibility? Second, will further procedural simplifications or assisted self-help mechanisms be introduced to ease the burden on middle-income litigants? This policy cut is modest in amount, but serious in purpose. Court judgment must have real effect, and the doors of justice must remain meaningfully open. Strengthening enforcement and expanding accessibility are not optional refinements. They are foundational to public confidence in our legal system. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Christopher D'Souza.
The SLA plays an important role in unlocking the value of state land for community use. As a sportsman, I have personally seen with immense joy how underutilized spaces, such as areas under flyovers, can be transformed into safe and vibrant places for sport and recreation, whether for pickleball, futsal, badminton, tennis, or even archery, and possibly even hockey. But could we go beyond flyovers? Empty school fields, old black and white bungalow spaces, old colonial terraces, and more. All these are ripe for use for sport, football, archery, hockey, pickleball, dance, floorball, and art galleries. Thank you.
Ms. Goh Han Yen.
Mr. Chairman, the land betterment charge was introduced in 2022 to capture part of the land value uplift that accrues to landowners when the government enhances development potential through planning decisions. This is important because it reflects our commitment to collective benefit. I would like to ask the Minister, how has SLA improved the land betterment charge regime since it came into force in 2022?
SPS Eric Chua.
Chairman, may I seek your consent to move that progress be reported and leave be asked to sit again on Monday, 2nd March 2026?
I give my consent.
Chairman, I move that progress be reported and leave be asked to sit again on Monday, 2nd March 2026.
The question is that progress be reported and leave be asked to sit again on Monday, 2nd March 2026. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. SPS Eric Chua.
Mr. Speaker, I report that the Committee of Supply has made progress on the estimates of expenditure for the financial year 2026-2027 and asked leave to sit again on Monday, 2nd March 2026.
So be it. Leader.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move that Parliament do now adjourn to Monday, 2nd March 2026.
The question is that Parliament do now adjourn to Monday, 2nd March 2026. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order, order.